Symbolic exchange and death. Theory, culture and society. Jean Baudrillard. Contents. Preface 1. The end of production. The structural revolution of value. The end of production. Labor, wages, money, strikes. Political economy as a model of simulation. Labor and death. Notes 2. The order of simulacra. The three orders of simulacra: the stucco angel, the automaton and the robot. The industrial simulacrum. The metaphysics of the code, the tactile and the digital. The hyperrealism of simulations. Cool killer, or the insurrection of signs. Notes 3. Fashion, or the enchanting spectacle of the code, the frivolity of the déjà vu, the structure of fashion, the flotation of signs, the pulsion of fashion, sex refashion, the insubvertible. Notes 4. The body, or the mass grave of signs, the marked body, secondary nudity, striptease, planned narcissism, incestuous manipulation, models of the body, phallus exchange, standard demagogy of the body, apologie, Zhuangzi's butcher. Notes 5. Political economy and death. The extradition of the dead, survival, or the equivalent to death, the ghetto beyond the grave, death power, the exchange of death in the primitive order, symbolic / real / imaginary, the inevitable exchange, the unconscious and the primitive order, the double and the split. Political economy and death. The death drive, death in brutally. My death is everywhere, my death dreams. Punctual death, biological death, the accident and the catastrophe. Natural death, old age and retirement, the third age. Natural death and sacrificial death, the death penalty. Security as blackmail, funeral homes and catacombs, the dereliction of death, the exchange of disease, sexualized death and deadly sex. My death is everywhere, my death dreams. Note 6. The extermination of the name of God, the anagram, the poetic as the extermination of value, the end of the anathema, the 9 billion names of God, the linguistic imaginary, the wits, or the phantasm of the economic in Freud, an anti-materialist theory of language beyond the unconscious. Notes index. Preface. Symbolic exchange is no longer the organizing principle of modern society. Of course, the symbolic haunts modern social institutions in the form of their own death. Indeed, since the symbolic no longer rules these social forms, they experience it only as this haunting, and as a demand forever blocked by the law of value. Even though a certain idea of revolution has, since Marx, attempted to find a way past the law of value, it long since became a revolution in accordance with the law. Even psychoanalysis gravitates around this haunting, which it fends off while at the same time circumscribing it within an individualist unconscious, thus reducing it, under the law of the father, to the obsessional fear of castration and the signifier. Always the law. However, beyond the topologies and economics, both libidinal and political, gravitating around a materialist or desiring production on the stage of value, an outline of social relations emerges, based on the extermination of value. For us, the model of this relation harks back to primitive formations, but this radical utopia is slowly beginning to intrude at every level of contemporary society. This intoxicating revolt no longer has anything to do with the laws of history, nor even, but we will have to wait for a later stage for this to appear, since it is a recent fantasy, with the liberation of a desire. In this light, other theoretical events, such as Saussure's anagrams and Mauss's gift exchange, assume cardinal importance. In the long run, these hypotheses are more radical than Marx's or Freud's, whose interpretations are censored by precisely their imperialism. The anagrams or gift exchanges are not merely transitory phases within the disciplines of linguistics and anthropology, nor are they inferior forms compared to the vast machinations of the unconscious and the revolution. Here one predominant form emerges, from which Marxism and psychoanalysis, though they may not be aware of it, derive. This form is equally dismissive of political and libidinal economy, outlining instead a beyond of value, a beyond of the law, a beyond of repression and a beyond of the unconscious. This is taking place here and now. When Freud proposes the theory of the death drive, this is the one theoretical event of the same order as the anagram and the gift, provided we radicalize it against Freud himself. Indeed, we must switch the targets of each of these three theories, and turn Mauss against Mauss, Saussure against Saussure and Freud against Freud. The principle of reversibility, the countergift, must be imposed against all the economistic, psychologistic, and structuralist interpretations for which Mauss paved the way. The saussure of the anagrams must be set against Saussurian linguistics, against even his own restricted hypotheses concerning the anagram. The Freud of the death drive must be pitched against every previous psychoanalytic edifice, and even against Freud's version of the death drive. At the price of paradox and theoretical violence, we witness that the three hypotheses describe, in their own respective fields, but this propriety is precisely what the general form of the symbolic annihilates, a functional principle sovereignly outside and antagonistic to our economic reality principle. Everywhere, in every domain, a single form predominates: reversibility, cyclical reversal and annulment put an end to the linearity of time, language, economic exchange, accumulation and power. Hence the reversibility of the gift in the countergift, the reversibility of exchange in the sacrifice, the reversibility of time in the cycle, the reversibility of production in destruction, the reversibility of life in death, and the reversibility of every term and value of the long in the anagram. In every domain it assumes the form of extermination and death, for it is the form of the symbolic itself. Neither mystical nor structural, the symbolic is inevitable. The reality principle corresponded to a certain stage of the law of value. Today the whole system is swamped by indeterminacy, and every reality is absorbed by the hyperreality of the code and simulation. The principle of simulation governs us now, rather than the outdated reality principle. We feed on those forms whose finalities have disappeared. No more ideology, only simulacra. We must therefore reconstruct the entire genealogy of the law of value and its simulacra in order to grasp the hegemony and the enchantment of the current system. A structural revolution of value. This genealogy must cover political economy, where it will appear as a second-order simulacrum, just like all those that stake everything on the real of production, the real of signification, whether conscious or unconscious. Capital no longer belongs to the order of political economy, it operates with political economy as its simulated model. The entire apparatus of the commodity law of value is absorbed and recycled in the larger apparatus of the structural law of value, thus becoming part of the third order of simulacra, see below. Political economy is thus assured a second life, an eternity, within the confines of an apparatus in which it has lost all its strict determinacy, but maintains an effective presence as a system of reference for simulation. It was exactly the same for the previous apparatus, the natural law of value, which the system of political economy and the market law of value also appropriated as their imaginary system of reference. Nature leads a ghostly existence as use value at the core of exchange value. But on the next twist of the spiral, use value is seized as an alibi within the dominant order of the code. Each configuration of value is seized by the next in a higher order of simulacra. And each phase of value integrates the prior apparatus into its own as a phantom reference, a puppet reference, a simulated reference. A revolution separates each order from its successor, these are the only genuine revolutions. We are in the third order, which is the order no longer of the real, but of the hyperreal. It is only here that theories and practices, themselves floating and indeterminate, can reach the real and beat it to death. Contemporary revolutions are indexed on the immediately prior state of the system. They are all buttressed by a nostalgia for the resurrection of the real in all its forms, that is, as second-order simulacra, dialectics, use value, the transparency and finality of production, the liberation of the unconscious, of repressed meaning, the signifier, or the signified named desire, and so on. All these liberations provide the ideal content for the system to devour in its successive revolutions, and which it brings subtly back to life as mere phantasmas of revolution. These revolutions are only transitions towards generalist manipulation. At the stage of the aleatory processes of control, even revolution becomes meaningless. The rational, referential, historical, and functional machines of consciousness correspond to industrial machines. The aleatory, non-referential, transferential, indeterminate and floating machines of the unconscious respond to the aleatory machines of the code. But even the unconscious is reabsorbed by this operation, and it has long since lost its own reality principle to become an operational simulacrum. At the precise point that its psychical reality principle merges into its psychoanalytic reality principle, the unconscious, like political economy, also becomes a model of simulation. The systemic strategy is merely to invoke a number of floating values in this hyperreality. This is as true of the unconscious as it is of money and theories. Value rules according to the indiscernible order of generation by means of models, according to the infinite chains of simulation. Cybernetic operativity, the genetic code, the aleatory order of mutation, the uncertainty principle, etc., succeed determinate, objectivist science, and the dialectical view of history and consciousness. Even critical theory, along with the revolution, turns into a second-order simulacrum, as do all determinate processes. The deployment of third-order simulacra sweeps all this away, and to attempt to reinstate dialectics, objective contradictions, and so on, against them would be a futile political regression. You can't fight the aleatory by imposing finalities, you can't fight against programmed and molecular dispersion with prizes de conscience and dialectical sublation, you can't fight the code with political economy, nor with revolution. All these outdated weapons, including those we find in first-order simulacra, in the ethics and metaphysics of man and nature, use value, and other liberatory systems of reference, are gradually neutralized by a higher-order general system. Everything that filters into the non-finality of the space-time of the code, or that attempts to intervene in it, is disconnected from its own ends, disintegrated and absorbed. This is the well-known effect of recuperation, manipulation, of circulating and recycling at every level. All dissent must be of a higher logical type than that to which it is opposed. Anthony Wilden, System and Structure, London, Tavistock, 1977, PXXVII. Is it at least possible to find an even match to oppose third-order simulacra? Is there a theory or a practice which is subversive because it is more aleatory than the system itself, an indeterminate subversion which would be to the order of the code what the revolution was to the order of political economy? Can we fight DNA? Certainly not by means of the class struggle. Perhaps simulacra of a higher logical, or illogical, order could be invented, beyond the current third order, beyond determinacy and indeterminacy. But would they still be simulacra? Perhaps death and death alone, the reversibility of death, belongs to a higher order than the code. Only symbolic disorder can bring about an interruption in the code. Every system that approaches perfect operativity simultaneously approaches its downfall. When the system says A is A, or 2 times 2 equals 4, it approaches absolute power and total absurdity, that is, immediate and probable subversion. A gentle push in the right place is enough to bring it crashing down. We know the potential of tautology when it reinforces the system's claim to perfect sphericity, ubu rois belli. Identity is untenable, it is death, since it fails to inscribe its own death. Every closed or metastable, functional, or cybernetic system is shadowed by mockery and instantaneous subversion, which no longer takes the detour through long dialectical labor, because all the system's inertia acts against it. Ambivalence awaits the most advanced systems, that, like Leibniz's binary God, have deified their functional principle. The fascination they exert, because it derives from a profound denial such as we find in fetishism, can be instantaneously reversed. Hence their fragility increases in proportion to their ideal coherence. These systems, even when they are based on radical indeterminacy, the loss of meaning, fall prey, once more, to meaning. They collapse under the weight of their own monstrosity, like fossilized dinosaurs, and immediately decompose. This is the fatality of every system committed by its own logic to total perfection and therefore to a total defectiveness, to absolute infallibility and therefore irrevocable breakdown. The aim of all bound energies is their own death. This is why the only strategy is catastrophic, and not dialectical at all. Things must be pushed to the limit, where quite naturally they collapse and are inverted. At the peak of value we are closest to ambivalence, at the pinnacle of coherence we are closest to the abyss of corruption which haunts the reduplicated signs of the code. Simulation must go further than the system. Death must be played against death, a radical tautology that makes the system's own logic the ultimate weapon. The only strategy against the hyperrealist system is some form of pataphysics, a science of imaginary solutions, that is, a science fiction of the system's reversal against itself at the extreme limit of simulation, a reversible simulation in a hyperlogic of death and destruction. 1. The symbolic demands meticulous reversibility. Exterminate every term, abolish value in the term's revolution against itself, that is the only symbolic violence equivalent to and triumphant over the structural violence of the code. A revolutionary dialectic corresponded to the commodity law of value and its equivalents, only the scrupulous reversion of death corresponds to the code's indeterminacy and the structural law of value. 2. Strictly speaking, nothing remains for us to base anything on. All that remains for us is theoretical violence, speculation to the death, whose only method is the radicalization of hypotheses. Even the code and the symbolic remain terms of simulation. It must be possible to extract them, one by one, from discourse. 1. The end of production. The structural revolution of value. Saussure located two dimensions to the exchange of terms of the langue, which he assimilated to money. A given coin must be exchangeable against a real good of some value, while on the other hand it must be possible to relate it to all the other terms in the monetary system. More and more, Saussure reserves the term value for this second aspect of the system. Every term can be related to every other, their relativity, internal to the system and constituted by binary oppositions. This definition is opposed to the other possible definition of value, the relation of every term to what it designates, of each signifier to its signified, like the relation of every coin with what it can be exchanged against. The first aspect corresponds to the structural dimension of language, the second to its functional dimension. Each dimension is separate but linked, which is to say that they mesh and cohere. This coherence is characteristic of the classical configuration of the linguistic sign, under the rule of the commodity law of value, where designation always appears as the finality of the structural operation of the langue. The parallel between this classical stage of signification and the mechanics of value in material production is absolute, as in Marx's analysis, use value plays the role of the horizon and finality of the system of exchange values. The first qualifies the concrete operation of the commodity in consumption, a moment parallel to designation in the sign. The second relates to the exchangeability of any commodity for any other under the law of equivalence, a moment parallel to the structural organization of the sign. Both are dialectically linked throughout Marx's analyses and define a rational configuration of production, governed by political economy. A revolution has put an end to this classical economics of value, a revolution of value itself, which carries value beyond its commodity form into its radical form. This revolution consists in the dislocation of the two aspects of the law of value, which were thought to be coherent and eternally bound as if by a natural law. Referential value is annihilated, giving the structural play of value the upper hand. The structural dimension becomes autonomous by excluding the referential dimension, and is instituted upon the death of reference. The systems of reference for production, signification, the affect, substance, and history, all this equivalence to a real content, loading the sign with the burden of utility, with gravity, its form of representative equivalence, all this is over with. Now the other stage of value has the upper hand, a total relativity, general commutation, combination, and simulation, in the sense that, from now on, signs are exchanged against each other rather than against the real. It is not that they just happen to be exchanged against each other, they do so on condition that they are no longer exchanged against the real. The emancipation of the sign, remove this archaic obligation to designate something and it finally becomes free, indifferent, and totally indeterminate, in the structural or combinatory play which succeeds the previous rule of determinate equivalence. The same operation takes place at the level of labor power and the production process, the annihilation of any goal as regards the contents of production allows the latter to function as a code, and the monetary sign, for example, to escape into infinite speculation, beyond all reference to a real of production, or even to a gold standard. The flotation of money and signs, the flotation of needs and ends of production, the flotation of labor itself, the commutability of every term is accompanied by speculation and a limitless inflation, and we really have total liberty, no duties, disaffection and general disenchantment, but this remains a magic, a sort of magical obligation which keeps the sign chained up to the real. Capital has freed signs from this naivete in order to deliver them into pure circulation. Neither Saussure nor Marx had any presentiment of all this. They were still in the golden age of the dialectic of the sign and the real, which is at the same time the classical period of capital and value. Their dialectic is in shreds, and the real has died of the shock of value acquiring this fantastic autonomy. Determinacy is dead, indeterminacy holds sway. There has been an extermination, in the literal sense of the word, of the real of production and the real of signification. 1. I indicated this structural revolution of the law of value in the term political economy of the sign. 2. This term, however, can only be regarded as makeshift, for the following reasons. Does this remain a political economic question? Yes, in that it is always a question of value and the law of value. However, the mutation that affects it is so profound and so decisive, the content of political economy so thoroughly changed, indeed annihilated, that the term is nothing more than an illusion. Moreover, it is precisely political to the extent that it is always the destruction of social relations governed by the relevant value. For a long time, however, it has been a matter of something entirely different from economics. The term sign has itself only an elusive value. Since the structural law of value affects signification as much as it does everything else, its form is not that of the sign in general, but that of a certain organization which is that of the code. The code only governs certain signs, however. Just as the commodity law of value does not, at a given moment, signify just any determinate instance of material production, neither, conversely, does the structural law of value signify any preeminence of the sign whatever. This illusion derives from the fact that Marx developed the one in the shadow of the commodity, while Saussure developed the other in the shadow of the linguistic sign. But this illusion must be shattered. The commodity law of value is a law of equivalences, and this law operates throughout every sphere. It equally designates the equivalence in the configuration of the sign, where one signifier and one signified facilitate the regulated exchange of a referential content, the other parallel modality being the linearity of the signifier, contemporaneous with the linear and cumulative time of production. The classical law of value then operates simultaneously in every instance, language, production, etc., despite these latter remaining distinct according to their sphere of reference. Conversely, the structural law of value signifies the indeterminacy of every sphere in relation to every other, and to their proper content, also therefore the passage from the determinate sphere of signs to the indeterminacy of the code. To say that the sphere of material production and that of signs exchange their respective contents is still too wide of the mark. They literally disappear as such and lose their specificity along with their determinacy, to the benefit of a form of value, of a much more general assemblage where designation and production are annihilated. The political economy of the sign was also consequent upon an extension of the commodity law of value and its confirmation at the level of signs, whereas the structural configuration of value simply and simultaneously puts an end to the regimes of production, political economy, representation, and signs. With the code, all this collapses into simulation. Strictly speaking, neither the classical economy nor the political economy of the sign ceases to exist. They lead a secondary existence, becoming a sort of phantom principle of dissuasion. The end of labor. The end of production. The end of political economy. The end of the signifier/signified dialectic which facilitates the accumulation of knowledge and meaning, the linear syntagma of cumulative discourse. And at the same time, the end of the exchange value/use value dialectic, which is the only thing that makes accumulation and social production possible. The end of the linear dimension of discourse. The end of the linear dimension of the commodity. The end of the classical era of the sign. The end of the era of production. It is not the revolution which puts an end to all this, it is capital itself which abolishes the determination of the social according to the means of production, substitutes the structural form for the commodity form of value, and currently controls every aspect of the system's strategy. This historical and social mutation is legible at every level. In this way, the era of simulation is announced everywhere by the commutability of formerly contradictory or dialectically opposed terms. Everywhere we see the same genesis of simulacra, the commutability of the beautiful and the ugly in fashion, of the left and the right in politics, of the true and the false in every media message, the useful and the useless at the level of objects, nature and culture at every level of signification. All the great humanist criteria of value, the whole civilization of moral, aesthetic, and practical judgment are effaced in our system of images and signs. Everything becomes undecidable, the characteristic effect of the domination of the code, which everywhere rests on the principle of neutralization, of indifference. 3 This is the generalist brothel of capital, a brothel not for prostitution, but for substitution and commutation. This process, which has for a long time been at work in culture, art, politics, and even in sexuality, in the so-called superstructural domains, today affects the economy itself, the whole so-called infrastructural field. Here the same indeterminacy holds sway. And, of course, with the loss of determination of the economic, we also lose any possibility of conceiving it as the determinant agency. Since for 2 centuries historical determination has been built up around the economic, since Marx in any case, it is there that it is important to grasp the interruption of the code. The end of production. We are at the end of production. In the West, this form coincides with the proclamation of the commodity law of value, that is to say, with the reign of political economy. First, nothing is produced, strictly speaking, everything is deduced, from the grace, God, or beneficence, nature, of an agency which releases or withholds its riches. Value emanates from the reign of divine or natural qualities, which for us have become retrospectively confused. The physiocrats still saw the cycles of land and labor in this way, as having no value of their own. We may wonder, then, whether there is a genuine law of value, since this law is dispatched without attaining rational expression. Its form cannot be separated from the inexhaustible referential substance to which it is bound. If there is a law here, it is, in contrast to the commodity law, a natural law of value. A mutation shakes this edifice of a natural distribution or dispensing of wealth as soon as value is produced, as its reference becomes labor, and its law of equivalence is generalist to every type of labor. Value is now assigned to the distinct and rational operation of human, social, labor. It is measurable, and, in consequence, so is surplus value. The critique of political economy begins with social production or the mode of production as its reference. The concept of production alone allows us, by means of an analysis of that unique commodity called labor power, to extract a surplus value, which controls the rational dynamics of capital as well as its beyond, the revolution. Today everything has changed again. Production, the commodity form, labor power, equivalence, and surplus value, which together formed the outline of a quantitative, material, and measurable configuration, are now things of the past. Productive forces outlined another reference which, although in contradiction with the relations of production, remained a reference, that of social wealth. An aspect of production still supports both a social form called capital and its internal critique called Marxism. Now, revolutionary demands are based on the abolition of the commodity law of value. Now we have passed from the commodity law of value to the structural law of value, and this coincides with the obliteration of the social form known as production. Given this, are we still within a capitalist mode? It may be that we are in a hyper-capitalist mode, or in a very different order. Is the form of capital bound to the law of value in general, or to some specific form of the law of value? Perhaps we are really already within a socialist mode. Perhaps this metamorphosis of capital under the sign of the structural law of value is merely its socialist outcome. Oh dear! If the life and death of capital are staked on the commodity law of value, if the revolution is staked on the mode of production, then we are within neither capital nor revolution. If this latter consists in a liberation of the social and generic production of man, then there is no longer any prospect of a revolution, since there is no more production. If, on the other hand, capital is a mode of domination, then we are always in its midst. This is because the structural law of value is the purest, most illegible form of social domination, like surplus value. It no longer has any references within a dominant class or a relation of forces. It works without violence, entirely reabsorbed without any trace of bloodshed into the signs which surround us, operative everywhere in the code in which capital finally holds its purest discourses, beyond the dialects of industry, trade, and finance, beyond the dialects of class which it held in its productive phase, a symbolic violence inscribed everywhere in signs, even in the signs of the revolution. The structural revolution of value eliminated the basis of the revolution. The loss of reference fatally affected first the revolutionary systems of reference, which can no longer be found in any social substance of production, nor in the certainty of a reversal in any truth of labor power. This is because labor is not a power, it has become one sign amongst many. Like every other sign, it produces and consumes itself. It is exchanged against non-labor, leisure, in accordance with a total equivalence. It is commutable with every other sector of everyday life. No more or less alienated, it is no longer a unique, historical praxis giving rise to unique social relations. Like most practices, it is now only a set of signing operations. It becomes part of contemporary life in general, that is, it is framed by signs. It is no longer even the suffering of historical prostitution which used to play the role of the contrary promise of final emancipation, or, as in Lyotard, as the space of the worker's enjoyment jouissance which fulfills an unremitting desire in the abjection of value and the rule of capital. Point 4. None of this remains true. Sign form seizes labor and rids it of every historical or libidinal significance, and absorbs it in the process of its own reproduction. The operation of the sign, behind the empty allusion to what it designates, is to replicate itself. In the past, labor was used to designate the reality of a social production and a social objective of accumulating wealth. Even capital and surplus value exploited it, precisely where it retained a use value for the expanded reproduction of capital and its final destruction. It was shot through with finality anyway. If the worker is absorbed in the pure and simple reproduction of his labor power, it is not true that the process of production is experienced as senseless repetition. Labor revolution is a society through its very abjection, as a commodity whose potential always exceeds pure and simple reproduction of value. Today this is no longer the case, since labor is no longer productive but has become reproductive of the assignation to labor which is the general habit of a society which no longer knows whether or not it wishes to produce. No more myths of production and no more contents of production. National balance sheets now merely retrace a numerical and statistical growth devoid of meaning, an inflation of the signs of accountancy over which we can no longer even project the fantasy of the collective will. The pathos of growth itself is dead, since no one believes any longer in the pathos of production, whose final, paranoid and panic-stricken tumescence it was. Today these codes are detumescent. It remains, however, more necessary than ever to reproduce labor as a social ritual affectation, as a reflex, as morality, as consensus, as regulation, as the reality principle. The reality principle of the code, that is, an immense ritual of the signs of labor, extends over society in general. Since it reproduces itself, it matters little whether or not it produces. It is much more effective to socialize by means of rituals and signs than by the bound energies of production. You are asked only to become socialized, not to produce or to excel yourself, this classical ethic now arouses suspicion instead. You are asked only to consider value, according to the structural definition which here takes on its full social significance, as one term in relation to others, to function as a sign in the general scenario of production, just as labor and production now function only as signs, as terms commutable with non-labor, consumption, communication, etc. A multiple, incessant, twisting relation across the entire network of other signs. Labor, once voided of its energy and substance, and generally disinvested, is given a new role as the model of social simulation, bringing all the other categories along with it into the aleatory sphere of the code. An unervingly strange state of affairs, this sudden plunge into a sort of secondary existence, separated from you by all the opacity of a previous life, where there was a familiarity and an intimacy in the traditional process of labor. Even the concrete reality of exploitation, the violent sociality of labor, is familiar. This has all gone now, and is due not so much to the operative abstraction of the process of labor, so often described, as to the passage of every signification of labor into an operational field where it becomes a floating variable, dragging the whole imaginary of a previous life along with it. Beyond the autonomization of production as mode, beyond the convulsions, contradictions, and revolutions inherent in the mode, the code of production must re-emerge. This is the dimension things are taking on today, at the end of a materialist history which has succeeded in authenticating it as the real movement of society. Art, religion, and duty have no real history for Marx, only production has a history, or, rather, it is history, it grounds history. An incredible fabrication of labor and production as historical reason and the generic model of fulfillment. The end of this religious autonomization of production allows us to see that all of this could equally have been produced, this time in the sense of a stage production and a scenario, fairly recently, with totally different goals than the internal finalities, that is, the revolution, secreted away within production. To analyze production as a code cuts across both the material evidence of machines, factories, labor time, the product, salaries, and money, and the more formal, but equally objective, evidence of surplus value, the market, capital, to discover the rule of the game which is to destroy the logical network of the agencies of capital, and even the critical network of the Marxian categories which analyze it, which categories are again only an appearance at the second degree of capital, its critical appearance, in order to discover the elementary signifiers of production, the social relations it establishes, buried away forever beneath the historical illusion of the producers, and the theoreticians. Labor. Labor power is not a power, it is a definition, an axiom, and its real operation in the labor process, its use value, is only the reduplication of this definition in the operation of the code. It is at the level of the sign, never at the level of energy, that violence is fundamental. The mechanism of capital, and not its law, plays on surplus value, the non-equivalence of the salary and labor power. Even if the two were equivalent, even if salaries were abolished, for the sale of labor power, man would still be marked by this axiom, by this destiny of production, by this sacrament of labor which sets him apart like a sex. The worker is no longer a man, nor even a woman, it has its own sex, it is assigned this labor power as an end, and marked by it as a woman is marked by her sex, her sexual definition, as a black is by the color of his or her skin, all signs and nothing but signs. We must distinguish what belongs to the mode and what belongs to the code of production. Before becoming an element of the commodity law of value, labor power is initially a status, a structure of obedience to a code. Before becoming exchange value or use value, it is already, like any other commodity, the sign of the operation of nature as value, which defines production and is the basic axiom of our culture and no other. This message, much more profoundly than quantitative equivalences, runs beneath commodities from the outset, to remove indeterminacy from nature, and man, in order to submit it to the determinacy of value. This is confirmed in the constructionist mania for bulldozers, motorways, infrastructures, and in the civilizing mania of the era of production, a mania for leaving no fragment unproduced, for countersigning everything with production, without even the hope of an excess of wealth. Producing in order to mark, producing in order to reproduce the marked man. What is production today apart from this terrorism of the code? This is as clear for us as it was for the first industrial generations, who dealt with machines as with an absolute enemy, harbingers of total destructuration, before the comforting dream of a historical dialectic of production developed. The Luddite practices which arose everywhere to some extent, the savagery of attacking the instrument of production, primarily attacking itself as the productive force, endemic sabotage and defection bear lengthy testimony to the fragility of the productive order. Smashing machines is an aberrant act if they are the means of production, if any ambiguity remains over their future use value. If, however, the ends of this production collapse, then the respect due to the means of production also collapses, and the machines appear as their true end, as direct and immediate operational signs of the social relation to death on which capital is nourished. Nothing then stands in the way of their destruction. In this sense, the Luddites were much clearer than Marx on the impact of the eruption of the industrial order, and today, at the catastrophic end of this process, to which Marx himself has misled us in the dialectical euphoria of productive forces, they have in some sense exacted their revenge. We do not mean to invoke the prestige that may attach to a particular type of labor when we say that labor is a sign, nor even the sense of improvement signified by wage labor for the Algerian immigrant in relation to his tribal community, or for the Moroccan kid from the high Atlas Mountains whose only dream is to work for Simca, or for women in our own society. In this case, labor refers to a strict value, betterment or a different status. On the contemporary stage, labor no longer emerges from this referential definition of the sign. There is no longer any proper signification of a particular type of labor or of labor in general, but a system of labor where jobs are exchanged. No more right man in the right place, an old adage of the scientific idealism of production. There are no more interchangeable but indispensable individuals in a determinate labor process, since the labor process itself has become interchangeable, mobile, polyvalent, and intermittent structures of absorption, indifferent to every object and even to labor itself, when understood according to its classical operation and applied solely to localize each individual within a social nexus where nothing converges except perhaps within the immanence of this operational matrix, an indifferent paradigm which identifies every individual according to a shared radical, or a syntagma which links them into an indefinite combinatory mode. Labor, even in the guise of leisure, like a primary repression, pervades every aspect of life in the form of a control, a permanent occupation of spaces and times regulated according to an omnipresent code. Wherever there are people, they must be fixed, whether in schools, factories, on the beach, in front of the TV, or being retrained. Generalist and permanent mobilization. Such labor is not, however, productive in the sense of original, it is nothing more than the mirror of society, its imaginary, its fantastic reality principle. Perhaps its death drive. This is the tendency of every current strategy that turns around labor, job enrichment, flexitime, mobility, retraining, continuing education, autonomy, worker management, decentralization of the labor process, even the Californian utopia of domestic cybernetics. Your quotidian roots are no longer savagely ripped up in order to hand you over to the machine. Your childhood, your habits, your relationships, your unconscious drives, and even your refusal to work are integrated into it. You will easily find a place for yourself amongst all of this, a personalized job, or, failing that, there is a welfare provision calculated according to your personal needs. In any case, you will no longer be abandoned, since it is essential that everyone be a terminal for the entire system, an insignificant terminal, but a term nonetheless, not an inarticulate cry, but a term of the long N at the terminus of the entire structural network of the language. The very choice of work, the utopia of a tailor-made job, signifies that the die is cast, that the structure of absorption is total. Labor power is no longer brutally bought and sold, it is designed, marketed, and turned into a commodity. Production re-enters the sine system of consumption. An initial step of this analysis was to conceive the sphere of consumption as an extension of the sphere of the forces of production. We must now do the reverse. The entire sphere of production, labor, and the forces of production must be conceived as collapsing into the sphere of consumption, understood as the sphere of a generalist axiomatic, a coded exchange of signs, a general lifestyle. In this way knowledge, the sciences, attitudes, devers, le discours du capitalisme Paris, Elhern, 1971, p. 36, why not consider the attitudes of the workforce as one of the resources to be managed by the boss, but also sexuality and the body, the imagination, Ibid, p. 74, the imagination is all that remains bound to the pleasure principle, whereas the psychical apparatus is subordinated to the reality principle, Freud. We must put a stop to this waste. The imagination should be realized as a force of production, it should be invested. The slogan of technocracy is, power to the imagination. The same goes for the unconscious, the revolution, and so on. True, all this is in the process of being invested and absorbed into the sphere of value, but not so much market value as accountable value, that is, it is not mobilized for the sake of production, but indexed, allocated, summoned to play the part of a functional variable. It has become not so much a force of production as several pieces on the chessboard of the code, caught in the same game rules. The axiom of production now tends to be reduced to factors, the axiom of the code reduces everything to a variable. One leads to equations and balance sheets of forces, and the other tends towards mobile and aleatory sets, which neutralize whatever escapes or resists them by connection and not by annexation. This goes much further than Taylorism, or the scientific organization of labor, soul, but its specter marks an essential milestone of investment by the code. Two phases can be distinguished. The pre-scientific phase of the industrial system, characterized by maximum exploitation of labor power, is succeeded by the phase of machinery and the preponderance of fixed capital, where objectified labor appears not only in the form of product, or of the product employed as the means of labor, but in the form of the force of production itself. Marx, Grundrisse Tr. Martin Nicholas, Harmonsworth, Penguin, 1973, p. 694. This accumulation of objectified labor which supplants living labor as a force of production is subsequently multiplied to infinity by the accumulation of knowledge, and of skill, of the general productive forces of the social brain, is thus absorbed into capital, as opposed to labor, and hence appears as an attribute of capital, and more specifically of fixed capital, Ibid, p. 694. In the phase of machinery, the scientific apparatus, the collective laborer and the soul, the production process has ceased to be a labor process in the sense of a process dominated by labor as its governing unity, Ibid, p. 693. There is no longer any original force of production, only a general machinery transforming the forces of production into capital, or, rather, a machinery which manufactures both the force of production and labor power. The whole social apparatus of labor is forestalled by this operation. The collective machinery has begun to produce social goals directly, and this is what produces production. The hegemony of dead labor over living labor. Primitive accumulation merely accumulates dead labor to the point that it can reabsorb living labor. Or, in other words, it becomes capable of controlling the production of living labor for its own ends. This is why the end of primitive accumulation marks the decisive turning point of political economy, the transition to the preponderance of dead labor, to crystallized social relations incarnated in dead labor, weighing down on society in its entirety as the code of domination itself. Marx's greatest error was to have retained a belief in the innocence of machines, the technical process and science, all of which were supposedly capable of becoming living social labor once the system of capital was liquidated, despite the fact that this is precisely what the system is based on. This pious hope springs from having underestimated death in dead labor, and from thinking that death is overcome in the living, beyond a certain crucial point, by a sort of historical somersault of production. Marx had, however, sensed this while noting that objectified labor confronts living labor within the process itself as the power which rules it, a power which, as the appropriation of living labor, is the form of capital. Grundriss, p. 693 J.B.S. emphasis. This also becomes apparent in the formula according to which, at a certain stage of capital, man steps to the side of the production process, instead of being its chief actor. Ibid, p. 705. This formula goes well beyond political economy and its critique, since it literally signifies that it is a matter no longer of a production process, but of a process of exclusion and relegation. We must again draw out all the consequences of this. When production attains the circularity and turns in on itself, it loses every objective determination. It incants itself as myth while its own terms have become signs. Simultaneously, when this sphere of signs, including the media, information, etc., ceases to be a specific sphere for representing the unity of the global process of capital, then we must not only say with Marx that the production process has ceased to be a labor process, Ibid, p. 693, but that the process of capital itself has ceased to be a production process. With the hegemony of dead labor over living labor, the whole dialectic of production collapses. Following the same basic schema as the central oppositions of rationalist thought, truth and falsity, appearance and reality, nature and culture, all the oppositions according to which Marxism operates, use value/exchange value, forces of production/relations of production, are also neutralized, and in the same way. Everything within production and the economy becomes commutable, reversible, and exchangeable according to the same indeterminate specularity as we find in politics, fashion or the media. The indeterminate specularity of the forces and relations of production, of capital and labor, use value and exchange value, constitutes the dissolution of production into the code. Today the law of value no longer lies so much in the exchangeability of every commodity under the sign of a general equivalent, as it does in a much more radical exchangeability of all the categories of political economy, and its critique, in accordance with the code. All the determinations of bourgeois thought were neutralized and abolished by the materialist thought of production, which has brought everything down to a single great historical determination. In its turn, however, this too is neutralized and absorbed by a revolution of the terms of the system. Just as other generations were able to dream of pre-capitalist society, we have begun to dream of political economy as a lost object. Now, even its discourse carries some referential force only because it is a lost object. Marx. On the whole, types of work that are consumed as services and not as products separable from the worker, hence not capable of existing as commodities independently of him, are of microscopic significance when compared with the mass of capitalist production. They may be entirely neglected, therefore, and can be dealt with under the category of wage labor. Capital Tr. Benthaux, Harmonsworth, Penguin 1976, Volume 1, pages 1044-5. This chapter of Capital was never written. The problem posed by this disjunction, which confirms that between productive and unproductive labor, is utterly insoluble. Every Marxist definition of labor is split, but this was happening from the outset. In the Grundriss, Marx says, labor becomes productive only by producing its own opposite, that is, capital, p. 305n, from which we may logically conclude that if labor comes to reproduce itself, as is the case today within the compass of the collective laborer, it ceases to be productive. This is the unforeseen consequence of a definition which did not even consider that capital might take root in something other than the productive, precisely, perhaps, in labor voided of its productivity, in unproductive labor, somehow neutralized, where capital simply eludes the dangerous determinacy of productive labor and can begin to establish its total domination. By misunderstanding unproductive labor, Marx concedes the real undefined character of labor on which the strategy of capital is based. Production for unproductive consumption is quite as productive as that for productive consumption, always assuming that it produces or reproduces capital. Grundriss, p. 306n. According to Marx's own definition, there is a paradox here which results from an increasing sector of human labor becoming unproductive without apparently preventing capital from consolidating its dominance. In fact, however, this is all rigged in advance. There are not 2 or 3 types of labor. 7 Capital itself whispered these pedantic distinctions to Marx, while never being stupid enough to believe in them itself, always merely naively overlooking them. There is only one sort of labor, a fundamental definition in fact, and as luck would have it this is the one that Marx let slip through his fingers. Today all labor falls under a single definition, that bastard, archaic and unanalyzed category of service labor, and not the supposedly universal classical definition of proletarian wage labor. This is not service labor in the feudal sense, since labor has lost the sense of obligation and reciprocity that it had in the feudal context, but in the sense that Marx indicates. In service, prestation is inseparable from the prestator, an archaic aspect in the productivist vision of capital, but one that's fundamental if capital is grasped as a system of domination, as a system of infeudation to a laboring society, that is, to a certain type of political society for which labor is the rule of the game. This is where we are, if we weren't already there in Marx's time. The reduction of every labor to a service, labor as pure and simple presence/occupation, consumption of time, prestation of time. We make an act of labor as we make an act of presence or an act of allegiance. In this sense, prestation is in fact inseparable from the prestator. The service rendered conjoins the body, time, space, and gray matter. Whether this produces or not is a matter of indifference as regards this personal indexation. Surplus value disappears, of course, and the meaning of wages changes. We will come back to this later. It is not, however, a regression of capital towards feudalism, but rather the dawn of its real domination, solicitation, and total conscription of the person. This is the tendency of every effort to rid totalis labor, making it into a total service where the prestator may be more or less absent, but increasingly personally involved. In this sense labor can no longer be distinguished from other activities, particularly from its opposing term of free time, which, because it implies the same mobilization and the same investment, or the same productive disinvestment, is today just as much a service rendered aid which, in accordance with any standard of justice, should merit a wage. This is not absolutely impossible. Point 9. In short, it is not only the imaginary distinction between productive and unproductive labor which is shaken up, but also the distinction between work and rest itself. There is quite simply no more labor in the specific sense of the term, so Marx ultimately did well not to write his chapter of Capital. It was condemned from the outset. It is at precisely this moment that workers become agents of production. This slippage of terminology, such things have their own importance, ironically signifies the status of one who produces nothing. The semi-skilled worker was no longer a laborer, but merely a worker facing the total indifferentiation of labor, no longer struggling over the content of labor nor over specific wages, but struggling over the generalist form of labor and the political wage. The formation of the agent of production is accompanied by his liberation from the most abstract form, much more abstract than the old semi-skilled worker, exploited to death. The mannequin of labor appeared, the lowest common denominator, the dumbwaiter of labor's unreality principle. A pleasant euphemism, we no longer work, but merely perform acts of production. This is the end of production culture, hence the a contrario appearance of the term productive. This productive agent is no longer characterized by its exploitation, nor by its being raw material in a labor process. It is characterized by its mobility and interchangeability, by being an insignificant inflection of fixed capital. The agent of production designates the ultimate status of Marx's worker who, as he said, steps to the side of the production process. The current phase, where the process of capital itself ceases to be a process of production, is simultaneously the phase of the disappearance of the factory. Society as a whole takes on the appearance of a factory. The factory must disappear as such, and labor must lose its specificity in order that capital can ensure the extensive metamorphosis of its form throughout society as a whole. We must therefore formally recognize the disappearance of the determinate sites of labor, a determinate subject of labor, a determinate time of social labor. We must formally recognize the disappearance of the factory, labor, and the proletariat if we want to analyze capital's current and real dominance. Point 10. The chain store stage of society, or the factory superstructure, the virtual reserve army of capital, is at an end. The principle of the factory and labor explodes and scatters over every aspect of society in such a way that the distinction between the two becomes ideological. It becomes one of capital's traps for maintaining the factory's specific and privileged presence in the revolutionary imaginary. Labor is everywhere, because there is no more labor. Labor now reaches its definitive, completed form, its principle, which supports and confirms the principles elaborated in the course of history in those other social spaces that preceded manufacturing industry and served as a model for it: the asylum, the ghetto, the general hospital, the prison, all the sites of enclosure and concentration that our culture has hidden in its march to civilization. Today, all these determinate sites are themselves losing even their own limits. They are spread throughout global society since the asylum form, carceral form, and discrimination have begun to invest the whole social space, every moment of real life. Point 11. All these things, factories, asylums, prisons, schools, still exist, and will no doubt continue to exist for an indefinite period, as warning signs, to divert the reality of the domination of capital into an imaginary materiality. There have always been churches to hide the death of God, or to hide the fact that God was everywhere, which amounts to the same thing. There will always be animal reserves and Indian reservations to hide the fact that they are dead, and that we are all Indians. There will always be factories to hide the death of labor, the death of production, or the fact that they are everywhere and nowhere at once. For there is nothing with which to fight capital today in determinate forms. On the contrary, should it become clear that capital is no longer determined by something or other, and that its secret weapon is the reproduction of labor as imaginary, then capital itself would be close to exhaustion. Wages. Labor, which in its completed form has no relation to any determinate production, is also without any equivalent in wages. Wages are equivalent to labor power only from the perspective of the quantitative reproduction of labor power. When they become the sanction of the status of labor power, the sign of obedience to the rule of the game of capital, wages no longer possess any such meaning. They are no longer in any proportional or equivalence relation at all. 12. They are a sacrament, like a baptism, or the extreme unction, which turns you into a genuine citizen of the political society of capital. Beyond the economic investment which constitutes the worker's wage revenue for capital, end of the salariat as exploitation, beginning of the salariat as the actionariat of capitalist society, the worker's strategic function slides towards consumption as obligatory social service. It is the other sense of the term investment which brings it into the current phase of wage status. Capital invested the worker with a wage just as one used to be invested with a charge or a responsibility. But capital also invested the worker as one might invest a town, totally occupying it and controlling all access. Point 13. It is not solely by means of wage revenue that capital charges producers to keep money in circulation and thus to become real reproducers of capital, but more fundamentally by means of the wage status by which they are turned into purchasers of goods in the same way that capital itself is the purchaser of labor. Every user uses consumer objects reduced to the functional status of the production of services, just as capital uses labor power. Everyone is thus invested with the fundamental mentality of capital. On the other hand, as soon as wages are detached from labor power, nothing, not even the unions, stands in the way of an unlimited and maximal wage demand. If there is a right price for a certain quantity of labor force, a price can no longer be fixed on consensus and global participation. The traditional wage demand is only a negotiation over the producer's conditions. The maximalist demand is an offensive form of the wage earner's reversal of his status as a reproducer, a status to which he is condemned by means of the wage. It is a challenge. The wage earner wants everything. His method is not only to aggravate the economic crisis of the system but to turn every political constraint that the system imposes against it. The maximalist slogan runs, "Maximum wage for minimum labor." The political result of this escalating reversal might indeed be to send the system into orbit, in accordance with its own logic of labor as enforced presence. For wage earners operate no longer as producers, but rather in terms of non-production, a role assigned them by capital. Neither do they operate dialectically, their interventions are catastrophic. The less there is to do, the more wage increases must be demanded, since the minimal job is a more obvious sign of an absurdity than that of enforced presence. This is the class that capital transforms in its own image, even robbed of its exploitation, the use of its labor power. It couldn't pay capital too much for this denial of production, this loss of identity, this debauchery. The exploited can demand only the minimum, but lower their status and they are free to demand everything. 14 The striking thing about this is that capital can follow into these fields with relative ease. It is not too much for the unions to make those wage earners without consciousness aware of the wage-labor equivalence which capital itself has abolished. It is not too much for the unions to channel this unlimited wage blackmail into the wholesome straits of negotiation. Without the unions, the workers would immediately demand 50% or 100% or 200% increases, and perhaps get them. There are examples of this in the United States and Japan. 15. Money. The homology Saussure established between labor and the signified on the one hand, and wages and the signifier on the other, is a kind of matrix which can be used as a base from which to survey political economy in its entirety. Today, however, the contrary proves to be the case. Signifiers are severed from signifieds and wages are severed from labor. The escalating play of the signifier parallels the escalation of wages. Saussure was right, political economy is a language long, and the same mutation that affects linguistic signs when they lose their referential status also affects the categories of political economy. The same process ramifies in two other directions. Production is severed from every reference or social finality. It then enters a growth phase. We must not interpret this growth as an acceleration, but in another sense, as something which marks and brings about the end of production. This is characterized by a significant divergence between production, on the one hand, and a relatively contingent and autonomous consumption, on the other. When, after the crisis of 1929, and especially after the Second World War, consumption began to be literally planned, that is, took on the force at once of a myth and of a controlled variable, we enter a phase where neither production nor consumption retains any proper determinations nor respective ends. Both become caught in a cycle or spiral, they are overcome by a confusion propagated by growth which leaves the traditional social objectives of production and consumption well behind. This process has only itself as an end. It no longer targets needs or profits. It is not an acceleration of productivity, but a structural inflation of the signs of production, an oscillation and proliferation of every sign, including monetary signs. It is the era of rocket launching programs, Concord and total war strategies, of the proliferation of industrial estates, social or individual infrastructural facilities, training programs, and recycling, etc. Production for production's sake in accordance with the constraint of reinvestment at any cost, reinvestment no longer operating as the rate of surplus value. The crowning achievement of this reproductive planning promises to be anti-pollution measures, where the entire productive system will recycle and therefore eliminate its own waste products. This huge equation adds up to zero, not nothing, however, because the dialectic of pollution and anti-pollution produces inchoate aspirations to growth without end. The monetary sign is severed from every social production and then enters a phase of speculation and limitless inflation. Inflation is to money what the escalation of wages is to the sale of labor power, and what growth is to production. In each case, the same split releases the same burst of frantic activity and the same virtual crisis, the splitting of wages and the right price of labor power, and the splitting of money and real production, both result in the loss of a system of reference. Abstract social labor time on the one hand and the gold standard on the other lose their function as indices and criteria of equivalence. Wage inflation and monetary inflation, as well as growth, are therefore of the same type and are inseparable. 16 Purged of finalities and the affects of production, money becomes speculative. From the gold standard, which had already ceased to be the representative equivalent of a real production but still retains traces of this in a certain equilibrium, little inflation, the convertibility of money into gold, etc., to hot money and generalist flotation, money is transformed from a referential sign into its structural form, the floating signifier's own logic, not in Levi-Strauss's sense, where it has not yet discovered its signified, but in the sense that it is well rid of every signified, every real equivalent, as a break to its proliferation and its unlimited play. Money can thus be reproduced according to a simple play of transfers and writings, according to an incessant splitting and increase of its own abstract substance. Hot money, a name given to eurodollars, doubtless in order to characterize the senseless circulations of the monetary sign. Now, however, we should more accurately say that money has become cool, this term designating, following McLuhan and Reisman, an intense but non-effective relativity of terms, a play sustained purely by the rules of the game, the commutation of terms and the exhaustion of these commutations. By contrast, hot characterizes the referential phase of the sign, with its singularity and the opacity of its signified in the real, its very powerful affect and its minimal commutability. We are right in the middle of the sign's cool phase. The current system of labor is cool, every structural assemblage is, generally speaking, cool, while both classical production and labor, hot processes par excellence, have been replaced by unlimited growth bound to a disinvestment of the contents and process of labor, which are cool processes. Coolness is the pure play of the values of discourse and the commutations of writing. It is the ease and aloofness of what now only really plays with codes, signs, and words, the omnipotence of operational simulation. To whatever extent effects or systems of reference remain, they remain hot. Any message keeps us in the hot. We enter the cool era when the medium becomes the message. And this is precisely what has taken place with money. Once a certain phase of disconnection has been reached, money is no longer a medium or a means to circulate commodities, it is circulation itself, that is to say, it is the realized form of the system in its twisting abstraction. Money is the first commodity to assume the status of a sign and to escape use value. Henceforth, it intensifies the system of exchange value, turning it into a visible sign, and in this way makes the transparency of the market, and therefore of rarity too, visible. Today, however, money sanctions a further step, it also escapes exchange value. Freed from the market itself, it becomes an autonomous simulacrum, relieved of every message and every signification of exchange, becoming a message itself and exchanging amongst itself. Money is then no longer a commodity since it no longer contains any use value or exchange value, nor is it any longer a general equivalent, that is, it is no longer a mediating abstraction of the market. Money circulates at a greater rate than everything else, and has no common measure with anything else. We could of course say that this has always been the case, that since the first light shone on the market economy, money circulated at the highest rate and drew every other sector into this acceleration. And throughout the history of capital there is a distortion of all the different levels, financial, industrial, agricultural, but also consumer goods, etc., according to the speed at which it circulates. These distortions still persist today, as the resistance of national currencies, bound up with a market, a production, and a local equilibrium, to international speculative currencies testifies. It is, however, the latter that is leading the offensive, because it is what circulates at the highest rate, it is what drifts and floats. A simple play of flotation can ruin any national economy. In accordance with the differential rate of rotation, every sector is thus directed by this high-intensity flotation which, far from being a baroque, epiphenomenal process, what is the stock market for, is the purest expression of the system. We discover this scenario everywhere, in the inconvertibility of currencies into gold, or in the inconvertibility of signs into their systems of reference, in the floating and generalist convertibility of currencies amongst themselves, or in the mobility and the endless structural play of signs. But we also discover this in the flotation of all the categories of political economy once they lose their gold reference: labor power and social production, labor and non-labor, labor and capital, become commutable, all logic has dissolved, and we discover this in the flotation of all the categories of consciousness where the mental equivalent of the gold standard, the subject, has been lost. There are no more authorities to which to refer, under whose jurisdiction producers could exchange their values in accordance with controlled equivalence, the end of the gold standard. There are no more authorities to which to refer, under whose aegis a subject could exchange objects dialectically, or exchange their determinations around a stable identity in accordance with definite rules, the end of the conscious subject. We are tempted to say that this is the reign of the unconscious. The logical consequence of this is, if the conscious subject is the mental equivalent of the gold standard, then the unconscious is the mental equivalent of speculative currency and hot money. Today, individuals, disinvested as subjects and robbed of their fixed relations, are drifting, in relation to one another, into an incessant mode of transferential fluctuations, flows, connections, disconnections, transference/countertransference. Society as a whole could easily be described in terms of the Deleuzian unconscious 17 or of monetary mechanics, or indeed in the Riesmanian terms of other directedness, which is already, unfortunately in Anglo-Saxon and therefore barely schizophrenic terms, the flotation of identities. Why privilege the unconscious here, even if it is orphan and schizophrenic? The unconscious is that mental structure contemporaneous with the most radical, current phase of dominant exchange. It is contemporaneous with the structural revolution of value. Strikes. Within a system of production, strikes were historically justified as organized violence for purposes of snatching a fraction of surplus value, or else power, from the opposing violence of capital. Today this form of the strike is dead. It is dead because capital is in a position to leave every strike to continue until it rots, precisely because we are no longer in a system of production, maximalization of surplus value. Profits be damned so long as the reproduction of the form of social relations is saved. It is dead because such strikes change nothing fundamental. Contemporary capital merely redistributes itself, a matter of life or death for it. At best, strikes merely snatch only what, in the end, capital would have conceded anyway. So if relations of production, and with them the class struggle, fall into orchestrated social and political relations, then clearly all that can intervene in this cycle is what escapes the organization and definition of class as a representative historical agency, a productive historical agency. Only those who escape the swings and roundabouts of production and representation can disrupt these mechanisms and provoke, from the depths of their blinded state, a return to the class struggle, which might indeed mark the end of this struggle as a locus within the political. It is here that the intervention of immigrants in recent strikes 18 takes on meaning. Because millions of workers find themselves, by means of the mechanics of discrimination, deprived of all representative authority, their appearance on the Western stage of the class struggle carries the crisis of representation to a crucial level. Kept classless by society as a whole, including the unions, and, on this point, with the economic racial complicity of their rank and file, for the organized proletarian class, centered on its relations with political economic forces with the bourgeois capitalist class, the immigrant is objectively an enemy of the class. The immigrants play, through the action of this social exclusion, the role of analysts of the relation between workers and the unions, and, more generally, of the Relation between the class and every representative authority of the class. They are deviant as regards the system of political representation and of every authority who claims to speak in their name. This situation will not last. Unions and bosses have sensed the danger and have begun to reintegrate the immigrants as temporary full citizens, full-time extras on the stage of the class struggle. The autopsy of the unions. The Renault strike of March, April 1973 constituted a general repetition of this crisis. Apparently confused, uncoordinated, manipulated and, in the final analysis, a failure, except for the extraordinary terminological victory that consisted in the replacement of the once taboo term semi-skilled worker with the term agent of production. This strike was in reality the beautiful swan song of the unions, caught between their rank and file and the bosses. From the outset it was a savage strike, unleashed by semi-skilled immigrant workers. The CGT-19, however, had a weapon ready to counter this accidental war, namely spreading the strike to other factories or to other sectors of the workforce, thus taking advantage of the now ritual spring mass demonstrations. Yet even this mechanism of control, which had been repeatedly tested ever since 1968, which the unions counted they could rely on for generations to come, let them down this time. Even the non-savage rank and file, at Seguin, Flins, and Sandouville, were sometimes on strike and sometimes back at work, which is also important, without paying heed to the advice from their unions. The unions were constantly being caught off guard. The workers wanted nothing to do with whatever the unions won from management and put before them. Those concessions they drew from the workers in order to relaunch negotiations with management were rejected by the management, who then closed down the factories. Management appealed to the workers while ignoring the unions, and in fact deliberately forced the crisis in order to force the unions to retreat. Couldn't they control all the workers? The unions' social legitimacy, and even their existence, was at issue. Hence the bosses, and all levels of government, adoption of a hard line. It was no longer a question of a test of strength between the organized, unionized, proletariat and the bosses, but of a test of representativity for the unions, under pressure from both the rank and file and management. Such tests result from every savage strike over the last few years sparked off by non-union personnel, rebellious youth, immigrants, the classless. The stakes at this level are extraordinary. The entire edifice of society threatens to collapse with the union's legitimacy and representativity. Adjudicators and other mediating bodies no longer count for much. Even the police are useless without the unions if the latter cannot police the factories and elsewhere. In May '68, it was the unions who saved the regime, but now their knell is being sounded. The import of the stakes is profoundly expressed in the utter confusion of events such as the Renault strike and May '68, and this holds good for student demonstrations just as it does for the Renault strikes. To strike or not to strike? Where do we stand on this? No one can decide anymore. What are the objectives? Where are the enemy? What are we talking about? The Geiger counters that the unions, parties, and microgroups use to measure the masses' readiness for combat are thrown into turmoil. The student movement is too fluid for the hands of those who would like to structure it according to their own objectives. Don't they have any objectives? In any case, it did not want to become objectified behind its back. The workers went back to work without gaining a thing, while 8 days beforehand they had refused when they were offered palpable benefits. In fact, this confusion is similar to what happens in dreams. It betrays a resistance or a censorship acting on the dream content itself. Here it betrays something of vital importance, something difficult, however, for the proletarians themselves to accept. The social struggle has been displaced from the traditional, external enemy of the class, management, and capital, onto the internal class enemy, the proper representative authority for the class, the party, or the union. These are the authorities to which the workers delegate their power, which is turned against them under the form of management or government delegations of power. Capital itself only alienates labor power and its product, its only monopoly is production. Parties and unions alienate social power from the exploited and have a monopoly on representation. Calling them into question is a revolutionary historical development. But this development is paid for by a loss of clarity, a loss of resolution, an apparent regression, the absence of continuity, logic, and objectives, etc. This is because everything becomes uncertain when it is a matter of confronting one's own repressive agency, of driving the unionist, shop steward, official, or spokesperson from one's own head. But the confusing character of Spring '73 indicates precisely that we have fundamentally located the problem. The unions and parties are dead, all that remains for them to do is die. The corrupted proletariat. The crisis of representation is the crucial political aspect of the latest social movements. In itself, this crisis may prove fatal to the system, and already we can see the emerging outline, in the unions themselves, of its formal overcoming, its recuperation, in a generalist schema of self-management. No more delegation of power, everyone will be fully responsible for production. The new ideological generation is coming. But it will have a great deal to do, because this crisis is intricately bound up with another crisis, deeper still, which touches production itself, the very system of productivity. And there again, indirectly of course, the immigrants are in the position of analysts. Just as they analyze the proletariat's relation to its representative agencies, they analyze the workers' relation to their own labor power, their relation to themselves as a productive force, and not only to a few of them, selected as representative authorities. This is because they have recently been extracted from a non-productivist tradition, because they had to be socially destructured in order to be thrown into the process of Western labor, and because, in return, it is they who thoroughly destructure the general process and morality of production which dominates Western societies. It is just as if their forced recruitment into the European market provoked an increasing corruption of the European proletariat as regards labor and production. It is no longer simply a matter of clandestine practices of resistance to labor, go-slows, wastage, absenteeism, etc., which have never stopped. This time the workers down tools openly, collectively, and spontaneously, just like that, suddenly, asking for nothing, negotiating nothing, to the great despair of both unions and management, and started work again just as spontaneously, as a group, the following Monday. Neither failure nor victory, it was not a strike, it was just a stoppage, a euphemism which says far more than the term strike. The whole discipline of labor collapses, all the moral norms and practices that industrial colonization has imposed on Europe for 2 centuries disintegrate and are forgotten with apparent ease, without the class struggle strictly speaking. Discontinuity, latitudinarian, indiscipline as regards working hours, indifference with regard to wage pressure, to surplus, promotion, accumulation, forecasting. You do only what you have to, then stop and go back to it later. This is exactly the behavior that inhabitants of developing countries were reproached for by the colonists, who found it impossible to train the inhabitants to obey value and labor, rational and continuous time, the concept of saving wages, and so on. It is only by sending them abroad that the inhabitants were finally integrated into the labor process. And it is at precisely this point that Western workers start to regress more and more into the behavior of underdeveloped inhabitants. It is not that seeing the Western proletariat in the grip of corruption constitutes a revenge for colonization in its most advanced form, importing manual labor, although one day it might have to be the turn of the proletariat to be exported to the developing countries in order to relearn the historical and revolutionary values of labor. There is a direct relation between the ultra-colonization of immigrant workers, since the colonies were not profitable where they were, they had to be imported, and the industrial decolonization which affects every sector of society, everywhere, in schools and in factories. We move from the hot phase of the investment of labor to the cynical and cool execution of tasks. Because they have most recently left their savage indifference for rational labor, these immigrants, and the young or rural semi-skilled workers, are in a position to analyze Western society with the recent, fragile, superficial, and arbitrary collectivization enforced by labor, this collective paranoia, which has spawned a morality, a culture, and a myth. We have forgotten that it was only 2 centuries ago that this industrial discipline was imposed, at unprecedented cost, on the West itself, that it has never quite succeeded and is beginning to crack dangerously. It will barely have lasted as long, indeed, as overseas colonization. Strike for strike's sake. Strike for strike's sake is the true condition of the contemporary struggle. Unmotivated, with neither objective nor political referent, it is the oppositional response adopted against a production which is also unmotivated, with neither a referent, nor a social use value, nor any other finality than its own, production for production's sake, in short, a system which has become only a system of reproduction, revolving around itself in a gigantic tautology of the labor process. Strike for strike's sake is the complementary tautology, but, since it unveils a new form of capital corresponding to the final stage of the law of value, it is also subversive. Strikes have at last ceased to be a means, and only a means, of putting pressure on the relation of political forces and the power game. It becomes an end. Even on their own ground they negate, by means of a radical parody, the sort of finality without end that production has become. In production for production's sake, there is no more waste. We have no use for this term, which means something only in a restricted utilitarian economy. It relies on a pious critique of the system. Concord, the space program, etc., are not a waste of resources, on the contrary, since the system, having reached this high point of objective futility, produces and reproduces labor itself. Besides, this is precisely what everyone, including the workers and the unions, demands of it. Everything revolves around jobs, the social is just a matter of job creation, and in order to keep their jobs, the British unions are prepared to transform Concorde into a supersonic bomber. Inflation or unemployment. Long live inflation. Labor, like social security, has come to be just another consumer good to be distributed throughout society. The enormous paradox is that the less labor becomes a productive force, the more it becomes a product. This is not the least important characteristic of the current mutations of the capitalist system, the revolution from the specific stage of production to the stage of reproduction. It has less and less need of labor power in order to function and grow, while there are increasing demands on it to produce more and more labor. Corresponding to the absurd circularity of a system where one labors only to produce more labor is the demand for strike's sake. At any rate, this is the point at which the majority of protest strikes have today come to an end. Pay us for the days we are on strike basically means pay us in order that we may reproduce strikes for strike's sake. This is the reversal of the absurdity of the system in general. Today, all products, labor included, are beyond both use and futility. There is no more productive labor, only reproductive labor. In the same way there is no more productive or unproductive consumption, only a reproductive consumption. Leisure is as productive as labor, factory labor as unproductive as leisure or the service industries. It is irrelevant what formula we use. This indifference precisely marks the phase of the completion of political economy. Everyone is reproductive, that is, everyone has lost the concrete finality which once marked them out from one another. Nobody produces any more. Production is dead, long live reproduction. The genealogy of production. The system currently reproduces capital according to its most rigorous definition, as the form of social relations, rather than in its vulgar sense as money, profits, and the economic system. Reproduction has always been understood as, and determined by, an increasing reproduction of the mode of production, even though it became necessary to conceive of the mode of production as a modality, and not the only one, of the mode of reproduction. Productive forces and the relations of production, the sphere of material productivity in other words, are perhaps only one of many possible, and therefore historically relative, conjunctions of the process of reproduction. Reproduction is a form which far outstrips economic exploitation, and so the play of productive forces is not its necessary condition. The historical status of the proletariat, the industrial wage earners, is primarily one of incarceration, concentration, and exclusion. The 17th century incarceration described by Foucault 20 expands grotesquely in the age of industrial manufacture. Didn't industrial labor, which, unlike cottage industries, is collective, controlled, and stripped of the means of production, evolve within the first great Hopitas generas? In the beginning, society, in the process of rationalization, incarcerated its idle, its wanderers, its deviants, gave them an occupation and fixed them, imposed its rational principle of labor on them. But these outcasts contaminated the process of rationalization in turn, and the rupture produced when society instituted its principle of rationality spilled over the whole of the society of labor. The Great Confinement is a model in miniature, later generalized in the industrial system of every society that, under the sign of labor and productivist finality, became a concentration camp, a detention center or a prison. Instead of extending the concepts of the proletariat and exploitation to racial or sexual oppression and such like, we should ask ourselves if it is not the other way round. What if the fundamental status of the worker, like the mad, the dead, nature, beasts, children, blacks and women, was initially to be not exploited but excommunicated? What if he was initially not deprived and exploited but discriminated against and branded? My hypothesis is that there has never been a genuine class struggle except on the grounds of this discrimination, subhuman struggle against their status as beasts, against the abjection of the caste division that condemns them to the subhumanity of labor. This lies behind every strike and every revolt, and today it is still behind the most wage-related demonstrations. Hence their virulence. Having said that, today the proletarian is a normal being, the worker has been promised the dignity of a full human being, and, moreover, in accordance with this category, he seizes onto every dominant discrimination, he is racist, sexist and repressive. As regards today's deviants and whoever is discriminated against, no matter what their social standing, he has sided with the bourgeoisie and the normal human being. How true, the fundamental law of this society is not the law of exploitation, but the code of normality. May 68, the illusion of production. The first shock waves of this transition from production to pure and simple reproduction took place in May 68. They struck the universities first, and the Faculty of Human Sciences first of all, because that was where it became most evident, even without a clear political consciousness, that we were no longer productive, only reproductive, and that lecturers, science, and culture were themselves only relays in the general reproduction of the system. All this was experienced as total futility, irresponsibility, what are sociologists for, as a relegation, and provoked the student movement of 68, rather than the absence of prospects. Since there are always plenty of prospects in reproduction, it was rather the places, the spaces where something actually happens that had ceased to exist. These shock waves are still being felt. They cannot but reach the very limits of the system, as soon as entire sectors of society topple from the rank of productive forces to the pure and simple status of reproductive forces. Although this process was first felt in the cultural sectors of science, justice, and the family, the so-called superstructural sectors, it is clear today that it is progressively affecting the entire so-called infrastructural sector. A new generation of partial, savage, and occasional strikes since 68 testify no longer to the class struggle of a proletariat attached to production, but to the revolt of those who, even in the factories, are attached to reproduction. Nevertheless, in this same sector there are marginal, anomic groups who are the first to register these effects, young semi-skilled workers brought directly from rural areas into the factories, immigrants, non-union members, and so on. For all the above-mentioned reasons, the traditional, organized, and unionized proletariat have looked likely to be the last to react, since it is they who can entertain the illusion of productive labor for longest. The consciousness of being, in relation to everyone else, the true producers and, albeit at the cost of the exploitation, Nevertheless, being at the very source of social wealth is a proletarian consciousness which is reinforced and sanctioned by the organization, constituting what is certainly the most solid ideological defense against the destructuration of the current system which, far from turning whole strata of the population into proletarians or, as Marxian theory proper has it, expanding the exploitation of productive labor, aligns everybody under the same reproductive worker status. Productive manual workers, more than anybody else, thrive on the illusion of production just as they experience their leisure under the illusion of freedom. As long as these things are experienced as sources of wealth or satisfaction, as use value, then the worst, most alienated and exploited labor is bearable. As long as we can still discover a production corresponding, even if this is only in the imagination, to individual or social needs, this is why the concept of need is so fundamental and so mystifying. The worst individual or historical situations are bearable because the illusion of production is always the illusory coincidence of production and use value. Those who today believe in the use value of their labor power, the proletariat, are virtually the most mystified and the least susceptible to this revolt which grabs people from the depths of their total futility and the circular manipulation which turns them into pure markers of senseless reproduction. The day that this process spreads to all of society, May 68 will assume the form of a general explosion, and the problem of the link between the students and the workers will no longer be posed. It merely betrays the gulf that separates those in the current system who still believe in their own labor force and those who no longer believe in it. Political economy as a model of simulation. From now on, political economy is the real for us, which is to say precisely that it is the signs referential, the horizon of a defunct order whose simulation preserves it in a dialectical equilibrium. It is the real, and therefore the imaginary, since here again the two formerly distinct categories have fused and drifted together. The code, the structural law of value, uses the systematic reactivation of political economy, the restricted market law of value, as our society's imaginary real. Furthermore, the appearance of the restricted form of value is an attempt to obscure its radical form. Profit, surplus value, the mechanics of capital and the class struggle, the entire critical discourse on political economy is staged as a referential discourse. The mystery of value is enacted on stage. Of course, the mystery has simply acquired a new value. The structural law of value has become mysterious. Everyone agrees as to the determining instance of economics, and this has become obscene. Point 21. This is a provocation. Capital no longer looks to nature, God, or morality, but strictly to political economy and its critique for its alibis, and lives through its own denunciation from within itself, feedback or a dialectical stimulus. Hence the essential role played by Marxian analysis in designer capital. The same scenario is played out in economics as Bourdieu and Passeron describe it, taking place in the academic system whose alleged autonomy enables it to reproduce the class structure of society very efficiently. Similarly, the alleged autonomy of political economy, or rather its value as a determining agency, enables it to reproduce, just as efficiently, capital's symbolic function, its real domination over life and death established by the code, and which is continually stirring up political economy as a medium, an alibi, and a fig leaf. A machine has to function if it is to reproduce relations of production. A commodity must have a use value in order to sustain the system of exchange value. This was the first level scenario. Simulation is today at the second level. A commodity must function as an exchange value in order better to hide the fact that it circulates like a sign and reproduces the code. Point 22. Society has to reproduce itself as class society, as class struggle. It must function at the Marxian critical level in order the better to mask the system's real law and the possibility of its symbolic destruction. Marcuse pointed out a long time ago that dialectical materialism was getting out of hand. Far from being deconstructed by the forces of production, the relations of production from now on submit to the forces of production, science, technology, etc., and find a new legitimacy in them. There again, we must pass on to the second level. The social relations of symbolic domination utterly submit to the mode of production, both the forces of production and the relations of production, where we find, in the apparent movement of political economy and the revolution, a new legitimacy and the most perfect alibi. Hence the necessity of resurrecting and dramatizing political economy in the form of a movie script, to screen out the threat of symbolic destruction. Hence the kind of crisis, the perpetual simulacrum of a crisis, we are dealing with today. In the aesthetic stage of political economy, the finality, without end of production, the ethical, ascetic myth of accumulation and labor collapses. Capital, to avoid the risk of bursting from these liquefied values, thus becomes nostalgic once more for its great ethical epoch when production had a meaning, the golden age of shortages and the development of the forces of production. In order to re-establish finalities and to reactivate the principle of economics, we must generate shortages once again. Hence ecology, where the danger of absolute scarcity reinstates an ethic of energy conservation. Hence the crisis of energy and raw materials, a real blessing for a system which, in the mirror of production, only reflects a fluctuating, empty form. The crisis will enable the return of a lost referentiality to the economic code, and will give the principle of production a gravity that evaded it. We will rediscover a taste for ascesis, that pathetic investment born of lack and deprivation. The whole recent ecological turn had already taken up this process of regeneration during the crisis, no longer a crisis of overproduction as in 1929, of the involution of the system, recycling its lost identity. 23 A crisis no longer of production, but of reproduction, hence the impossibility of grasping how much truth and how much simulacrum there may be in this crisis. Ecology is production haunted by shortages and using itself as a resource, once more discovering a natural necessity where the law of value is tried out again. But ecology is too slow. A sudden crisis, as happened with oil, constitutes a more energetic therapy. The less oil there is, the more we will become aware of how much production there is. From the moment that the place of raw materials is noted again, labor power will also resume its rightful place, and the entire mechanism of production will become intelligible once more. Production has been given another chance. So don't panic. On the eve of the intensive mobilization of labor power, when the ethics of labor power threatened to collapse, the crisis of material energy came at the right time to mask the truly catastrophic destruction of the finality of production, and displaced it onto a simple internal contradiction, but we know that the system thrives on its contradictions. There is still an illusion in thinking that the capitalist system, at a certain threshold of increased reproduction, passes irreversibly from a strategy of shortage to a strategy of abundance. The current crisis proves that this strategy is reversible. The illusion still comes from a naive faith in a reality of shortage or a reality of abundance, and therefore from the illusion of a real opposition between these two terms. When these two terms are quite simply alternatives, the strategic definition of neo-capitalism is to pass into not a phase of abundance, consumption, repressive desublimation, sexual liberation, etc., but a phase of systematic alternation between the two terms, shortage and abundance, because neither retains a reference, nor therefore an antagonistic reality, and therefore because the system is indifferent to which one it employs. The indeterminacy affecting terms, the neutralization of a dialectical opposition into a pure and simple structural alternation, produces the characteristic effect of an uncertainty surrounding the reality of the crisis. Everyone tries to stave off the unbearable simulacrum effect, characteristic of everything that issues from the systematic operation of the code, as a conspiracy. It is comforting to think that it was great capital that provoked the crisis, because it restores a real political economic agency and the presence of a hidden subject of the crisis, and therefore an historical truth. The terror of the simulacrum is over. So much the better. It is better to have the omnipresent political economic fatality of capital than not, so long as it is clearly true. Better the economic atrocities of capital, profit, exploitation, than to face up to the situation we are in, where everything operates or breaks down through effects of the code. Misconstrual mechanisms of the truth of this global domination, if there is a global domination, is proportional to the crisis itself, where it is revealed for the first time on a massive scale. The 1929 crisis was still a crisis of capital, measured by its rates of reinvestment, surplus value, and profit, a crisis of over-production measured by the social finalities of consumption. The crisis is resolved by regulating demand in an endless exchange of finalities between production and consumption. From now on, and conclusively after the Second World War, production and consumption cease to be opposed and possibly contradictory poles. At a stroke, the entire economic field loses all internal determinacy along with the very possibility of a crisis. It no longer survives except as a process of economic simulation at the fringes of a process of reproduction, into which it is entirely absorbed. 24. Have there ever been real shortages to grant the economic principle a reality, so that today we could say that it is disappearing and no longer functions save as a myth, an alternative myth, moreover, to that of abundance? In the course of history, have shortages ever had a use value, an irreducible economic finality, so that today we could say that it has disappeared in the cycle of reproduction, merely consolidating the code's hegemonic control over genuine matters of life and death? We are saying that in order for the economy to produce itself, and this is all it ever produces, it needs this dialectical tension between scarcity and abundance. For the system to reproduce itself, however, it now requires only the mythical operation of the economy. It is because the entire economic sphere has been diffused that everything can be expressed in terms of political economy and production. Economics, preferably in its Marxian variety, becomes the explicit discourse of a whole society, the vulgate of every analysis. Sociologists, human scientists, etc. Even Christians, especially Christians of course, turn to Marxism as the discourse to which they refer. A whole new divine left is rising. Everything has become political and ideological by the same endless drift of the operation of integration. The news flash is political, sport is political, not to mention art, reason is everywhere on the side of the class struggle. The entire latent discourse of capital has become manifest. We notice a widespread jubilation secure in the assumption of this truth. May 68 marked the decisive step in the naturalization of political economy. Because the shock of May 68 shook the system down to the depths of its symbolic organization, it has given urgency to a vital transition from superstructural, moral, cultural, etc., ideologies to an ideologization of the infrastructure itself. By giving official status to oppositional discourse, capital will consolidate its power under cover of economic and political legislation. Political economy, Marxian political economy, has sealed the rift of May 68, just as the unions and the left-wing parties negotiated the crisis on the ground. The hidden referent of economics and politics has therefore been dug up only in order to retrieve a catastrophic situation, and today it continues to be circulated, generalized, and desperately reproduced, since the catastrophic situation opened up by May 68 is not over. If we dared, we would say that economics and its critique are only superstructural. We will not dare, however, since to do so would only be to twist this old image around. Where would the infrastructure be then? Etc. It would also provide economics with a chance to reappear one day in accordance with the seesaw effect which itself belongs to the code. We have been tricked too often with the infrastructure to start this mask play up again. The system itself has put an end to infra and superstructural determinations. Today it pretends to take political economy as the infrastructure because Marx kindly whispered this alternative strategy to it, but actually capital has never really functioned on this imaginary distinction. It is not that naive. Its potency comes directly from its simultaneous development at every level, and from never having fundamentally posed itself the question of determination, the cunning distinction of agencies, or ideology. It has never confused itself with production, as did Marx and every subsequent revolutionary who believed and still believes in production, confusing their fantasies with their lunatic hopes. For its part, capital is content to extend its laws in a single movement, inexorably occupying all the interstices of life without confusing its priorities. If it has set men to work, capital has also impelled them to culture, needs, languages and functional idioms, information and communication. It directs them to rights, to liberty and sexuality. It forces the instinct of preservation and the death instinct upon them. It has set them up everywhere in accordance with myths that are simultaneously opposed and indifferent. This is its only law, indifference. To set up a hierarchy of agencies would be far too dangerous a game, and would run the risk of backfiring. No, better to level out, neutralize, cover over and indifferentiate, which is what it knows how to do. That's how it follows its law. But it also dissimulates this fundamental process under the determinant mask of political economy. In the immense polymorphous machine of contemporary capital, the symbolic, gift and countergift, reciprocity and reversal, expenditure and sacrifice, no longer counts for anything. Nature, the great referential of the origin and substance, the subject/object dialectic, and so on, no longer counts. Political economy itself only survives in a brain-dead state, but all these phantoms continue to plague the operational field of value. Perhaps here, on an immense scale, we can discern the echo of what Marx drew to our attention. Every event first passes through an historical existence before being revived under a parodical form. In our day, however, these two phases telescope, since good old materialist history has itself become a process of simulation, no longer even offering the chance of a grotesque, theatrical parody. Today the terror based on things voided of their substance exerts itself directly, and simulacra immediately anticipate every determination of our lives. Now, rather than theater and the imaginary, there is a fierce strategy of neutralization that no longer leaves any significant place for a Napoleon III-type slapstick, an historical farce which, to Marx's mind, is effortlessly overcome by real history. It is a different matter as regards the simulacra which eliminate both ourselves and history simultaneously. But perhaps all this arises from a general illusion in Marx concerning the possibilities for a revolution of the system. He had clearly seen the extent to which there already lurked in capital in his own time a capacity for it to undermine its own bases and go into overdrive. He clearly saw that capital tended to reduce, if not totally eliminate, the labor power in its processes, and substitute a dead labor power for it. Since, however, he thought that living labor power was the objective, historical and necessary foundation of capital, he could only think that it was digging its own grave. The illusion is that capital buried labor power. More subtly, however, it turns labor power into the second term of a stable opposition with capital. It makes this rupturing energy which should shatter the relations of production into a term homogeneous with the relations of production, in a simulation of opposition under the sign of dead labor. From now on a single hegemonic agency, dead labor, divides into capital and living labor. The antagonism is resolved by a binary apparatus of coded operativity. But what, you might ask, of surplus value and production? All right, capital doesn't give a damn. Without lending capital a Marxist's intuition, even though Marx did everything he could to alert capital to what was waiting for it, if it persisted in playing on the terrain of production, it was heading for its death in the short term. The economy was a fatal trap for capital. Everything happened as if it had clearly understood Marx on this point and had, in consequence, chosen to liquidate production so as to go on to another kind of strategy. I am saying that everything happens as if, because it is not completely certain that capital ever had this productivist view of itself. Marx was basically the only one who had, and he projected this fantasy onto it as an historical truth. It is more likely that it only ever played at production, even if this meant that production had to be abandoned at a later stage, were it to draw capital into fatal contradictions. Has capital ever taken production seriously? Don't be so stupid. At the height of the seriousness of production, capital is doubtless only a simulation. That is why the only acts that accompany capital's real domination are situated in the field of this radical indeterminacy and break with this dissuasive economic strategy. We will not destroy the system by a direct, dialectical revolution of the economic or political infrastructure. Everything produced by contradiction, by the relation of forces, or by energy in general, will only feed back into the mechanism and give it impetus, following a circular distortion similar to a Mobius strip. We will never defeat it by following its own logic of energy, calculation, reason, and revolution, history and power, or some finality or counter-finality. The worst violence at this level has no purchase, and will only backfire against itself. We will never defeat the system on the plane of the real. The worst error of all our revolutionary strategies is to believe that we will put an end to the system on the plane of the real. This is their imaginary, imposed on them by the system itself, living or surviving only by always leading those who attack the system to fight amongst each other on the terrain of reality, which is always the reality of the system. This is where they throw all their energies, their imaginary violence, where an implacable logic constantly turns back into the system. We have only to do it violence or counter-violence, since it thrives on symbolic violence, not in the degraded sense in which this formula has found fortune, as a violence of signs, from which the system draws strength, or with which it masks its material violence. Symbolic violence is deduced from a logic of the symbolic, which has nothing to do with the sign or with energy reversal, the incessant reversibility of the counter-gift and, conversely, the seizing of power by the unilateral exercise of the gift. Point 25. We must therefore displace everything into the sphere of the symbolic, where challenge, reversal and overbidding are the law, so that we can respond to death only by an equal or superior death. There is no question here of real violence or force, the only question concerns the challenge and the logic of the symbolic. If domination comes from the system's retention of the exclusivity of the gift without counter-gift, the gift of work which can only be responded to by destruction or sacrifice, if not in consumption, which is only a spiral of the system of surplus gratification without result, therefore a spiral of surplus domination, a gift of media and messages to which, due to the monopoly of the code, nothing is allowed to retort, the gift, everywhere and at every instant, of the social, of the protection, agency, security, gratification, and the solicitation of the social from which nothing is any longer permitted to escape, then the only solution is to turn the principle of its power back against the system itself, the impossibility of responding or retorting. To defy the system with a gift to which it cannot respond save by its own collapse and death. Nothing, not even the system, can avoid the symbolic obligation, and it is in this trap that the only chance of a catastrophe for capital remains. The system turns on itself, as a scorpion does when encircled by the challenge of death. For it is summoned to answer, if it is not to lose face, to what can only be death. The system must itself commit suicide in response to the multiplied challenge of death and suicide. So hostages are taken. On the symbolic or sacrificial plane, from which every moral consideration of the innocence of the victims is ruled out, the hostage is the substitute, the alter ego of the terrorist, the hostage's death for the terrorists. Hostage and terrorist may thereafter become confused in the same sacrificial act. The stakes are death without any possibility of negotiation, and therefore return to an inevitable overbidding. Of course, they attempt to deploy the whole system of negotiation, and the terrorists themselves often enter into this exchange scenario in terms of this calculated equivalence, the hostages' lives against some ransom or liberation, or indeed for the prestige of the operation alone. From this perspective, taking hostages is not original at all, it simply creates an unforeseen and selective relation of forces which can be resolved either by traditional violence or by negotiation. It is a tactical action. There is something else at stake, however, as we clearly saw at The Hague over the course of 10 days of incredible negotiations. No one knew what could be negotiated, nor could they agree on terms, nor on the possible equivalences of the exchange. Or again, even if they were formulated, the terrorists' demands amounted to a radical denial of negotiation. It is precisely here that everything is played out, for with the impossibility of all negotiation we pass into the symbolic order, which is ignorant of this type of calculation and exchange. the system itself lives solely by negotiation, even if this takes place in the equilibrium of violence. The system can only respond to this eruption of the symbolic, the most serious thing to befall it, basically the only revolution, by the real, physical death of the terrorists. This, however, is its defeat, since their death was their stake, so that by bringing about their deaths the system has merely impaled itself on its own violence without really responding to the challenge that was thrown to it. Because the system can easily compute every death, even war atrocities, but cannot compute the death challenge or symbolic death, since this death has no calculable equivalent, it opens up an inexpiable overbidding by other means than a death in exchange. Nothing corresponds to death except death. Which is precisely what happens in this case, the system itself is driven to suicide in return, which suicide is manifest in its disarray and defeat. However infinitesimal in terms of relations of forces it might be, the colossal apparatus of power is eliminated in this situation where, the very excess of its derision is turned back against itself. The police and the army, all the institutions and mobilized violence of power whether individually or massed together, can do nothing against this lowly but symbolic death. For this death draws it onto a plane where there is no longer any response possible for it, hence the sudden structural liquefaction of power in 68, not because it was less strong, but because of the simple symbolic displacement operated by the students' practices. The system can only die in exchange, defeat itself to lift the challenge. Its death at this instant is a symbolic response, but a death which wears it out. The challenge has the efficiency of a murderer. Every society apart from ours knows that, or used to know it. Ours is in the process of rediscovering it. The roots of symbolic effectiveness are those of an alternative politics. Thus the dying ascetic challenges God ever to give him the equivalent of this death. God does all he can to give him this equivalent 100 times over, in the form of prestige, of spiritual power, indeed of global hegemony. But the ascetic's secret dream is to attain such an extent of mortification that even God would be unable either to take up the challenge, or to absorb the debt. He will then have triumphed over God, and become God himself. That is why the ascetic is always close to heresy and sacrilege, and as such condemned by the Church, whose function it is merely to preserve God from this symbolic face-to-face, to protect him from this mortal challenge where he is summoned to die, to sacrifice himself in order to take up the challenge of the mortified ascetic. The Church will have had this role for all time, avoiding this type of catastrophic confrontation, catastrophic primarily for the Church, and substituting a rule-bound exchange of penitences and gratifications, the impresario of a system of equivalences between God and men. The same situation exists in our relation to the system of power. All these institutions, all these social, economic, political, and psychological mediations, are there so that no one ever has the opportunity to issue this symbolic challenge, this challenge to the death, the irreversible gift which, like the absolute mortification of the ascetic, brings about a victory over all power, however powerful its authority may be. It is no longer necessary that the possibility of this direct symbolic confrontation ever takes place. And this is the source of our profound boredom. This is why taking hostages and other similar acts rekindle some fascination. They are at once an exorbitant mirror for the system of its own repressive violence, and the model of a symbolic violence which is always forbidden it, the only violence it cannot exert, its own death. Labor and death. Other societies have known multiple stakes, over birth and kinship, the soul and the body, the true and the false, reality and appearance. Political economy has reduced them to just one, production. But then the stakes were large, the violence extreme and hopes too high. Today this is over. The system has rid production of all real stakes. A more radical truth is dawning, however, and the system's victory allows us to glimpse this fundamental stake. It is even retrospectively becoming possible to analyze the whole of political economy as having nothing to do with production, as having stakes of life and death. A symbolic stake. Every stake is symbolic. There have only ever been symbolic stakes. This dimension is etched everywhere into the structural law of value, everywhere immanent in the code. Labor power is instituted on death. A man must die to become labor power. He converts this death into a wage. But the economic violence capital inflicted on him in the equivalence of the wage and labor power is nothing next to the symbolic violence inflicted on him by his definition as a productive force. Faking this equivalence is nothing next to the equivalence, qua signs, of wages and death. The very possibility of quantitative equivalence presupposes death. The equivalence of wages and labor power presupposes the death of the worker, while that of any commodity and any other presupposes the symbolic extermination of objects. Death makes the calculation of equivalence, and regulation by indifference, possible in general. This death is not violent and physical, it is the indifferent consumption of life and death, the mutual neutralization of life and death survival, or death deferred. Labor is slow death. This is generally understood in the sense of physical exhaustion. But it must be understood in another sense. Labor is not opposed, like a sword of death, to the fulfillment of life, which is the idealist view. Labor is opposed as a slow death to a violent death. That is the symbolic reality. Labor is opposed as deferred death to the immediate death of sacrifice. Against every pious and revolutionary view of the labor, or culture, is the opposite of life type. We must maintain that the only alternative to labor is not free time, or non-labor, it is sacrifice. All this becomes clear in the genealogy of the slave. First, the prisoner of war is purely and simply put to death. One does him an honor in this way. Then he is spared épargne and conserve, equals service, under the category of spoils of war and a prestige good, he becomes a slave and passes into sumptuary domesticity. It is only later that he passes into servile labor. However, he is no longer a laborer, since labor only appears in the phase of the serf or the emancipated slave, finally relieved of the mortgage of being put to death. Why is he freed? Precisely in order to work. Labor therefore everywhere draws its inspiration from deferred death. It comes from deferred death. Slow or violent, immediate, or deferred, the scansion of death is decisive. It is what radically distinguishes two types of organization, the economic and the sacrificial. We live irreversibly in the first of these, which has inexorably taken root in the difference of death. The scenario has never changed. Whoever works has not been put to death, he is refused this honor. And labor is first of all the sign of being judged worthy only of life. Does capital exploit the workers to death? Paradoxically, the worst it inflicts on them is refusing them death. It is by deferring their death that they are made into slaves and condemned to the indefinite abjection of a life of labor. The substance of labor and exploitation is indifferent in this symbolic relation. The power of the master always primarily derives from this suspension of death. Power is therefore never, contrary to what we might imagine, the power of putting to death, but exactly the opposite, that of allowing to live, a life that the slave lacks the power to give. The master confiscates the death of the other while retaining the right to risk his own. The slave is refused this, and is condemned to a life without return, and therefore without possible expiation. By removing death, the master removes the slave from the circulation of symbolic goods. This is the violence the master does to the slave, condemning him to labor power. There lies the secret of power, in the dialectic of the master and the slave. Hegel also derives the domination of the master from the deferred threat of death hanging over the slave. Labor, production, and exploitation would only be one of the possible avatars of this power structure, which is a structure of death. This changes every revolutionary perspective on the abolition of power. If power is death deferred, it will not be removed insofar as the suspension of this death will not be removed. And if power, of which this is always and everywhere the definition, resides in the act of giving without being given, it is clear that the power the master has to unilaterally grant life will only be abolished if this life can be given to him, in a non-deferred death. There is no other alternative. You will never abolish this power by staying alive, since there will have been no reversal of what has been given. Only the surrender of this life, retaliating against a deferred death with an immediate death, constitutes a radical response, and the only possibility of abolishing power. No revolutionary strategy can begin without the slave putting his own death back at stake, since this is what the master puts off in the difference from which he profits by securing his power. Refuse to be put to death, refuse to live in the mortal reprieve of power, refuse the duty of this life and never be quits with living, in effect be under obligation to settle this long-term credit through the slow death of labor, since this slow death does not alter the future of this abject dimension, in the fatality of power. Violent death changes everything, slow death changes nothing, for there is a rhythm, a scansion necessary to symbolic exchange, something has to be given in the same movement and following the same rhythm, otherwise there is no reciprocity and it is quite simply not given. The strategy of the system of power is to displace the time of the exchange, substituting continuity and mortal linearity for the immediate retaliation of death. It is thus futile for the slave, the worker, to give little by little, in infinitesimal doses, to the rope of labor on which he is hung to death, to give his life to the master or to capital, for this sacrifice in small doses is no longer a sacrifice, it doesn't touch the most important thing, the difference of death, and merely distills a process whose structure remains the same. We could in fact advance the hypothesis that in labor the exploited renders his life to the exploiter and thereby regains, by means of this very exploitation, a power of symbolic response. There was counter-power in the labor process as the exploited put their own, slow, death at stake. Here we agree with Lyotard's hypothesis on the level of libidinal economics, the intensity of the exploited's enjoyment jouissance in their very abjection. And Lyotard is right. Libidinal intensity, the charge of desire and the surrendering of death are always there in the exploited 26 but no longer on the properly symbolic rhythm of the immediate retaliation, and therefore total resolution. The enjoyment of powerlessness, on sole condition that this is not a fantasy aimed at reinstating the triumph of desire at the level of the proletariat, will never abolish power. The very modality of the response to the slow death of labor leaves the master the possibility of, once again, repeatedly, giving the slave life through labor. The accounts are never settled, it always profits power, the dialectic of power which plays on the splitting of the poles of death, the poles of exchange. The slave remains the prisoner of the master's dialectic, while his death, or his distilled life, serves the indefinite repetition of domination. This domination increases as the system is charged with neutralizing the symbolic retaliation by buying it back through wages. If, through labor, the exploited attempts to give his life to the exploiter, the latter wards off this restitution by means of wages. Here again we must take a symbolic radiograph. Contrary to all appearances and experience, capital buys its labor power from the worker and extorts surplus labor, capital gives labor to the worker, and the worker himself gives capital to the capitalist. In German this is Arbeitgeber, the entrepreneur is a provider of labor, and Arbeitnehmer, it is the capitalist who gives, who has the initiative of the gift, which secures him, as in every social order, a preeminence and a power far beyond the economic. The refusal of labor, in its radical form, is the refusal of this symbolic domination and the humiliation of being bestowed upon. The gift and the taking of labor function directly as the code of the dominant social relation, as the code of discrimination. Wages are the mark of this poisonous gift, the sign which epitomizes the whole code. They sanction this unilateral gift of labor, or rather wages symbolically buy back the domination exercised by capital through the gift of labor. At the same time, they furnish capital with the possibility of confining the operation to a contractual dimension, thus stabilizing confrontation on economic ground. Furthermore, wages turn the wage earner into a consumer of goods, reiterating his status as a consumer of labor and reinforcing his symbolic deficit. To refuse labor, to dispute wages is thus to put the process of the gift, expiation and economic compensation back into question, and therefore to expose the fundamental symbolic process. Wages are no longer grabbed today. You too are given a wage, not in exchange for labor, but so that you spend it, which is itself another kind of labor. In the consumption or use of objects, the wage consumer finds herself reproducing exactly the same symbolic relation of slow death as she undergoes in labor. The user experiences exactly the same deferred death in the object. She does not sacrifice it, she uses it and uses it functionally, as the worker does in capital. And just as wages buy back this unilateral gift of labor, the price paid for the object is only the user buying back the object's deferred death. The proof of this lies in the symbolic rule which states that what falls to you without charge, lotteries, presents, gambling wins, must not be devoted to use, but spent as pure loss. Every domination must be bought back, redeemed. This was formerly done through sacrificial death, the ritual death of the king or the leader, or even by ritual inversion, feasts and other social rites, but these are still forms of sacrifice. This social game of reversal comes to an end with the dialectic of the master and the slave, where the reversibility of power cedes its place to a dialectic of the reproduction of power. The redemption of power must always, however, be simulated, and this is done by the apparatus of capital where formal redemption takes place throughout the immense machine of labor, wages, and consumption. Economics is the sphere of redemption par excellence, where the domination of capital manages to redeem itself without ever really putting itself at stake. On the contrary, it diverts the process of redemption into its own infinite reproduction. This is perhaps where we find the necessity of economics and its historical appearance, at the level of societies so much more vast and mobile than primitive groups, where the urgency of a system of redemption which could be measured, controlled, and infinitely extended, which rituals cannot be, all at the same time, and which above all would not put the exercise and heredity of power back into question. Production and consumption are an original and unprecedented solution to this problem. By simulating redemption in this new form, the slide from the symbolic into the economic allows the definitive hegemony of political force over society to be secured. Economics miraculously succeeds in masking the real structure of power by reversing the terms of its definition. While power consists in unilateral giving, of life in particular, see above, a contrary interpretation has been successfully imposed: power would consist in a unilateral taking and appropriation. Under cover of this ingenious retraction, real symbolic domination can continue to do as it will, since all the efforts of those under this domination will rush into the trap of taking back from power what it has taken from them, even taking power themselves, thus blindly pushing on along the lines of their domination. In fact, labor, wages, power, and revolution must all be read against the grain. Labor is not exploitation, it is given by capital. Wages are not grabbed, capital gives them too. It does not buy a labor power, it buys back the power of capital. 27. The slow death of labor is not endured, it is a desperate attempt, a challenge to capital's unilateral gift of labor. The only effective reply to power is to give it back what it gives you, and this is only symbolically possible by means of death. However, if, as we have seen, the system itself deposes economics, removes its substance and its credibility, then, in this perspective, doesn't it put its own symbolic domination back into question? No, since the system brings about the overall reign of its power strategy, the gift without countergift, which becomes fused with deferred death. The same social relations are set up in the media and in consumption, where we have seen, Requiem pour les médias utopie, 4, 1971, that there is no possible response or countergift to the unilateral delivery of messages. We were able to interpret Cerfi's project concerning automobile accidents, auto slaughter, as the price that the collective pays to its institutions. The state's gifts inscribe a debt in the collective accounts book. Gratuitous death is then merely an attempt to absorb this deficit. The blood on the roads is a desperate form of compensation for the state's tarmac gifts. The accident thus takes its place in the space that institutes a symbolic debt towards the state. It is likely that the more this debt grows, the more marked will be the tendency towards the accident. Every rational strategy for curbing this phenomenon, Prevention, speed limits, rescue services, repression, is effectively negligible. They simulate the possibility of integrating the accident into a rational system, and are therefore incapable of grasping the root of the problem, balancing a symbolic debt which founds, legitimates, and reinforces the collective dependency on the state. On the contrary, these rational strategies accentuate the phenomenon. In order to avert the effects of accidents, they propose to institute more mechanisms, more state institutions, supplementary gifts, which are simply means of aggravating the symbolic debt. In this way the struggle is everywhere opposed to a political authority, cf. Pierre Trace, Society Against the State Tr. Hurley and A. Stein, New York, Zone Books, 1990, which sets all the power it can draw from its showers of gifts, the survival it maintains and the death it withdraws, above the struggle in order to stockpile and then distill it for its own ends. Nobody really accepts this bonus forever, you give what you can 28, but power always gives more so as to serve better, and an entire society or a few individuals can go to great lengths, even their own destruction, to put an end to it. This is the only absolute weapon, and the mere collective threat of it can make power collapse. Power, faced with this symbolic blackmail, the barricades of 68, hostage-taking, loses its footing. Since it thrives on my slow death, I will oppose it with my violent death. And it is because we are living with slow death that we dream of a violent death. Even this dream is unbearable to power. Notes. 2. The order of simulacra. The 3 orders of simulacra. There are 3 orders of simulacra, running parallel to the successive mutations of the law of value since the Renaissance. The counterfeit is the dominant schema in the classical period, from the Renaissance to the Industrial Revolution. Production is the dominant schema in the industrial era. Simulation is the dominant schema in the current code-governed phase. The first-order simulacrum operates on the natural law of value, the second-order simulacrum on the market law of value, and the third-order simulacrum on the structural law of value. The stucco angel. The counterfeit, and, simultaneously, fashion, is born with the Renaissance, with the destructuration of the feudal order by the bourgeois order and the emergence of overt competition at the level of signs of distinction. There is no fashion in a caste society, nor in a society based on rank, since assignation is absolute and there is no class mobility. Signs are protected by a prohibition which ensures their total clarity and confers an unequivocal status on each. Counterfeit is not possible in the ceremonial, unless in the form of black magic and sacrilege, which is precisely what makes the mixing of signs punishable as a serious offense against the very order of things. If we take to dreaming once more, particularly today, of a world where signs are certain, of a strong symbolic order, let's be under no illusions. For this order has existed, and it was a brutal hierarchy, since the sign's transparency is indissociably also its cruelty. In feudal or archaic caste societies, in cruel societies, signs are limited in number and their circulation is restricted. Each retains its full value as a prohibition, and each carries with it a reciprocal obligation between castes, clans, or persons, so signs are not arbitrary. The arbitrariness of the sign begins when, instead of bonding two persons in an inescapable reciprocity, the signifier starts to refer to a disenchanted universe of the signified, the common denominator of the real world, towards which no one any longer has the least obligation. The end of the obligatory sign is succeeded by the reign of the emancipated sign, in which any and every class will be able to participate. Competitive democracy succeeds the endogamy of signs proper to status-based orders. With the transit of values or signs of prestige from one class to another, we simultaneously and necessarily enter into the age of the counterfeit. For from a limited order of signs, the free production of which is prevented by a prohibition, we pass into a proliferation of signs according to demand. These multiple signs, however, no longer have anything to do with the restricted circulation of the obligatory sign, but counterfeit the latter. Counterfeiting does not take place by means of changing the nature of an original, but, by extension, through completely altering a material whose clarity is completely dependent upon a restriction. Non-discriminatory, the sign is nothing any longer if not competitive, relieved of every constraint, universally available. The modern sign nevertheless still simulates necessity by giving the appearance that it is bound to the world. The modern sign dreams of its predecessor, and would dearly love to rediscover an obligation in its reference to the real. It finds only a reason, a referential reason, a real and a natural on which it will feed. This designatory bond, however, is only a simulacrum of symbolic obligation, producing nothing more than neutral values which are exchanged one for the other in an objective world. Here the sign suffers the same fate as labor, for just as the free worker is only free to produce equivalents, the free and emancipated sign is only free to produce equivalent signifieds. The modern sign then finds its value as the simulacrum of a nature. This problematic of the natural and the metaphysics of reality was, for the bourgeoisie since the Renaissance, the mirror of both the bourgeois and the classical sign. Even today there is a thriving nostalgia for the natural referent of the sign, despite several revolutions which have begun to shatter this configuration, such as the revolution of production when signs ceased to refer to a nature and referred instead to the law of exchange, passing into the market law of value. We will come back to these second-order simulacra. It is with the Renaissance, then, that the forgery is born along with the natural, ranging from the deceptive finery on people's backs to the prosthetic fork, from the stucco interiors to Baroque theatrical scenery. The entire classical era was the age of the theatre par excellence. The theatre is a form that gripped social life in its entirety as well as all architecture from the Renaissance on. From these incredible achievements with stucco and Baroque art we can unravel the metaphysics of the counterfeit, as well as the new ambitions of Renaissance man. These latter consist in an earthly demiurgy, the transubstantiation of all nature into a single substance, a theatrical sociality unified under the sign of bourgeois values, beyond differences of blood, rank or caste. Stucco is the triumphant democracy of all artificial signs, the apotheosis of the theatre and fashion, revealing the unlimited potential of the new class, as soon as it was able to end the sign's exclusivity. The way is clear for unheard of combinations, for every game, every counterfeit. The Promethean designs of the bourgeoisie are first engrossed in the imitation of nature, before it throws itself into production. In the churches and palaces, stucco embraces all forms, imitates all materials, velvet curtains, wooden cornices, and fleshy curves of the body. Stucco transfigures all this incredible material disorder into a single new substance, a sort of general equivalent for all the others, accruing a theatrical prestige, since it is itself a representative substance, a mirror of all the others. But simulacra do not consist only of the play of signs, they involve social relations and a social power. Stucco may appear to be extolling the expansion of science and technology, but it is also and especially bound to the Baroque, which is in turn bound to the matter of the Counter-Reformation and to the hegemony of the political and mental world which, for the first time, the Jesuits tried to institute in accordance with a modern conception of power. There is a direct relation between the Jesuits' mental obedience, perinda ac cadaver, and the demiurgic ambition to exorcise the natural substance of things in order to replace it with a synthetic substance. Just as man submits to organization, so things take on the ideal functionality of the corpse. Technology and technocracy are already fully operative in the notion of an ideal counterfeit of the world, expressed in the invention of a universal substance and a universal comminatory of substances. To reunify the world, split asunder after the Reformation, under a homogeneous doctrine, to universalize the world under a single word, from New Spain to Japan, the missions, to constitute a state political elite with one and the same centralist strategy, such are the Jesuits' objectives. To do this, they will need to create efficient simulacra, such as the organization's apparatus, as well as bureaucratic, theatrical, the great theater of the cardinals and the grey eminences, training and educational machinery, which aims, for the first time in a systematic fashion, to fashion an ideal nature on the model of the child. The stucco cladding of Baroque architecture is a major apparatus of the same order. All this issues from the productivist rationality of capital, but it already bears witness, not in production but in the counterfeit, to the same project of universal control and hegemony, to a social schema in whose foundations the internal coherence of a system already operates. In the Ardennes there used to live an old cook for whom the construction of tiered cakes and the science of patisserie sculpture had given him the arrogance to attempt to capture the world as God had left it, that is, in its natural state, to eliminate all its organic spontaneity and replace it with a single polymorphous material, reinforced concrete. Concrete furniture, chairs, chests of drawers, concrete sewing machines, and outside, in the courtyard, an entire orchestra, including the violins, in concrete. Everything in concrete. Concrete trees planted out with genuine leaves, a reinforced concrete boar with a real boar's skull inside it, concrete sheep covered in real wool. At last Camille Renault discovered the original substance, the pastry from which the diversity of things are distinguished solely by realistic nuances such as the boar's skull and the leaves on the trees. Doubtless, however, this was only a concession from the demiurge to his visitors, for it was with a delighted smile that this good 80-year-old god welcomed them to his creation. He sought no quarrel with divine creation, he simply remodeled it in order to make it more intelligible. There was no Luciferian revolt, no will to parody, nor a partisan and retro affinity with naive art. The Ardennes cook simply reigned over a unified mental substance, for concrete is a mental substance. Like the concept, it enables phenomena to be ordered and separated at will. His project was not so far removed from the stucco builders of Baroque art, nor very different from projecting an urban community onto the terrain of a large contemporary group. The counterfeit still only works on substance and form, not yet on relations and structures, but at this level, it is already aiming at control of a pacified society, cast in a synthetic substance which evades death, an indestructible artifact that will guarantee eternal power. Isn't it a miracle that with plastics, man has invented an undegradable matter, thus interrupting the cycle which through corruption and death reverses each and every substance on the earth into another? Even fire leaves an indestructible residue of this substance outside the cycle. Here is something we did not expect, a simulacrum in which the project of a universal semiotics is condensed. This has no longer anything to do with the progress of technology or the rational aims of science. It is a project which aims at political and mental hegemony, the fantasy of a closed mental substance like the Baroque stucco angels whose wingtips touch in a curved mirror. The automaton and the robot. A world separates these two artificial beings. One is the theatrical mechanical and clockwork counterfeit of man where the technique is to submit everything to analogy and to the simulacrum effect. The other is dominated by a technical principle where the machine has the upper hand, and where, with the machine, equivalence is established. The automaton plays the man of the court, the socialite, it takes part in the social and theatrical drama of pre-revolutionary France. As for the robot, as its name implies, it works, end of the theater, beginning of human mechanics. The automaton is the analogon of man and remains responsive to him, even playing drafts with him. The machine is the equivalent of man, appropriating him to itself as an equal in the unity of a functional process. This sums up the difference between first and second order simulacra. We must not be fooled by figurative resemblance. Like God, the automaton questions nature, if not the mystery of the soul, the dilemma of being and appearance, what underlies nature, what is within us, what is behind appearances. Only the counterfeit of man allows these questions to be asked. Every metaphysics of man as the protagonist in the natural theater of creation is embodied in the automaton before disappearing with the French Revolution, and the automaton has no other destiny than to be compared with the living man, with the aim of being more natural than him, whose ideal image the automaton is. The automaton is man's perfect double, even down to the subtlety of its gestures, in the workings of its organs and intelligence, almost inducing anxiety when we perceive that there is no difference between them, and that therefore the automaton has no need of a soul since it possesses an ideally naturaliste body. Because this would be sacrilege, the difference between them is still maintained, as in the case of an automaton so perfect that on stage the illusionist mimicked its staccato movements in order that at least, even if the roles were reversed, confusion would be impossible. Thus the automaton's questions remain open, making it an optimistic mechanics, even if the counterfeit always retains a diabolical connotation. Point 1. There is nothing like this with the robot. The robot no longer questions appearances, its only truth is its mechanical efficiency. It no longer needs to resemble man, to whom it is inevitably compared. The infamous metaphysical difference which gives the automaton mystery and charm no longer exists. The robot emphasizes this difference for its own benefit. Being and appearance are founded on a single substance of production and labor. The first-order simulacrum never abolishes the difference, it presupposes the dispute always in evidence between the simulacrum and the real, a particularly subtle game in trompe-l'oeil painting, but all art thrives on this difference. The second-order simulacrum simplifies the problem by the absorption of appearances, or by the liquidation of the real, whichever you prefer. In any case it erects a reality without images, without echo, without mirrors, without appearances. Such indeed is labor, such is the machine, such is the entire industrial system of production in that it is radically opposed to the principle of theatrical illusion. No more semblance or dissemblance, no more God or man, only an immanent logic of the principle of operativity. After this, robots and machines can proliferate, this is even their law, as automata, being sublime and singular mechanisms, have never done. Men themselves only began to proliferate when, with the Industrial Revolution, they took on the status of machines, freed of all semblance, freed even from their double, they grew increasingly similar to the system of production of which they were nothing more than the miniaturist equivalent. The simulacrum's revenge, which gave rise to the myth of the sorcerer's apprentice, did not take place with the automaton. On the contrary, this is the law of the second order, from which there still proceeds a hegemony of the robot, of the machine, of dead labor over living labor. This hegemony is necessary to the cycle of production and reproduction. It is with this reversal that we leave the counterfeit in order to enter into reproduction. We are leaving natural law and its play of forms in order to enter the market law of value and its calculations of forces. The industrial simulacrum. A new generation of signs and objects arises with the Industrial Revolution, signs with no caste tradition that will never have known restrictions on their status, and which will never have to be counterfeits, since from the outset they will be products on a gigantic scale. The problem of their specificity and their origin is no longer posed. Technics is their origin, they have meaning only within the dimension of the industrial simulacrum. That is, the series, the very possibility of two or n identical objects. The relation between them is no longer one of an original and its counterfeit, analogy or reflection, but is instead one of equivalence and indifference. In the series, objects become indistinct simulacra of one another and, along with objects, of the men that produce them. The extinction of the original reference alone facilitates the general law of equivalences, that is to say, the very possibility of production. The entire analysis of production will be swept aside if we stop regarding it as an original process, as the process at the origin of all the others, but conversely as a process which reabsorbs every original being and introduces a series of identical beings. Up to this point, we have considered production and labor as potential, as force and historical process, as a generic activity, an energetic economic myth proper to modernity. We must ask ourselves whether production is not rather an intervention, a particular phase, in the order of signs, whether it is basically only one episode in the line of simulacra, that episode of producing an infinite series of potentially identical beings, object signs, by means of technics. The fabulous energies at work in technics, industry, and economics should not hide the fact that it is at bottom only a matter of attaining this indefinite reproducibility, which is a definite challenge to the natural order, and ultimately only a second-order simulacrum and a somewhat weak imaginary solution to the question of world mastery. In relation to the era of the counterfeit, the double, the mirror and the theater, games of masks and appearances, the serial and technical era of reproduction is basically an era of less ambitious scope. The following era of simulation models and third-order simulacra is of much more considerable dimensions. Walter Benjamin, in the work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction in Illuminations, Tr. Harry Zahn, ed. Hannah Arendt, London, Jonathan Cape, 1970, was the first to draw out the essential implications of the principle of reproduction. He shows that reproduction absorbs the process of production, changes its goals, and alters the status of the product and the producer. He shows this in the fields of art, cinema, and photography, because it is there that new territories are opened up in the 20th century, with no classical tradition of productivity, placed from the outset under the sign of reproduction. Today, however, we know that all material production remains within the same sphere. Today we know that it is at the level of reproduction, fashion, the media, advertising, information, and communications networks, at the level of what Marx rather carelessly used to call the faux phrase of capital, immense historical irony, that is, in the sphere of simulacra and the code, that the unity of the whole process of capital is formed. Benjamin was also the first, with McLuhan after him, to grasp technology as a medium rather than a productive force, at which point the Marxian analysis retreats, as the form and principle of an entirely new generation of meaning. The mere fact that any given thing can simply be reproduced, as such, in an exemplary double is already a revolution. One need only think of the stupefaction of the black boy seeing two identical books for the first time. That these two technical products are equivalent under the sign of necessary social labor is less important in the long term than the serial repetition of the same object, which is also the serial repetition of individuals as labor power. Technique as a medium gains the upper hand not only over the product's message, its use value, but also over labor power, which Marx wanted to turn into the revolutionary message of production. Benjamin and McLuhan saw more clearly than Marx. They saw that the real message, the real ultimatum, lay in reproduction itself. Production itself has no meaning, its social finality is lost in the series. Simulacra prevail over history. Moreover, the stage of serial reproduction, that of the industrial mechanism, the production line, the growth of reproduction, etc., is ephemeral. As soon as dead labor gains the upper hand over living labor, that is to say, since the end of primitive accumulation, serial production gives way to generation through models. In this case it is a matter of a reversal of origin and end, since all forms change from the moment that they are no longer mechanically reproduced, but conceived according to their very reproducibility, their diffraction from a generative core called a model. We are dealing with third-order simulacra here. There is no more counterfeiting of an original, as there was in the first order, and no more pure series as there were in the second. There are models from which all forms proceed according to modulated differences. Only affiliation to the model has any meaning, since nothing proceeds in accordance with its end anymore, but issues instead from the model, the signifier of reference, functioning as a foregone, and the only credible, conclusion. We are dealing with simulation in the modern sense of the term, where industrialization is only its initial form. Modulation is ultimately more fundamental than serial reproducibility, distinct oppositions more than quantitative equivalences, and the commutation of terms more than the law of equivalences, the structural, not the market, law of value. Not only do we not need to search for the secrets of the code in technique or economics, it is on the contrary the very possibility of industrial production that we must seek in the genesis of the code and the simulacrum. Every order subsumes the previous order. Just as the order of the counterfeit was captured by the order of serial reproduction, look at how art passed entirely into machinality, so the entire order of production is in the process of toppling into operational simulation. The analyses of both Benjamin and McLuhan stand on the borders of reproduction and simulation, at the point where referential reason disappears and production is seized by vertigo. These analyses mark a decisive advance over Veblen and Goblet, who, describing, for example, the signs of fashion, still refer to a classical configuration where signs constitute a distinct material having a finality and are used for prestige, status, and social differentiation. The strategy they deploy is contemporaneous with Marx's strategy of profit and commodity, at a moment where they could still speak of a use value of the sign, or quite simply of economics at all, because there was still a reason of the sign and a reason of production. The metaphysics of the code. The mathematically minded Leibniz saw in the mystical elegance of the binary system where only the 0 and the 1 count, the very image of creation. The unity of the Supreme Being, operating by means of a binary function against the nothing, was sufficient ground, he thought, from which all things could be made. Marshall McLuhan. The great man-made simulacra pass from a universe of natural laws into a universe of forces and tensions, and today pass into a universe of structures and binary oppositions. After the metaphysics of being and appearance, after energy and determinacy, the metaphysics of indeterminacy and the code. Cybernetic control, generation through models, differential modulation, feedback, question/answer, etc. This is the new operational configuration, industrial simulacra being mere operations. Digitality is its metaphysical principle, Leibniz's God, and DNA is its prophet. In fact, it is in the genetic code that the genesis of simulacra today finds its completed form. At the limits of an ever more forceful extermination of references and finalities, of a loss of semblances and designators, we find the digital, programmatic sign, which has a purely tactical value, at the intersection of other signals, bits of information/tests, and which has the structure of a micromolecular code of command and control. At this level, the question of signs and their rational destinations, their real and their imaginary, their repression, reversal, the illusions they form of what they silence or of their parallel significations, is completely effaced. We have already seen the signs of the first order, complex signs with a wealth of illusion, change with the advent of machines into crude, dull, industrial, repetitive, echoless, functional and efficient signs. There is a still more radical mutation as regards the code signals, which become illegible, and for which no possible interpretation can be provided, buried like programmatic matrices, light years, ultimately, from the biological body, black boxes where every command and response are in ferment. End of the theater of representation, the space of the conflicts and silences of the sign, only the black box of the code remains, the molecule emitting signals which irradiate us, networking questions/answers through us as identifying signals, and continuously tested by the program we have hardwired into our own cells. Whether it is prison cells, electronic cells, party cells, or microbiological cells we are dealing with, we are always searching for the smallest indivisible element, the organic synthesis of which will follow in accordance with the givens of the code. The code itself is nothing other than a genetic, generative cell where the myriad intersections produce all the questions and all the possible solutions from which to select, for whom. There is no finality to these questions, informational signals, impulses, other than the response which is either genetic and immutable or inflected with minuscule and aleatory differences. Even space is no longer linear or unidimensional but cellular, indefinitely generating the same signals like the lonely and repetitive habits of a stir-crazy prisoner. The genetic code is the perpetual jump in a floppy disk, and we are nothing more than VDU cellules de lecture. The whole aura of the sign and signification itself is determinately resolved, everything is resolved into inscription and decoding. Such is our third-order simulacrum, such is the mystical elegance of the binary system of 0 and 1, from which all beings issue. Such also is the status of the sign at the end of signification, DNA or operational simulation. This is all perfectly summed up by Thomas Sebeok in Genetics and Semiotics, versus. Innumerable observations confirm the hypothesis that the internal world of the organic descends directly from the primordial forms of life. The most remarkable fact is the omnipresence of the DNA molecule. The genetic material of all the Earth's known organisms is in large part composed of the nucleic acids DNA and RNA, whose structure contains information transmitted through reproduction from one generation to the next, and furthermore endowed with the capacity to reproduce itself and to imitate. In short, the genetic code is universal, or almost. Decoding it was an immense discovery to the extent that it showed that the two languages of the great polymers, the languages of nucleic acid and protein, correlate directly. The Soviet mathematician Lyapunov demonstrated in 1963 that every living system transmits a small but precise quantity of energy or matter containing a great volume of information through channels laid down in advance. This information is responsible for the subsequent control of large quantities of energy and matter. From this perspective, numerous biological and cultural phenomena, storing, feedback, channeling messages and so on, can be conceived as manifestations of information processing. In the final analysis, information appears in large part to be the repetition of information, but still another kind of information, a kind of control which seems to be a universal property of terrestrial life, irrespective of its form or substance. 5 years ago I drew attention to the convergence of genetics and linguistics as autonomous but parallel disciplines in the larger field of the science of communication, which is also a part of zoosemiotics. The terminology of genetics is full of expressions taken from linguistics and communication theory, which emphasized both the principal similarities and the important differences in the structure and function of genetic and verbal codes. Today it is clear that the genetic code must be considered as the most basic semiotic network, and therefore as the prototype of all the other systems of signification used by the animals, including man. From this point of view, molecules, which are systems of quanta of, and which act as stable vehicles of physical information, zoosemiotic and cultural systems including language, constitute a continuous chain of stages, with ever more complex energy levels, in the context of a unique and universal evolution. It is therefore possible to describe both language or living systems from a unifying cybernetic point of view. For the moment, this is only a useful and provisional analogy. A reciprocal rapprochement between genetics, animal communication, and linguistics may lead to a complete science of the dynamics of semiosis, which science may turn out, in the final analysis, to be nothing other than a definition of life. So the outline of the current strategic model emerges, everywhere taking over from the great ideological model which political economy was in its time. We find this again, under the rigorous sign of science, in Jacques Monod's Chance and Necessity tr. Austin Wainhouse, London, Collins, 1970. The End of Dialectical Evolution. Life is now ruled by the discontinuous indeterminacy of the genetic code, by the teleonomic principle. Finality is no longer at the end, there is no more finality, nor any determinacy. Finality is there in advance, inscribed in the code. We can see that nothing has changed, the order of ends has ceded its place to molecular play, as the order of signifieds has yielded to the play of infinitesimal signifiers, condensed into their aleatory commutation. All the transcendental finalities are reduced to an instrument panel. This is still to make recourse to nature, however, to an inscription in a biological nature, a phantasm of nature in fact, as it has always been, no longer a metaphysical sanctuary for the origin and substance, but this time, for the code. The code must have an objective basis. What better than molecules and genetics? Monod is the strict theologian of this molecular transcendence, Edgar Morin its ecstatic supporter, DNA equals Adonai. In each of them, however, the phantasm of the code, which is equivalent to the reality of power, is confused with the idealism of the molecule. Again we find the hallucination or illusion of a world reunited under a single principle, a homogeneous substance according to the Counter-Reformation Jesuits. With Leibniz and his binary deity as their precursor, the technocrats of the biological, as well as the linguistic, sciences opt for the genetic code, for their intended program has nothing to do with genetics, but is a social and historical program. Biochemistry hypostatises the ideal of a social order governed by a kind of genetic code, a macromolecular calculus by the PPBS, planning programming budgeting system, its operational circuits radiating over the social body. Here techno-cybernetics finds its natural philosophy, as Monod said. The biological and the biochemical have always exerted a fascination, ever since the beginnings of science. In Spencer's organicism, biosociologism, it was operative at the level of second and third order structures, following Jacobs' classification in The Logic of Life. Harmon-Swarth, Penguin, 1989, while today, in modern biochemistry, this applies to the level of fourth order structures. Coded similarities and dissimilarities, the exact image of cyberneticist social exchange. We need only add the stereospecific complex to re-inject the intracellular communication that Morin will transform into a molecular eros. Practically and historically, this means that social control by means of the end, and the more or less dialectical providence that ministers to the fulfillment of this end, is replaced with social control by means of prediction, simulation, programmed anticipation, and indeterminate mutation, all governed, however, by the code. Instead of a process finalized in accordance with its ideal development, we are dealing with generative models. Instead of prophecy, we fall subject to inscription. There is no radical difference between the two. Only the schemata of control change and, it has to be said, reach a fantastic degree of perfection. From a capitalist productivist society to a neo-capitalist cybernetic order, aiming this time at absolute control, the biological theory of the code has taken up arms in the service of this mutation. Far from indeterminate, this mutation is the outcome of an entire history where God, man, progress, and even history have successively passed away to the advantage of the code, where the death of transcendence benefits immanence, which corresponds to a far more advanced phase of the vertiginous manipulation of social relations. In its infinite reproduction, the system puts an end to the myth of its origin and to all the referential values it has itself secreted in the course of its process. By putting an end to the myth of its origin, it puts an end to its internal contradictions. There is no longer a real or a referential to which to oppose them, and also puts an end to the myth of its end, the revolution itself. With the revolution you could still make out the outline of a victorious human and generic reference, the original potential of man. But what if capital wiped generic man himself off the map, in favor of genetic man? The revolution's golden age was the age of capital, where myths of the origin and the end were still in circulation. Once these myths were short-circuited, the only threat that capital had ever faced historically came from this mythical demand for rationality which pervaded it from the start, in a de facto operationality, a non-discursive operationality. Once it became its own myth, or rather an indeterminate, aleatory machine, something like a social genetic code, capital no longer left the slightest opportunity for a determinate reversal. This is the real violence of capital. However, it remains to be seen whether this operationality is itself a myth, whether DNA is itself a myth. This effectively poses the problem of the discursive status of science once and for all. In Monod, this discourse is so candidly absolutist that it provides a perfect opportunity for posing the problem. Plato, Heraclitus, Hegel, Marx, these ideological edifices, represented as a priori, were in reality a posteriori constructions designed to justify preconceived ethico-political theories. For science, objectivity is the only a priori postulate of objectivity, which spares, or rather forbids it from taking part in this debate. Chance and Necessity, p. 98. However, this postulate is itself a result of the never innocent decision to objectify the world and the real. In fact, it postulates the coherence of a specific discourse, and scientificity is doubtless only the space of this discourse, never manifest as such, whose simulacrum of objectivity covers over this political and strategic speech. Besides, Monod clearly expresses the arbitrariness of this discourse a little further on. It may be asked, of course, whether all the invariants, conservations, and symmetries that make up the texture of scientific discourse are not fictions substituted for reality in order to obtain a workable image. A logic itself founded upon a purely abstract, perhaps conventional, principle of identity, a convention with which, however, human reason seems to be incapable of doing without. Ibid, p. 99. We couldn't put it more clearly. Science itself determines its generative formula and its discourse model on the basis of a faith in a conventional order, and moreover not just any order, but the order of a total reduction. But Monod quickly glosses over this dangerous hypothesis of conventional identity. A rigid basis would serve science better, an objective reality for example. Physics will testify that identity is not only a postulate, but that it is in things, since there is an absolute identity of two atoms when they are found to be in the same quantitative state. So, is it convention or is it objective reality? The truth is that science, like any other discourse, is organized on the basis of a conventional logic, but, like any other ideological discourse, requires a real, objective reference within the processes of substance in order to justify it. If the principle of identity is in any way true, even if this is at the infinitesimal level of two atoms, then the entire conventional edifice of science which draws its inspiration from it is also true. The hypothesis of the genetic code DNA is also true and cannot be defeated. The same goes for metaphysics. Science explains things which have been defined and formalized in advance and which subsequently conform to these explanations. That's all that objectivity is. The ethics that come to sanction this objective knowledge are just systems of defense and misconstrual mechanisms that aim to preserve this vicious circle. Point 2. As Nietzsche said, down with all hypotheses that have allowed belief in a real world. The tactile and the digital. Regulation on the model of the genetic code is in no way limited to effects in the laboratory or the exalted visions of theoreticians. These models invest life at its most banal level. Digitality is among us. It haunts all the messages and signs of our society, and we can clearly locate its most concrete form in the test, the question/answer, the stimulus/response. All content is neutralized by a continuous process of orchestrated interrogations, verdicts, and ultimatums to be decoded, which this time no longer come from the depths of the genetic code but still possess the same tactical indeterminacy. The cycles of meaning become infinitely shorter in the cycles of the question/answer, the bit, or the return of a minuscule quantity of energy/information to its point of departure. This cycle merely describes the perpetual reactualization of the same models. The equivalent of the total neutralization of signifieds by the code is the instantaneous verdict of fashion or of every billboard or TV advertising message. Everywhere supply devours demand, the question devours the answer, either absorbing and regurgitating it in a decodable form, or inventing it and anticipating its predictable corroboration. Everywhere the same scenario of trials and errors, the burden of which, in laboratory tests, is borne by guinea pigs, the scenario of the spectrum of choices on offer or the multiple choice, test your personality. The test is everywhere the fundamental social form of control, which works by infinitely dividing practices and responses. We live in a referendum mode precisely because there is no longer any referential. Every sign and every message, objects of functional utility just as much as fashion features or any televised information, polls, or discussions, is presented to us as a question/answer. The entire communications system has passed from a complex syntactic structure of language to a binary system of question/answer signals, perpetual testing. Tests and referenda are, as we know, perfect forms of simulation. The question induces the answer, it is designated in advance. The referendum, then, is only an ultimatum. The unilateral question is precisely not an interrogation anymore, but the immediate imposition of a meaning which simultaneously completes the cycle. Every message is a verdict, delivered like the verdict of polling statistics. The simulacrum of distance, or indeed of contradiction, between the two poles is nothing but a tactical hallucination, like the reality effect on the interior of the sign itself. Benjamin provides this test function at the concrete level of the technical apparatus. The artistic performance of the screen actor is presented by a camera, with a twofold consequence. The camera that presents the performance of the film actor to the public need not respect the performance as an integral whole. Guided by the cameraman, the camera continually changes its position with respect to the performance. The sequence of positional views which the editor composes with the material supplied him constitutes the completed film. Hence, the performance of the actor is subjected to a series of optical tests. This is the first consequence of the fact that the actor's performance is presented by means of the camera. Also, the film actor lacks the opportunity of the stage actor to adjust to the audience during the performance, since he does not present his performance to the audience in person. This permits the audience to take the position of the critic, without experiencing any personal contact with the actor. The audience's identification with the actor is really an identification with the camera. Consequently, the audience takes the position of the camera. Its approach is that of testing. Note the expansion of the field of the testable which mechanical equipment brings about for the actor corresponds to the extraordinary expansion of the field of the testable brought about for the individual through economic conditions. Thus, vocational aptitude tests become constantly more important. What matters in these tests are segmental performances of the individual. The film shot and the vocational aptitude test are taken before a committee of experts. The camera director in the studio occupies a place identical with that of the examiner during aptitude tests. The work of art of the Dadaists became an instrument of ballistics. It hit the spectator like a bullet, it happened to him, thus acquiring a tactile quality. It promoted a demand for the film, the distracting element of which is also primarily tactile, being based on changes of place and focus which periodically assail the spectator. The work of art, pages 230, 240. Contemplation is impossible, images fragment perception into successive sequences and stimuli to which the only response is an instantaneous yes or no, reaction time is maximally reduced. The film no longer allows you to contemplate it, it interrogates you directly. According to McLuhan, it is in this sense that the modern media demand greater immediate participation, incessant response and total plasticity. Benjamin compares the cameraman's operation to the surgeon's, tactility and manipulation. Messages no longer have an informational role, they test and take polls, ultimately so as to control, contra-roll in the sense that all your responses are already inscribed in the roll, on the anticipated register of the code. Editing, montage and encoding in fact demand that the recipient dismantle, demonte and decode in accordance with the same process. Every reading of a message is thus nothing more than a perpetual test of the code. Every image, every media message and also every surrounding functional object is a test. That is to say, in all the rigor of the term, it triggers response mechanisms in accordance with stereotypes or analytic models. The object today is no longer functional in the traditional sense of the term, it doesn't serve you, it tests you. It no longer has anything to do with yesterday's object, any more than mediatized information has with the reality of facts. Both object and information already result from a selection, an edited sequence of camera angles, they have already tested reality and have only asked those questions to which it has responded. Reality has been analyzed into simple elements which have been recomposed into scenarios of stable oppositions, just as the photographer imposes his own contrasts, lighting, and angles onto his subject. Any photographer will tell you that no matter what you do, it is enough to catch the original from a good angle at the moment or inflection that turns it into the exact response to the instantaneous test of the apparatus and its code, exactly like the test or referendum when they translate a given conflict or problem into a question/answer game. Thus tested, reality tests you in return according to the same scorecard, and you decode it following the same code, inscribed in its every message and object like a miniature genetic code. You already test the mere fact that everything is presented today according to a spectrum or range, since it imposes selectivity on you. This conforms to the global usage we have of the surrounding world of reading and selective decoding, we live less as users than as readers and selectors, reading cells. But beware, since by the same token you are yourself constantly selected and tested by the medium itself. Just as we select a sample for purposes of a survey, the media frame and cut sample receivers by means of beamed messages, which are in fact a network of selected questions. By a circular operation of experimental modifications and incessant interference, like nervous, tactile and retractile impulses, probing an object by means of short perceptual sequences until it has been localized and controlled, the media localize and structure not real, autonomous groups, but samples, modeled socially and mentally by a barrage of messages. Public opinion is evidently the finest of these samples, not an unreal but a hyperreal political substance, the fantastic hyperreality which survives only by editing and manipulation by the test. The eruption of the binary question/answer schema is of incalculable importance. Dislocating all discourse in a now bygone golden age, this schema short-circuits every dialectic of the signifier and the signified, a representative and a represented. There are no longer any objects whose signifieds are their functions, with opinion that representatives would vote for, and the real interrogation to which the answer responds, and there are especially no longer any questions to which there are no answers. This entire process is dislocated, the contradictory processes of the true and the false, the real and the imaginary are abolished in this hyperreal logic of the montage. Michel Tourt provides a fine analysis of this in his book on the intelligence quotient. The question as such does not determine its response in the form in which it was posed, it is the meaning given to it by the person to whom it was posed, and also the idea the interrogated subject forms of the most appropriate tactic to adopt in order to respond according to the idea he forms of the interrogation's expectations. Le Quotient Intellectual, Paris, Maspero, 1974. Tourt again. The artifact is something other than a controlled transformation of the object for purposes of knowledge, it is a savage intervention in reality, at the end of which it is impossible to distinguish what in this reality arises out of objective knowledge and what results from the technical intervention, the medium. The IQ is such an artifact. No more true and false, since we can no longer find any gap between question and answer. In the light of these tests, intelligence, like opinion, and more generally every process of signification, is reduced to the capacity to produce contrasting reactions to an increasing range of appropriate stimuli. This whole analysis directly reflects McLuhan's formula: the medium is the message. It is in fact the medium, the very mode of editing, cutting, questioning, enticement, and demand by the medium that rules the process of signification. So we can understand why McLuhan saw an era of tactile communication in the era of electronic mass media. In this we are closer in effect to the tactile than we are to the visual universe, where there is greater distance, and reflection is always possible. At the moment that touching loses its sensual value for us, touching is an interaction of the senses rather than a simple contact between a skin and an object. It is possible that it might once more become the schema of a universe of communication, but this time as a field of tactile and tactical simulation where the message becomes a message, a tentacular enticement, a test. In every field we are tested, probed and sampled, the method is tactical and the sphere of communication tactile. Not to mention the ideology of contact, which in all of its forms, seeks to replace the idea of social relations. A whole strategic configuration revolves around the test, the question/answer cell, as it does around a molecular command code. The entire political sphere loses its specificity as soon as it enters the media's polling game, that is to say, when it enters the integrated circuit of the question/answer. The electoral sphere is in any case the first large-scale institution where social exchange is reduced to getting a response. Thanks to these simplified signals, the electoral sphere is also the first institution to be universalist. Universal suffrage is the first of the mass media. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, political and economic practice merge increasingly into the same type of discourse. Propaganda and publicity were fused, marketing and merchandising both objects and powerful ideas. This linguistic convergence between the economic and the political is moreover what marks a society such as ours, where political economy has been fully realized. By the same token, it is also its end, since the two spheres are abolished in another reality or media hyperreality. Here again, each term is elevated to a higher power, that of third-order simulacra. While many regret the media's corruption of politics and deplore the fact that the TV switch and the public opinion polls have cheerfully replaced opinion formation, this merely testifies that they have not understood polities at all. Le Monde. This phase of political hyperrealism is characterized by the necessary conjunction of the two-party system and the emergence of opinion polls as the mirror of this alternating equivalence of the political game. Opinion polls are situated beyond all social production of opinion. They now refer only to a simulacrum of public opinion. This mirror of opinion is analogous in its way to that of the gross national product, the imaginary mirror of productive forces without regard for their social finality or counter-finality, the essential thing being merely that its CA is reproduced. The same goes for public opinion, where what matters most is that it grows incessantly in its own image. This is the secret of mass representation. Nobody need produce an opinion anymore, but everyone must reproduce public opinion, in the sense that all opinions are swallowed up in this kind of general equivalent and proceed from it thereafter, reproduce it, or what they take it to be, at the level of individual choice. For opinion as for material goods, production is dead, long live reproduction. If McLuhan's formula becomes significant anywhere, it is certainly here. Point 4 Public opinion is par excellence both the medium and the message. The poles informing this opinion are the unceasing imposition of the medium as the message. They thereby belong to the same order as TV and the electronic media, which, as we have seen, are also a perpetual question-answer game, an instrument of perpetual polling. Polls manipulate the undecidable. Do they affect votes? True or false? Do they yield exact photographs of reality, or of mere tendencies, or a refraction of this reality in a hyperspace of simulation whose curvature we do not even know? True or false? Undecidable. However sophisticated their analyses, they always leave room for the reversibility of hypotheses. Statistics is just casuistry. This undecidability is proper to every simulation process. See above for the undecidability of the crisis. The internal logic of these processes, statistics, probabilities, operational cybernetics, is certainly rigorous and scientific, yet it somehow doesn't get any purchase on anything. It is a fabulous fiction whose index of refraction in, true or false, reality is zero. This condition is all that gives these models any force, but the only truth it leaves them comes from paranoid projection tests of a caste or group, undecidability dreaming of a miraculous adequation between the real and their own models, and therefore an absolute manipulation. What is true in the scenario of statistics is also true of the regulated partition of the political sphere, the alternation of the forces in power, minority/majority substitutions and so on. At the limit of pure representation, its CA no longer represents anything. Politics dies from the overregulated play of its distinct oppositions. The political sphere, more generally, the sphere of power, is emptied. In some ways this is the ransom for the fulfillment of the desire of the political class for a perfect manipulation of social representation. Smoothly and surreptitiously, all social substance vanishes from this machine at the very moment of its perfected reproduction. The same goes for opinion polls. It is ultimately only members of the political classes who believe in them, just as it is only brokers and advertising executives who really believe in publicity and market analyses. This is not due to a particular stupidity, although we can't rule this out, but because the polls are homogeneous to the way contemporary politics operate. They therefore take on a real tactical value, operating as a regulating factor of the political classes in accordance with their own game rules. The political classes, then, have good reason to believe in polls, as in fact they do. Ultimately, though, who else does? It is the burlesque spectacle of the hyper-representative, that is, not representative at all, political sphere that people savor and sample through opinion polls and the media. There is a jubilation proper to this spectacular nullity, and the final form that it takes is that of statistical contemplation. Such contemplation, moreover, is always coupled, as we know, with a profound disappointment, the species of disillusion that the polls provoke by absorbing all public speaking, by short-circuiting every means of expression. They exert fascination in proportion to this neutralization through emptiness, to the vertigo they create by anticipating every possible reality in the image. The problem of opinion polls, then, is not their objective influence at all. As far as propaganda and advertising are concerned, such influence is, as we know, largely annulled by individual or collective resistance or inertia. Their problem is the operational simulation that they institute across the entire range of social practices, the leukemia infecting all social substance, replacing blood with the white lymph of the media. The question/answer circularity runs through every domain. We are slowly beginning to notice that the whole domain of surveys, polls, and statistics must be revised according to the radical suspicion brought to bear on their methods. The same suspicion bears, however, on ethnology. Unless you admit that the natives are totally natural and incapable of simulation, then the problem is the same with the above as it is here. It is impossible to obtain a non-simulated response to a direct question, apart from merely reproducing the question. It is not even certain that we can test plants, animals, or inert matter in the exact sciences with any hope of an objective response. As to how those polled respond to the pollsters, how natives respond to ethnologists, the analysand to the analyst, you may be sure that there is total circularity in every case. Those questioned always behave as the questioner imagines they will and solicits them to. Even the psychoanalytic transference and counter-transference collapses today under the shock of this stimulated, simulated, and anticipated response, which is simply a modality of the self-fulfilling prophecy. 5 So we come up against the strange paradox where whatever those polled, analysands and natives say, it is irremediably short-circuit and lost. Indeed, it is on the basis of this foreclosure that these disciplines, sociology, psychoanalysis, and ethnology, will be able to develop in leaps and bounds. Such amazing development is just hot air, however, since the circular response of those polled, the analysands and the natives is nevertheless a challenge and a victorious revenge, when they turn the question back on itself, isolating it by holding the expected mirror image response up to it, then there is no hope that the question can ever get out of what is in fact the vicious circle of power. It is exactly the same in the electoral system, where representatives no longer represent anything, by dint of controlling the electoral body's responses so well, somewhere, everything has escaped them. That is why the controlled responses of the dominated are nevertheless somehow a genuine response, a desperate vengeance which lets power bury power. The systems of the advanced democracies become stable through the formula of the two-party system. The de facto monopoly remains in the hands of a homogeneous political class, from the left to the right, but must not be exercised in this way. This is because single-party rule, totalitarianism, is an unstable form which drains the political stage and can no longer ensure the feedback of public opinion, the minimal current in the integrated circuit that constitutes the transistorized political machine. The two-party system, by contrast, is the end of representation, since solicitation reaches its highest degree, in the name of a simple formal constraint, when you approach the greatest perfect competitive equation between the two parties. This is only logical. Democracy attains the law of equivalence in the political order, and this law is fulfilled by the seesawing of the two terms, which thus maintains their equivalence, but by means of this minuscule divergence allows for public consensus and the closure of the cycle of representation, a theater of operations where only the smoky reflections of political reason continue to function. Democracy's credo of the individual's free choice effectively turns into its exact opposite. Voting has become absolutely obligatory. If this is not the case de jure, then it is through the structural, statistical constraint of the two-party system, reinforced by the opinion polls. 6 Voting has become absolutely aleatory, When democracy reaches a formally advanced stage, it is distributed in equal quantities, 50/50ths. Voting merges with the Brownian motion of particles or probability calculus, as if the whole world were voting according to chance, as if signs were voting. At this point, it matters little what the parties in power express historically and socially, it is even necessary that they no longer represent anything. The fascination of the game and the polls, the formal and statistical compulsion, is so much greater. Classical universal suffrage already implies a certain neutralization of the political field, in the name of a consensus over the rules of the game. But we can still distinguish the representatives and the represented in this game, on the basis of a real social antagonism in opinions. The neutralization of this contradictory referential, under the sign of a public opinion which from now on is equal to itself, mediatized and homogenized by means of anticipation, polls, will make possible an alternation, not of parties, but of their heads, creating a simulated opposition between the two parties, absorbing their respective objectives, and a reversibility of every discourse into any other. Beyond the representative and the represented, this is the pure form of representation, just as, beyond the signifier and the signified, simulation marks the pure form of the political economy of the sign, just as, beyond use value and exchange value, beyond every substance of production, the flotation of currencies and their accountable drift marks the pure form of value. It may seem that the historical movement of capital carries it from open competition towards oligopoly and then towards monopoly, that democracy moves from a multi-party system to a two-party system and then towards single-party rule, oligopoly, or real duopoly, results from the tactical division of the monopoly. In every domain, duopoly is the completed stage of monopoly. It is not that a political will, state intervention, antitrust laws, etc., shatters the market's monopoly. Any unitary system, if it wants to survive, must find a binary regulation. This does not change anything as regards monopoly. On the contrary, power is only absolute if it is able to diffract into various equivalents, if it knows how to divide in order to become stronger. This goes for detergent brands as much as for a peaceful coexistence. Two superpowers are necessary in order to keep the universe under control. A single empire would crumble by itself. The balance of terror merely allows regulated oppositions to be put in place, for strategy is structural, never atomic. Even if this regulated opposition can be ramified into a more complex scenario, the matrix remains binary. From now on, it will never again be a question of a dual or open competitive struggle, but one of couplets of simultaneous oppositions. From the smallest disjunctive unit, the question/answer particle, up to the macroscopic level of the great two-party systems that govern the economy, politics, and global coexistence, the matrix never changes. It is always the 0/1, the binary scansion that is affirmed as the metastable or homeostatic form of contemporary systems. It is the core of the processes of simulation that dominate us. It can be organized into a game of unstable variations, from polyvalence to tautology, without putting the strategic form of the duopoly into question. It is the divine form of simulation. Point 7. Why has the World Trade Center in New York got 2 towers? All Manhattan's great buildings are always content to confront each other in a competitive verticality, from which there results an architectural panorama that is the image of the capitalist system, a pyramidal jungle, every building on the offensive against every other. The system itself can be spotted in the famous image we have of New York on arriving by sea. This image has changed completely in a few years. The effigy of the capitalist system has passed from the pyramid to the punch card. The buildings are no longer obelisks, but trustingly stand next to one another like the columns of a statistical graph. This new architecture no longer embodies a competitive system, but a countable one where competition has disappeared in favor of correlation. New York is the only city in the world to have retraced, throughout the entire length and breadth of its history, the contemporary form of the capitalist system in this way, instantaneously changing according to the system. No European city has ever done this. This architectural graphism belongs to the monopoly. The World Trade Center's two towers are perfect parallelepipeds, 400 meters high on a square base. They are perfectly balanced and blind communicating vessels. The fact that there are two identical towers signifies the end of all competition, the end of every original reference. Paradoxically, if there were only one, the WTC would not embody the monopoly, since we have seen that it becomes stable in a dual form. For the sign to remain pure, it must become its own double. This doubling of the sign really put an end to what it designated. Every Andy Warhol does this. The multiple replicas of Marilyn Monroe's face are of course at the same time the death of the original and the end of representation. The two towers of the WTC are the visible sign of the closure of a system in the vertigo of doubling, while the other skyscrapers are each the original moment of a system continually surpassing itself in the crisis and the challenge. This doubling, this replication, inspires a particular fascination. However high they are and however much higher than all the others, the two towers nevertheless signify an arrested verticality. They ignore the other buildings, they are not of the same race, they no longer challenge them nor compare themselves to them. The two towers reflect one another and reach their highest point in the prestige of similitude. They echo the idea of the model they are for one another, and their semi-detached altitude no longer has a transcendent value, but only signifies that the commutative strategy of the model will now historically prevail over the heart of the system itself, as New York truly is, over the traditional strategy of competition. The buildings of the Rockefeller Center also mirror their glass and steel facades in one another, in the city's infinite specularity. The towers are themselves blind and no longer have a facade. Every reference to habitat, to the facade as face, to the interior and exterior, that we still find even in the Chase Manhattan Bank or in the most daring mirror buildings from the 60s has been erased. At the same moment that the rhetoric of verticality is disappearing, so too is the rhetoric of the mirror. There now remains only a series based on the binary code, as if architecture, in the image of the system, proceeded only by means of an unchanging genetic code, a definitive model. The hyperrealism of simulations. We have just defined a digital space, a magnetic field of the code with its modeled polarizations, diffractions, and gravitations, with the insistent and perpetual flux of the smallest disjunctive units. The question/answer cell operates like the cybernetic atom of signification. We must now measure the disparity between this field of control and the traditional field of repression, the police space which used to correspond to a violence of signification. This space was one of reactionary conditioning, inspired by the Pavlovian apparatus of programmed and repetitive aggression which we also saw scaled up in hard sell advertising and the political propaganda of the 30s. A crafted but industrial violence that aimed to produce terrified behavior and animal obedience. This no longer has any meaning. Totalitarian, bureaucratic concentration is a schema dating from the era of the market law of value. The schema of equivalences effectively imposes the form of a general equivalent, and hence the centralization of a global process. This is an archaic rationality compared to simulation, in which it is no longer a single general equivalent but a diffraction of models that plays the regulative role, no longer the form of the general equivalent, but the form of distinct oppositions. We pass from injunction to disjunction through the code, from the ultimatum to solicitation, from obligatory passivity to models constructed from the outset on the basis of the subject's active response, and this subject's involvement and ludic participation, towards a total environment model made up of incessant spontaneous responses, joyous feedback, and irradiated contacts. According to Nicholas Scoffer, this is a concretization of the general ambience. The great festival of participation is made up of myriad stimuli, miniaturist tests, and infinitely divisible questions/answers, all magnetized by several great models in the luminous field of the code. Here comes the great culture of tactile communication, under the sign of techno-luminokinetic space and total spatiodynamic theater. A whole imaginary based on contact, a sensory mimicry and a tactile mysticism, basically ecology in its entirety, comes to be grafted onto this universe of operational simulation, multi-stimulation, and multi-response. This incessant test of successful adaptation is naturalized by assimilating it to animal mimicry. The phenomenon of animals' adaptation to the colors and forms of their habitat also holds for man, Nicholas Scoffer, and even to the Indians with their innate sense of ecology. Troisms, mimicry, and empathy, the ecological evangelism of open systems, with positive or negative feedback, will be engulfed in this breach, with an ideology of regulation through information that is only the avatar, in accordance with a more flexible rationality, of the Pavlov reflex. Hence electroshock is replaced by body attitude as the condition of mental health. When notions of need, perception, desire, etc., become operational, then the apparatuses of force and forcing yield to ambient apparatuses. A generalist, mystical ecology of the niche and the context, a simulated environment eventually including the centers for cultural and aesthetic reanimation planned for the left bank, why not, and the center for sexual leisure, which, built in the form of a breast, will offer a superlative euphoria thanks to a pulsating ambience. Workers from all classes will be able to enter these stimulating centers. A spatiodynamic fascination, just like total theater, set up according to a hyperbolic, circular apparatus turning around a cylindrical spindle. No more scenes, no more cuts, no more gaze, the end of the spectacle and the spectacular, towards the total, fusional, tactile, and aesthetic, and no longer the aesthetic, etc., environment. We can only think of Artaud's total theater, his theater of cruelty, of which this spatiodynamic simulation is the abject, black humor caricature. Here cruelty is replaced by minimum and maximum stimulus thresholds, by the invention of perceptual codes calculated on the basis of saturation thresholds. Even the good old catharsis of the classical theater of the passions has today become a homeopathy by means of simulation. The end of the spectacle brings with it the collapse of reality into hyperrealism, the meticulous reduplication of the real, preferably through another reproductive medium such as advertising or photography. Through reproduction from one medium into another the real becomes volatile, it becomes the allegory of death, but it also draws strength from its own destruction, becoming the real for its own sake, a fetishism of the lost object which is no longer the object of representation, but the ecstasy of denegation and its own ritual extermination, the hyperreal. Realism had already inaugurated this tendency. The rhetoric of the real already signals that its status has been radically altered, the golden age of the innocence of language where what is said need not be doubled in an effect of reality. Surrealism was still in solidarity with the realism it contested, but which it doubled and ruptured in the imaginary. The hyperreal represents a much more advanced phase insofar as it effaces the contradiction of the real and the imaginary. A reality no longer belongs to the dream or the phantasm, to a beyond or a hidden interiority, but to the hallucinatory resemblance of the real to itself. To gain exit from the crisis of representation, the real must be sealed off in a pure repetition. Before emerging in pop art and painterly neorealism, this tendency can already be discerned in the Nouveau Roman. Here the project is to construct a void around the real, to eradicate all psychology and subjectivity from it in order to give it a pure objectivity. In fact, this is only the objectivity of the pure gaze, an objectivity finally free of the object, but which merely remains a blind relay of the gaze that scans it. It is easy to detect the unconscious trying to remain hidden in this circular seduction. This is indeed the impression made by the Nouveau Roman, a wild elision of meaning in a meticulous but blind reality. Syntax and semantics have disappeared, the object now only appears in court, where its scattered fragments are subjected to unremitting cross-examination. There is neither metaphor nor metonymy, only a successive immanence under the law-enforcing authority of the gaze. This objective microscopy incites reality to vertiginous motion, the vertiginous death of representation within the confines of representation. The old illusions of relief, perspective, and depth, both spatial and psychological, bound up with the perception of the object are over with, optics in its entirety, scopics, has begun to operate on the surface of things, the gaze has become the object's molecular code. There are several possible modalities of this vertigo of realistic simulation. The detailed deconstruction of the real, the paradigmatic close reading of the object, the flattening out, linearity and seriality of part objects. Abyssal vision, all the games of splitting the object in two and duplicating it in every detail. This reduction is taken to be a depth, indeed a critical metalanguage, and doubtless this was true of a reflective configuration of the sign in a dialectics of the mirror. From now on this infinite refraction is nothing more than another type of seriality in which the real is no longer reflected, but folds in on itself to the point of exhaustion. The properly serial form, Andy Warhol here the paradigmatic dimension is abolished along with the syntagmatic dimension, since there is no longer a flexion of forms, nor even an internal reflection, only a contiguity of the same, 0-degree flexion and reflection. Take this erotic photograph of twin sisters where the fleshy reality of their bodies is annihilated by their similarity. How do you invest when the beauty of the one is immediately duplicated in the other? The gaze can only go from one to the other, and these poles enclose all vision. This is a subtle means of murdering the original, but it is also a singular seduction, where the total extent of the object is intercepted by its infinite diffraction into itself. This scenario reverses the Platonic myth of the reunion of two halves separated by a symbol. In the series, signs subdivide like protozoa. Perhaps this is the seduction of death, in the sense that, for we sexually differentiated beings, death is perhaps not nothingness, but quite simply the mode of reproduction prior to sexual differentiation. The models that generate in infinite chains effectively bring us closer to the generation of protozoa, sex, which for us is confused with life, being the only remaining difference. This pure machinality is doubtless only a paradoxical limit, however. Binarity and digitality constitute the true generative formula which encompasses all the others and is, in a way, the stabilized form of the code. This does not mean pure repetition, but minimal difference, the minimal inflection between two terms, that is, the smallest common paradigm that can sustain the fiction of meaning. A commonality of differentiation internal to the painterly object as well as to the consumer object, this simulation contracts, in contemporary art, to the point of being nothing more than the infinitesimal difference that still separates hyperreality from hyperpainting. Hyperpainting claims to exhaust itself to the point of its sacrificial eclipse in the face of the real, but we know how all painting's prestige is revived in this infinitesimal difference. Painting retreats into the border that separates the painted surface and the wall. It also hides in the signature, the metaphysical sign of painting and the metaphysics of representation at the limit, where it takes itself as its own model, the pure gaze, and turns around itself in the compulsive repetition of the code. The very definition of the real is that of which it is possible to provide an equivalent reproduction. It is a contemporary of science, which postulates that a process can be reproduced exactly within given conditions, with an industrial rationality which postulates a universal system of equivalences. Classical representation is not equivalence but transcription, interpretation, and commentary. At the end of this process of reproducibility, the real is not only that which can be reproduced, but that which is always already reproduced, the hyperreal. So are we then at the end of the real and the end of art due to a total mutual reabsorption? No, since at the level of simulacra, hyperrealism is the apex of both art and the real, by means of a mutual exchange of the privileges and prejudices that found them. The hyperreal is beyond representation, cf. Jean-François Lyotard, Esquisse d'une économique de l'hyperrealisme, L'art vivant, 36, 1973, 8 only because it is entirely within simulation, in which the barriers of representation rotate crazily, an implosive madness which, far from being eccentric, keeps its gaze fixed on the center, on its own abyssal repetition. Analogous to the effect of an internal distance from the dream, allowing us to say that we are dreaming, hyperrealism is only the play of censorship and the perpetuation of the dream, becoming an integral part of a coded reality that it perpetuates and leaves unaltered. In fact, hyperrealism must be interpreted in inverse manner. Today reality itself is hyperrealist. The secret of surrealism was that the most everyday reality could become surreal, but only at privileged instants which again arose out of art and the imaginary. Today everyday, political, social, historical, economic, etc., reality has already incorporated the hyperrealist dimension of simulation, so that we are now living entirely within the aesthetic hallucination of reality. The old slogan "reality is stranger than fiction," which still corresponded to the surrealist stage in the aestheticization of life, has been outrun, since there is no longer any fiction that life can possibly confront, even as its conqueror. Reality has passed completely into the game of reality. Radical disaffection, the cool and cybernetic stage, replaces the hot, phantasmatic phase. The consummate enjoyment jouissance of the signs of guilt, despair, violence, and death are replacing guilt, anxiety, and even death in the total euphoria of simulation. This euphoria aims to abolish cause and effect, origin and end, and replace them with reduplication. Every closed system protects itself in this way from the referential and the anxiety of the referential, as well as from all metalanguage that the system wards off by operating its own metalanguage, that is, by duplicating itself as its own critique. In simulation, the metalinguistic illusion reduplicates and completes the referential illusion, the pathetic hallucination of the sign and the pathetic hallucination of the real. It's a circus, it's a theater, it's a movie. All these old adages are ancient naturalist denunciations. This is no longer what is at issue. What is at issue this time is turning the real into a satellite, putting an undefinable reality with no common measure into orbit with the phantasma that once illustrated it. This satellization has subsequently been materialized as the two-room kitchen shower, which we really have sent into orbit, to the spatial power, you could say, with the latest lunar module. The most everyday aspect of the terrestrial environment raised to the rank of a cosmic value, an absolute decor, hypostatist in space. This is the end of metaphysics and the beginning of the era of hyperreality. 9 The spatial transcendence of the banality of the two-room apartment by a cool, machinic figuration in hyperrealism 10 tells us only one thing, however: this module, such as it is, participates in a hyperspace of representation where everyone is already in possession of the technical means for the instant reproduction of his or her own life. Thus the Tupolev pilots who crashed in Baudrillard were able, by means of their cameras, to see themselves dying at first hand. This is nothing other than the short circuit of the response by the question in the test, a process of instant renewal whereby reality is immediately contaminated by its simulacrum. A specific class of allegorical and somewhat diabolical objects used to exist, made up of mirrors, images, works of art, concepts. Although simulacra, they were transparent and manifest. You could distinguish craftsmanship facon from the counterfeit contrafacon, with their own characteristic style and savoir-faire. Pleasure, then, consisted in locating what was natural within what was artificial and counterfeit. Today, where the real and the imaginary are intermixed in one and the same operational totality, aesthetic fascination reigns supreme, with subliminal perception, a sort of sixth sense, of special effects, editing and script. Reality is overexposed to the glare of models. This is no longer a space of production, but a reading strip, a coding and decoding strip, magnetized by signs. Aesthetic reality is no longer achieved through art's premeditation and distancing, but by its elevation to the second degree, to the power of 2, by the anticipation and immanence of the code. A kind of unintentional parody hovers over everything, a tactical simulation, a consummate aesthetic enjoyment jouissance, is attached to the indefinable play of reading and the rules of the game. Traveling signs, media, fashion, and models, the blind but brilliant ambience of simulacra. Art has for a long time prefigured this turn, by veering towards what today is a turn to everyday life. Very early on, the work of art produced a double of itself as the manipulation of the signs of art, bringing about an oversignification of art, or, as Levi Strauss said, an academicization of the signifier, irreversibly introducing art to the form of the sign. At this point art entered into infinite reproduction, with everything that doubles itself, even the banal reality of the everyday, falling by the same token under the sign of art and becoming aesthetic. The same goes for production, which we might say has today entered into aesthetic reduplication, the phase where, expelling all content and all finality, it becomes somehow abstract and non-figurative. In this way it expresses the pure form of production, taking upon itself, as art does, the value of the finality without end. Art and industry may then exchange their signs. Art can become a reproductive machine, Andy Warhol, without ceasing to be art, since the machine is now nothing but a sign. Production can also lose all its social finality as its means of verification, and finally glorify in the prestigious, hyperbolic, and aesthetic signs that the great industrial complexes are, 400 high towers or the numerical mysteries of the gross national product. So art is everywhere, since artifice lies at the heart of reality. So art is dead, since not only is its critical transcendence dead, but reality itself, entirely impregnated by an aesthetic that holds onto its very structurality, has become inseparable from its own image. It no longer even has the time to take on the effect of reality. Reality is no longer stranger than fiction, it captures every dream before it can take on the dream effect. A schizophrenic vertigo of serial signs that have no counterfeit, no possible sublimation, and are imminent to their own repetition, who will say where the reality they simulate now lies? They no longer even repress anything, which, if you like, keeps simulation from entering the sphere of psychosis. Even the primary processes have been annihilated. The cool universe of digitality absorbs the universe of metaphor and metonymy. The simulation principle dominates the reality principle as well as the pleasure principle. Cool Killer, or the insurrection of signs. In the spring of 1972 in New York, a spate of graffiti broke out which, starting with ghetto walls and fences, finally overcame subways and buses, lorries and elevators, corridors and monuments, completely covering them in graphics ranging from the rudimentary to the sophisticated, whose content was neither political nor pornographic. These graphics consisted solely of names, surnames drawn from underground comics such as Duke Spirit, Super Cool, Cool Killer, Ace Viper, Spider, Eddie Cola and so on, followed by their street number, Eddie 135, Woody 110, Shadow 137, etc. Or even by a number in Roman numerals, a dynastic or filiatory index, Snake I, Snake 2, Snake 3, etc. Up to L, 50, depending on which name, which totemic designation is taken up by these new graffitists. This was all done with magic markers or spray paint, allowing the inscriptions to be a meter or more in height by the entire length of the subway car. At night, youths would work their way into bus depots or subways, even getting inside the cars, breaking out into an orgy of graphics. The following day all these subway trains cross Manhattan in both directions. The graphics are erased, but this is difficult, the graffitists are arrested and imprisoned, the sale of marker pens and spray cans is forbidden, but to no avail, since the youths manufacture them by hand and start again every night. Today this movement has stopped, or at least is no longer so extraordinarily violent. It could only have been ephemeral, and, besides, in a single year of history it developed greatly. The graffitists became more expert, with incredible Baroque graphics, and ramified into styles and schools connected to the different groups in operation. Young blacks and Puerto Ricans originated the movement, and the graffitists were particular to New York. Several wall paintings are found in other cities with large ethnic minorities, improvised collective works with an ethno-political content, but very little graffiti. One thing is certain, both the graffitists and the muralists sprang up after the repressions of the great urban riots of 1966–70. Like the riots, graffiti was a savage offensive, but of another kind, changing content and terrain. A new type of intervention in the city, no longer as a site of economic and political power, but as a space-time of the terrorist power of the media, signs, and the dominant culture. The urban city is also a neutralized, homogeneous space, a space where indifference, the segregation of urban ghettos, and the downgrading of districts, races, and certain age groups are on the increase. In short, it is the cut-up space of distinctive signs. Multiple codes assign a determinate space-time to every act and instant of everyday life. The racial ghettos on the outskirts or in the city center are only the limit expression of this urban configuration, an immense center for marshalling and enclosure where the system reproduces itself not only economically and spatially, but also in depth by the ramifications of signs and codes, by the symbolic destruction of social relations. There is a horizontal and vertical expansion of the city in the image of the economic system itself. Political economy, however, has a third dimension where all sociality is invested, covered, and dismantled by signs. Neither architecture nor urbanism can do anything about this, since they themselves result from this new turn taken by the general economy of the system, they are its operational semiology. The city was first and foremost a site for the production and realization of commodities, a site of industrial concentration and exploitation. Today the city is first and foremost the site of the sign's execution, as in its life or death sentence. In the city's red belt of factories, and in the working class outskirts, this is no longer the case for us. In this city, in the same space, the historical dimension of the class struggle, the negativity of labor power, were still inscribed, an irreducible social specificity. The factory, as the model of socialization through capital, has not disappeared today but, in line with the general strategy, has been replaced by the entire city as the space of the code. The urban matrix no longer realizes a power, labor power, but a difference. The operation of the sign metallurgy has become semiurgy. We see this urban scenario materialized in the new cities which directly result from the operational analysis of needs and sign functions, and in which everything is conceived, projected, and realized on the basis of an analytic definition: environment, transport, labor, leisure, play and culture become so many commutable terms on the chessboard of the city, a homogeneous space defined as a total environment. Hence the connection between the urban landscape and racism. There is no difference between the act of packing people into one homogeneous space, which we call a ghetto, on the basis of a racial definition, and the act of making people homogeneous in a new city on the basis of a functional definition of their needs. It follows one and the same logic. The city is no longer the politico-industrial zone that it was in the 19th century, it is the zone of signs, the media, and the code. By the same token, its truth no longer lies in its geographical situation, as it did for the factory or even the traditional ghetto. Its truth, enclosure in the sign form, lies all around us. It is the ghetto of television and advertising, the ghetto of consumers and the consumed, of readers read in advance, encoded decoders of every message, those circulating in, and circulated by, the subway, leisure time entertainers and the entertained, etc. Every space-time of urban life is a ghetto, each of which is connected to every other. Today a multiplicity of codes submit socialization, or rather desocialization, to this structural breakdown. The era of production, commodities, and labor power merely amounts to the interdependence of all social processes, including exploitation, and it was on this socialization, realized in part by capital itself, that Marx based his revolutionary perspective. But this historical solidarity, whether factory, local, or class solidarity, has disappeared. From now on they are separate and indifferent under the sign of television and the automobile, under the sign of behavior models inscribed everywhere in the media or in the layout of the city. Everyone falls into line in their delirious identification with leading models, orchestrated models of simulation. Everyone is commutable, like the models themselves. This is the era of geometrically variable individuals. As for the geometry of the code, it remains fixed and centralized. The monopoly of this code, circulating throughout the urban fabric, is the genuine form of social relations. It is possible to conceive of the decentralization of the sphere of material production, even that the historical relation between the city and commodity production is coming to an end. The system can do without the industrial, productive city, the space-time of the commodity and market-based social relations. The signs of this development are evident. It cannot, however, do without the urban as the space-time of the code and reproduction, for the centrality of the code is the definition of power itself. Whatever attacks contemporary semiocracy, this new form of value, is therefore politically essential, graffiti for example. According to this new form there is a total commutability of elements within a functional set, each taking on meaning only insofar as it is a term that is capable of structural variation in accordance with the code. Under these conditions, radical revolt effectively consists in saying I exist, I am so and so, I live on such and such street, I am alive here and now. This would still be an identitarian revolt, however, combating anonymity by demanding a proper name and a reality. The graffitists went further in that they opposed pseudonyms rather than names to anonymity. They are seeking not to escape the comminatory in order to regain an identity, which is impossible in any case, but to turn indeterminacy against the system, to turn indeterminacy into extermination. Retaliation, reversion of the code according to its own logic, on its own terrain, gaining victory over it because it exceeds semiocracy's own non-referentiality. Superb SPIX Cola 139 Cool Guy Crazy Cross 136 means nothing, it is not even a proper name, but a symbolic matriculation number whose function it is to derail the common system of designations. Such terms are not at all original, they all come from comic strips where they were imprisoned in fiction. They blasted their way out, however, so as to burst into reality like a scream, an interjection, an anti-discourse, as the waste of all syntactic, poetic, and political development, as the smallest radical element that cannot be caught by any organized discourse. Invincible due to their own poverty, they resist every interpretation and every connotation, no longer denoting anyone or anything. In this way, with neither connotation nor denotation, they escape the principle of signification and, as empty signifiers, erupt into the sphere of the full signs of the city, dissolving it on contact. Names without intimacy, just as the ghettos have no intimacy, no private life, but thrive on an intense collective exchange. These names make no claim to an identity or a personality, but claim the radical exclusivity of the clan, gang, age group, or ethnicity which, as we know, passes through the devolution of the name, coupled with an absolute loyalty to this totemic designation, even if it came directly from the pages of underground comics. This form of symbolic designation is annihilated by our social structure, which imposes a proper name and a private individuality on everyone, shattering all solidarity in the name of an urban, abstract, and universal sociality. These names or tribal appellations have, by contrast, a real symbolic charge. They are made to be given, exchanged, transmitted, and relayed in a collective anonymity, where these names are exchanged as terms to introduce group members amongst each other, although they are no more private a property than language. This is the real force of a symbolic ritual, and, in this sense, graffiti runs contrary to all media and advertising signs, although they might create the illusion, on our city walls, that they are the same incantation. Advertising has been spoken of as a festival, since, without it, the urban environment would be dismal. But in fact it is only a cold bustle, a simulacrum of appeal and warmth, it makes no contacts, it cannot be revived by an autonomous or collective reading, and it does not create a symbolic network. More so than the walls that support it, advertising is itself a wall of functional signs made to be decoded, and its effects are exhausted in this decoding. All media signs issue from this space without qualities, from this surface of inscription set up between producers and consumers, transmitters and receivers of signs. The city is a body without organs, as Deleuze says, 11 an intersection of channeled flows. The graffitists themselves come from the territorial order. They territorialize decoded urban spaces, a particular street, wall, or district comes to life through them, becoming a collective territory again. They do not confine themselves to the ghetto, they export the ghetto through all the arteries of the city, they invade the White City and reveal that it is the real ghetto of the Western world. A linguistic ghetto erupts into the city with graffiti, a kind of riot of signs. In the becoming sign of the sign, graffiti has until now always constituted the basest form, the sexual and pornographic base, the shameful, repressed inscriptions in pissoirs and waste grounds. Only political and propagandistic slogans have conquered the walls in a direct offensive, full signs for which the wall is still a support and language a traditional medium. They are not aiming at the wall itself, nor at the pure functionality of signs as such. Doubtless it was only in May '68 in France that the graffiti and posters swept through the city in a different manner, attacking the support itself, producing a savage mobility on the walls, an inscription so sudden that it amounted to annihilating them. The inscriptions and frescoes at Nanterre actually hijacked the wall as a signifier of terrorist, functional grid space, and anti-media action. The proof is that the government has been careful enough neither to efface nor to repaint the walls. The mass political slogans and posters have taken responsibility for this. There is no need for repression since the media themselves, the far-left media, have given the walls back their blind function. Since then, we have met with the Stockholm protest wall where one is at liberty to protest on a certain surface, but where it is forbidden to put graffiti on neighboring surfaces. There has also been the ephemeral onslaught of the advertising hijack, limited by its own support, but already utilizing the avenues the media have themselves opened up, subways, stations, and posters. Consider also the assault on television by Jerry Rubin and America's counterculture. This is a political attempt to hijack a great mass medium, but only at the level of content and without changing the media themselves. New York graffiti utilized urban clearways and mobile supports for the first time in a free and wide-ranging offensive. Above all, however, the very form of the media themselves, that is, their mode of production and distribution, was attacked for the first time. This was precisely because graffiti has no content and no message, this emptiness gives it its strength. So it was no accident that the total offensive was accompanied by a recession in terms of content. This comes from a sort of revolutionary intuition, namely that deep ideology no longer functions at the level of political signifieds, but at the level of the signifier, and that this is where the system is vulnerable and must be dismantled. Thus the political significance of graffiti becomes clear. It grew out of the repression of the urban riots in the ghettos. Struck by this repression, the revolt underwent a split into a doctrinal per et der Marxist-Leninist political organization on the one hand, and, on the other, a savage cultural process with neither goal, ideology, nor content, at the level of signs. The first group called for a genuinely revolutionary practice and accused the graffitists of folklore, but it's the other way round. The defeat of 1970 brought about a regression into traditional political activism, but it also necessitated the radicalization of revolt on the real strategic terrain of the total manipulation of codes and significations. This is not at all a flight into signs, but on the contrary an extraordinary development in theory and practice, these two terms now no longer being kept distinct by the party. Insurrection and eruption in the urban landscape as the site of the reproduction of the code. At this level, relations of forces no longer count, since signs don't operate on the basis of force, but on the basis of difference. We must therefore attack by means of difference, dismantling the network of codes, attacking coded differences by means of an uncodable absolute difference, over which the system will stumble and disintegrate. There is no need for organized masses, nor for a political consciousness to do this. 1,000 youths armed with marker pens and cans of spray paint are enough to scramble the signals of Urbania and dismantle the order of signs. Graffiti covers every subway map in New York, just as the Czechs changed the names of the streets in Prague to disconcert the Russians. Guerrilla action. Despite appearances, the City Walls project, the painted walls, have nothing to do with graffiti. Moreover, they are prior to graffiti and will survive it. The initiative for these painted walls comes from the top as an innovatory attempt to enliven Urbania set up with municipal subsidies. The City Walls Incorporated organization was founded in 1969 to promote the program and technical aspects of wall painting. Its budget was covered by the New York Department of Cultural Affairs along with various other foundations such as that of David Rockefeller. His artistic ideology, the natural alliance between buildings and monumental painting. His goal, to make a gift of art to the people of New York. Consider also the Billboard Art Project in Los Angeles. This project was set up to promote artistic representations that use the billboard as a medium in the urban environment. Thanks to the collaboration of Foster and Kleiser, two large advertising agencies, public bill posting spaces have thus become an art showcase for the painters of Los Angeles. They create a dynamic medium and take art out of the restricted circle of the galleries and museums. Of course, these operations are confined to professionals, artists brought together in a consortium from New York. No possible ambiguity here, this is a question of a politics of the environment, of large-scale urban planning, where both the city and art gain. They gain because the city does not explode with the eruption of art out in the open, in the streets, nor does art explode on contact with the city. The entire city becomes an art gallery, art finds a whole new parading ground in the city. Neither undergoes any structural alteration, they merely exchange their privileges. To make a gift of art to the people of New York. We need only compare this to Supercool's formula, there are those who don't like it, man, but whether they like it or not, we've become the strongest art movement to hit the city of New York. This makes all the difference. Some of the painted walls may be beautiful, but that has nothing to do with it. They will find a place in the history of art for having been able to create space on the blind, bare walls, by means of line and color alone. The trompe-l'oeils are always the most beautiful, those painted walls that create an illusion of space and depth, those that enhance architecture with imagination, according to one of the artist's formulas. But this is precisely where their limits lie. They play at architecture without breaking the rules of the game, they recycle architecture in the imaginary, but retain the sacrament of architecture, from the technical support to the monumental structure, including even its social, class aspect, since most of the city walls of this kind are in the white, civilized areas of the cities. So architecture and town planning, even if they are transfigured by the imagination, cannot change anything, since they are mass media themselves and, even in their most daring conception, they reproduce mass social relations, which is to say that collectively they allow people no response. All they can do is enliven, and participate in urban recycling, design in the largest sense, the simulation of exchange and collective values, the simulation of play and non-functional spaces. Hence the adventure parks for the children, the green spaces, the houses of culture, hence the city walls and the protest walls, the green spaces of language parole. The graffitists themselves care little for architecture, they defile it, forget about it and cross the street. The mural artist respects the wall as he used to respect the limitations of his easel. Graffiti runs from one house to the next, from one wall of a building to the next, from the wall onto the window or the door, or windows on subway trains, or the pavements. Graffiti overlaps, is thrown up, superimposes, superimposition amounting to the abolition of the support as a framework, just as it is abolished as frame when its limits are not respected. Its graphics resemble the child's polymorphous perversity, ignoring the boundaries between the sexes and the delimitation of erogenous zones. Curiously, moreover, graffiti turns the city's walls and corners, the subways, cars and the buses, into a body without beginning or end, made erotogenic in its entirety by writing just as the body may be in the primitive inscription, tattooing. Tattooing takes place on the body. In primitive societies, along with other ritual signs, it makes the body what it is, material for symbolic exchange. Without tattooing, as without masks, the body is only what it is, naked and expressionless. By tattooing walls, supersex and supercool free them from architecture and turn them once again into living, social matter, into the moving body of the city before it has been branded with functions and institutions. The end of the four walls when they are tattooed like archaic effigies. End of the repressive space-time of urban transport systems where the subway cars fly past like missiles or living hydras tattooed up to the eyes. Something about the city has become tribal, parietal, before writing, with these powerful emblems stripped of meaning. An incision into the flesh of empty signs that do not signify personal identity, but group initiation and affiliation, a biocybernetic self-fulfilling prophecy world or GI.12. It is nevertheless astonishing to see this unfold in a quaternary cybernetic city dominated by the two glass and aluminium towers of the World Trade Center, invulnerable metasigns of the system's omnipotence. There are also frescoes and murals in the ghettos, the spontaneous artworks of ethnic groups who paint their own walls. Socially and politically, the impulse is the same as with graffiti. These are savagely painted walls, not financed by the urban administration. Moreover, they all focus on political themes, on a revolutionary message, the unity of the oppressed, world peace, the cultural promotion of ethnic communities, solidarity, and only rarely the violence of open struggle. In short, as opposed to graffiti, they have a meaning, a message. And, contrary to the City Walls project, which drew its inspiration from abstract, geometrical, or surrealist art, they are always inspired by figurative and idealist forms. We can also see the difference between a scholarly and cultivated avant-garde art and the popular, realist forms with a strong ideological content but formally less advanced, even though they have a variety of inspirations, from children's drawings to Mexican frescoes, from a scholarly art to Douanier Rousseau, or from Fernand Léger up to the simple images of Epinal, the sentimental illustrations of popular struggles. In any case, it is a matter of a counterculture that, far from being underground, is reflexive and connected to the political and cultural consciousness of the oppressed group. Here again, some of these walls are beautiful, others less so. That this aesthetic criterion can operate is in a certain way a sign of weakness. What I mean is that even though they are savages and anonymous collectives, they respect their support as well as the language of painting, even if this is in order to articulate a political act. In this sense, they can very easily be looked on as decorative works of art, some of them are even conceived as such, and have an eye turned towards their own value. Most of them are protected from this museum culturalization by the rapid destruction of the fences and the crumbling walls. Here the municipal authorities do not put Ronies through art, and the negritude of the support is in the image of the ghetto. However, their mortality is not the same as the mortality of graffiti, which is systematically condemned to police repression. It is even forbidden to take photographs of it. This is because graffiti is more offensive and more radical, bursting into the white city. Above all, it is trans-ideological, trans-artistic. This is almost a paradox, whereas the black and Puerto Rican walls, even if they have not been signed, always carry a virtual signature, a political or cultural, if not an artistic, reference. Graffiti, composed of nothing but names, effectively avoids every reference and every origin. It alone is savage, in that its message is zero. We will come to what it signifies elsewhere, by analyzing the two types of recuperation of which it is the object, apart from police repression. It is recuperated as art. J. Jacobs, a primitive, millennial, communitarian form, not an elitist one like abstract expressionism. Or again, the subway cars rumble past one after the other throughout the station, like so many Jackson Pollocks hurtling by, roaring through the corridors of the history of art. We speak of graffiti artists and an eruption of popular art created by youth, which will remain one of the important and characteristic manifestations of the art of the 70s, and so on. Always the aesthetic reduction, the very form of our dominant culture. It is interpreted, and I am talking about the most admiring interpretations here, in terms of a reclamation of identity and personal freedom, as nonconformism, the indestructible survival of the individual in an inhuman environment. Mitzi Cunliffe in the New York Times. A bourgeois humanist interpretation that comes from our feelings of frustration in the anonymity of large cities. Cunliffe again, it says the graffiti says, I am real, I have lived here. It says, Kiki, or Duke, or Mike, or Gino is alive, he's doing well and he lives in New York. Okay, but it does not speak like that, it is our bourgeois existentialist romanticism that speaks like that, the unique and incomparable being that each of us is, but who gets ground down by the city. Black youths themselves have no personality to defend, from the outset they are defending the community. Their revolt challenges bourgeois identity and anonymity at the same time. Cool Coke Super Strut Snake Soda Virgin, this Sioux litany, this subversive litany of anonymity, the symbolic explosion of these war names in the heart of the white city, must be heard and understood. 3. Fashion, or the enchanting spectacle of the code. The frivolity of the déjà vu. The astonishing privilege accorded to fashion is due to a unanimous and definitive resolve. The acceleration of the simple play of signifiers in fashion becomes striking, to the point of enchanting us, the enchantment and vertigo of the loss of every system of reference. In this sense, it is the completed form of political economy, the cycle wherein the linearity of the commodity comes to be abolished. There is no longer any determinacy internal to the signs of fashion, hence they become free to commute and permutate without limit. At the term of this unprecedented enfranchisement, they obey, as if logically, a mad and meticulous recurrence. This applies to fashion as regards clothes, the body, and objects, the sphere of light signs. In the sphere of heavy signs, politics, morals, economics, science, culture, sexuality, the principle of commutation nowhere plays with the same abandon. We could classify these diverse domains according to a decreasing order of simulation, but it remains the case that every sphere tends, unequally but simultaneously, to merge with models of simulation, of differential and indifferent play, the structural play of value. In this sense, we could say that they are all haunted by fashion, since this can be understood as both the most superficial play and as the most profound social form, the inexorable investment of every domain by the code. In fashion, as in the code, signifieds come unthreaded se defiler, and the parades of the signifier les defile du signifiant no longer lead anywhere. The signifier/signified distinction is erased, as in sexual difference, H.P. Jeudi, le signifiant est hermaphrodite in la mort du sens, l'idéologie de Mose, Tours/Paris, Mame, 1973, where gender becomes so many distinctive oppositions, and something like an immense fetishism, bound up with an intense pleasure jouissance one and an exceptional desolation, takes hold, a pure and fascinating manipulation coupled with the despair of radical indeterminacy. Fundamentally, fashion imposes upon us the rupture of an imaginary order, that of referential reason in all its guises, and if we are able to enjoy the dismantling or stripping of reason démantèlement de la raison, enjoy the liquidation of meaning, particularly at the level of our body, hence the affinity of clothing and fashion, enjoy this endless finality of fashion, we also suffer profoundly from the corruption of rationality it implies, as reason crumbles under the blow of the pure and simple alternation of signs. There is vehement resistance in the face of the collapse of all sectors into the sphere of commodities, and a still more vehement resistance concerning their collapse into the sphere of fashion. This is because it is in this latter sphere that the liquidation of values is at its most radical. Under the sign of the commodity, all labor is exchanged and loses its specificity. Under the sign of fashion, the signs of leisure and labor are exchanged. Under the sign of the commodity, culture is bought and sold. Under the sign of fashion, all cultures play like simulacra in total promiscuity. Under the sign of the commodity, love becomes prostitution. Under the sign of fashion it is the object relation itself that disappears, blown to pieces by a cool and unconstrained sexuality. Under the sign of the commodity, time is accumulated like money. Under the sign of fashion it is exhausted and discontinued in entangled cycles. Today, every principle of identity is affected by fashion, precisely because of its potential to revert all forms to non-origin and recurrence. Fashion is always retro, but always on the basis of the abolition of the passé, the past, the spectral death and resurrection of forms. Its proper actuality, its up-to-dateness, its relevance, is not a reference to the present, but an immediate and total recycling. Paradoxically, fashion is the inactual, the out-of-date, the irrelevant. It always presupposes a dead time of forms, a kind of abstraction whereby they become, as if saved from time, affective signs which, as if by a twist of time, will return to haunt the present of their inactuality with all the charm of returning as opposed to becoming structures. The aesthetic of renewal, fashion draws triviality from the death and modernity of the déjà vu. This is the despair that nothing lasts, and the complementary enjoyment of knowing that, beyond this death, every form has always the chance of a second existence, which is never innocent since fashion consumes the world and the real in advance. It is the weight of all the dead labor of signs bearing on living signification, within a magnificent forgetting, a fantastic ignorance mechanescence. But let's not forget that the fascination exerted by industrial machinery and techniques is also due to its being dead labor watching over living labor, all the while devouring it. Our bedazzled misconstrual mechanescence is proportionate to the progressive hold of the dead over the living. Dead labor alone is as strange and as perfect as the déjà vu. The enjoyment of fashion is therefore the enjoyment of a spectral and cyclical world of bygone forms endlessly revived as effective signs. As Koenig says, it is as though fashion were eaten away by a suicidal desire which is fulfilled at the moment when fashion attains its apogee. This is true, but it is a question of a contemplative desire for death, bound to the spectacle of the incessant abolition of forms. What I mean is that the desire for death is itself recycled within fashion, emptying it of every subversive phantasm and involving it, along with everything else, in fashion's innocuous revolutions. Having purged these phantasms which, in the depths of the imaginary, add the bewitchment and charm of a previous life to repetition, fashion dances vertiginously over the surface, on pure actuality. Does fashion recover the innocence that Nietzsche noted in the Greeks? They knew how to live, to stop, at the surface, the fold, the skin, to believe in forms, tones, words. Those Greeks were superficial, out of profundity. The Gay Science, Preface, 2nd edition, 1886 Tr. Walter Kaufmann, New York, Random House, 1974, p. 38. Fashion is only a simulation of the innocence of becoming, the cycle of appearances is just its recycling. That the development of fashion is contemporary with that of the museum proves this. Paradoxically, the museum's demand for an eternal inscription of forms and for a pure actuality functions simultaneously in our culture. This is because in modernity both are governed by the status of the sign. Whereas styles mutually exclude each other, the museum is defined by the virtual coexistence of all styles, by their promiscuity within a single cultural super-institution, or, in other words, the commensurability of their values under the sign of the great gold standard of culture. Fashion does the same thing in accordance with its cycle, it commutes all signs and causes an absolute play amongst them. The temporality of works in the museum is perfect, it is perfection and the past, it is the highly specific state of what has been and is never actual. But neither is fashion ever actual, it speculates on the recurrence of forms on the basis of their death and their stockpiling, like signs, in an atemporal reserve. Fashion cobbles together, from one year to the next, what has been, exercising an enormous combinatory freedom. Hence its effect of instantaneous perfection, just like the museum's perfection, but the forms of fashion are ephemeral. Conversely, there is a contemporary look to the museum, which causes the works to play amongst themselves like values in a set. Fashion and the museum are contemporary, complicitous. Together they are the opposite of all previous cultures, made of inequivalent signs and incompatible styles. The structure of fashion. Fashion exists only within the framework of modernity, that is to say, in a schema of rupture, progress, and innovation. In any cultural context at all, the ancient and the modern alternate in terms of their signification. For us, however, since the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution, there exists only an historical and polemical structure of change and crisis. It seems that modernity sets up a linear time of technical progress, production, and history, and, simultaneously, a cyclical time of fashion. This only seems to be a contradiction, since in fact modernity is never a radical rupture. Tradition is no longer the preeminence of the old over the new, it is unaware of either. Modernity itself invents them both at once, at a single stroke. It is always and at the same time neo and retro, modern and anachronistic. The dialectic of rupture very quickly becomes the dynamics of the amalgam and recycling. In politics, in techniques, in art, and in culture it is defined by the exchange rate that the system can tolerate without alteration to its fundamental order. Consequently, fashion doesn't contradict any of this, it very clearly and simultaneously announces the myth of change, maintaining it as the supreme value in the most everyday aspects, and as the structural law of change, since it is produced through the play of models and distinctive oppositions, and is therefore an order which gives no precedence to the code of the tradition. For binary logic is the essence of modernity, and it impels infinite differentiation and the dialectical effects of rupture. Modernity is not the transmutation but the commutation of all values, their combination, and their ambiguity. Modernity is a code, and fashion is its emblem. This perspective allows us to trace only the limits of fashion, in order to conquer the two simultaneous prejudices which consist in extending its field up to the limits of anthropology, indeed of animal behavior, in restricting, on the other hand, its actual sphere to dress and external signs. Fashion has nothing to do with the ritual order, nor a fortiori with animal finery, for the good reason that it knows neither the equivalence/alternation of the old and the new, nor the systems of distinctive oppositions, nor the models with their serial and combinatory diffraction. On the other hand, fashion is at the core of modernity, extending even into science and revolution, because the entire order of modernity, from sex to the media, from art to politics, is infiltrated by this logic. The very appearance of fashion bears the closest resemblance to ritual, fashion as spectacle, as festival, as squandering. It doesn't even affirm their differences, since it is precisely the aesthetic perspective that allows us to assimilate fashion to the ceremonial, just as it is precisely the concept of festival that allows us to assimilate certain contemporary processes to primitive structures. The aesthetic perspective is itself a concern of modernity, of a play of distinctive oppositions, utility/gratuity, etc., one which we project onto archaic structures so as to be better able to annex them under our analogies. Spectacle is our fashion, an intensified and reduplicated sociality enjoying itself aesthetically, the drama of change in place of change. In the primitive order, the ostentation of signs never has this aesthetic effect. In the same way, our festival is an aesthetics of transgression, which is not the primitive exchange in which it pleases us to find the reflection or the model of our festivals. To rewrite the aesthetics of potlatch is an ethnocentric rewriting. It is as necessary to distinguish fashion from the ritual order as it is to radicalize the analysis of fashion within our own system. The minimal, superficial definition of fashion restricts itself to saying, within language, the element subject to fashion is not the signification of discourse, but its mimetic support, that is, its rhythm, its tonality, its articulation, in gesture. This is equally true of intellectual fashions, existentialism or structuralism. It is the vocabulary and not the inquiry that is taken on. Edmond Radar, Diogene 50, Summer, 1965. Thus a deep structure, invulnerable to fashion, is preserved. Consequently it is in the very production of meaning sense, in the most objective structures, that it must be sought, in the sense that these latter also comply with the play of simulation and combinatory innovation. Even dress and the body grow deeper. Now it is the body itself, its identity, its sex, its status, which has become the material of fashion. Dress is only a particular case of this. Certainly scientific and cultural popularizations provide fertile soil for the effects of fashion. However, along with the originality of their procedures, science and culture themselves must be interrogated, to see if they are subject to the structure of fashion. If indeed popularization is possible, which is not the case in any other culture, the facsimile, the digest, the counterfeit, the simulation, the increased circulation of simplified material, is unthinkable at the level of ritual speech, of the sacred text or gesture, it is because there is, at the very source of innovation in these matters, a manipulation of analytic models, of simple elements and stable oppositions which renders both levels, the original and the popularization, fundamentally homogeneous, and the distinction between the two purely tactical and moral. Hence radar does not see that, beyond discourse's gestures, the very meaning sense of discourse falls beneath the blow of fashion as soon as in an entirely self-referential cultural field, concepts are engendered and made to correspond to each other through pure specularity. It may be the same for scientific hypotheses. Nor does psychoanalysis avoid the fate of fashion in the very core of its theoretical and clinical practice. It too goes through the stage of institutional reproduction, developing whatever simulation models it had in its basic concepts. If formerly there was a work of the unconscious, and therefore a determination of psychoanalysis by means of its object, today this has quietly become the determination of the unconscious by means of psychoanalysis itself. Henceforth psychoanalysis reproduces the unconscious, while simultaneously taking itself as its reference, signifying itself as fashion, as the mode. So the unconscious returns to its old habits, as it is generally required to do, and psychoanalysis takes on social force, just as the code does, and is followed by an extraordinary complexification of theories of the unconscious, all commutable and basically indifferent. Fashion has its society, dreams, phantasms, fashionable psychoses, scientific theories, fashionable schools of linguistics, not to mention art and politics, but this is only small change. Fashion haunts the model disciplines more profoundly, indeed to the extent that they have successfully made their axioms autonomous for their greater glory, and have moved into an aesthetic, almost a play-acting stage where, as in certain mathematical formulae, only the perfect specularity of the analytic models counts for anything. The flotation of signs. Contemporary with political economy and like the market, fashion is a universal form. In fashion, all signs are exchanged just as, on the market, all products come into play as equivalents. It is the only universalizable sign system, which therefore takes possession of all the others, just as the market eliminates all other modes of exchange. So if in the sphere of fashion no general equivalent can be located, it is because from the outset fashion is situated in an even more formal abstraction than political economy, at a stage when there is not even any need for a perceptible general equivalent, gold or money, because there remains only the form of general equivalence, and that is fashion itself. Or even, a general equivalent is necessary for the quantitative exchange of value, whereas models are required for the exchange of differences. Models are this kind of general equivalent diffracted throughout the matrices which govern the differentiated fields of fashion. They are shifters, affectors, dispatchers, the media of fashion, and through them fashion is indefinitely reproduced. There is fashion from the moment that a form is no longer produced according to its own determinations, but from the model itself, that is to say, that it is never produced, but always and immediately reproduced. The model itself has become the only system of reference. Fashion is not a drifting of signs, it is their flotation, in the sense in which monetary signs are floated today. This flotation in the economic order is recent, it requires that primitive accumulation be everywhere finished, that an entire cycle of dead labor be completed. Behind money, the whole economic order will enter into this general relativity. Now this process has been managed for a long time within the order of signs where primitive accumulation is indeed anterior, if not always already given, and fashion expresses the already achieved stage of an accelerated and limitless circulation of a fluid and recurrent combinatory of signs, which is equivalent to the instantaneous and mobile equilibrium of floating monies. All cultures, all sign systems, are exchanged and combined in fashion, they contaminate each other, bind ephemeral equilibria, where the machinery breaks down, where there is nowhere any meaning sense. Fashion is the pure speculative stage in the order of signs. There is no more constraint of either coherence or reference than there is permanent equality in the conversion of gold into floating monies. This indeterminacy implies the characteristic dimension of the cycle and recurrence in fashion, and no doubt soon in economy, whereas determinacy, of signs or of production, implies a linear and continuous order. Hence the fate of the economic begins to emerge in the form of fashion, which is further down the route of general commutations than money and the economy. The pulsion too of fashion. Were the attempt made to explain fashion by saying that it serves as a vehicle for the unconscious and desire, it would mean nothing if desire itself was in fashion. In fact, there is a pulsion of fashion which hasn't got a great deal to do with the individual unconscious, something so violent that no prohibition has ever exhausted it, a desire to have done with meaning sense and to be submerged in pure signs, moving towards a raw, immediate sociality. In relation to mediated, economic, etc., social processes, fashion retains something of a radical sociality, not at the level of the psychical exchange of contents, but at the immediate level of the distribution of signs. As Baudrillard has already said, curiosity is not a taste for the good or the beautiful, but for the rare, for what one has and others have not. It is not an affection for the perfect, but for what is current, for the fashionable. It is not an amusement, but a passion, sometimes so violent that it only yields to love and ambition through the modesty of its object. De la mode 2 in J. Benda, ed., Ouvres Completes, Paris, Gallimard, 1951, p. 386. For Baudrillard, the passion for fashion connects the passion for collecting with the object passion, tulips, birds, engravings by Collett. In fact, fashion draws nearer to the collection, in those terms, by means of subtle detours, each of which, for Oscar Wilde, gives man a security which not even religion has given him. Paying tribute to it, he finds salvation in fashion faire son salut dans la mode. A passion for collecting, passion for signs, passion for the cycle. The collection is also a cycle, one line of fashion put into circulation and distributed at dizzying speeds across the entire social body, sealing its integration and taking in all identifications, as the line in collection unifies the subject in one and the same infinitely repeated cyclic process. This force, this enjoyment, takes root in the sign of fashion itself. The semiurgy of fashion rebels against the functionalism of the economic sphere. Against the ethics of production 3 stands the aesthetics of manipulation, of the reduplication and convergence of the single mirror of the model. Without content, fashion then becomes the spectacle human beings grant themselves of their power to make the insignificant signify. Barths, The Fashion System. Tr. Matthew Ward and Richard Howard, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1983, p. 288. The charm and fascination of fashion derives from this, the decree it proclaims with no other justification but itself. The arbitrary is enjoyed like an election, like class solidarity holding fast to the discrimination of the sign. It is in this way that it diverges radically from the economic while also being its crowning achievement. In relation to the pitiless finality of production and the market, which, however, it also stages, fashion is a festival. It epitomizes everything that the regime of economic abstraction censures. It inverts every categorical imperative. In this sense, it is spontaneously contagious, whereas economic calculation isolates people from one another. Disinvesting signs of all value, it becomes passion again, passion for the artificial. It is the utter absurdity, the formal futility of the sign of fashion, the perfection of a system where nothing is any longer exchanged against the real. It is the arbitrariness of the sign at the same time as its absolute coherence, constrained to a total relativity with other signs, that makes for its contagious virulence and, at the same time, its collective enjoyment. Beyond the rational and the irrational, beyond the beautiful and the ugly, the useful and the useless, it is this immorality in relation to all criteria, the frivolity which at times gives fashion its subversive force, in totalitarian, Puritan, or archaic contexts, which always, in contradistinction to the economic, makes it a total social fact, for which reason we are obliged to revive, as Moss did for exchange, a total approach. Fashion, like language, is aimed from the outset at the social. The dandy, in his provocative solitude, is the a contrario proof of this. But, as opposed to language, which aims for meaning sense and effaces itself before it, fashion aims for a theatrical sociality, and delights in itself. At a stroke, it becomes an intense sight from which no one is excluded, the mirror of a certain desire for its own image. In contradistinction to language, which aims at communication, fashion plays at it, turning it into the goalless stake of a signification without a message. Hence its aesthetic pleasure, which has nothing to do with beauty or ugliness. Is it then a sort of festival, an increasing excess of communication? It is especially fashion in dress, playing over the signs of the body, that appears festive, through its aspect of wasteful consumption, a potlatch. Again, this is especially true of haute couture. This is what allows Vogue to make this tasty profession of faith. What is more anachronistic, more dream-laden than a sailing ship? Haute couture. It discourages the economist, takes up a stance contrary to productivity techniques, it is an affront to democratization. With superb languor, a maximum number of highly qualified people produce a minimum number of models of complex cut, which will be repeated, again with the same languor, 20 times in the best of cases, or not at all in the worst. Perhaps 2 million dresses. But why this debauchery of effort, you say? Why not, answer the creators, the craftsmen, the workers, and the 4,000 clients, all possessed by the same passion for seeking perfection. Couturiers are the last adventurers of the modern world. They cultivate the act gratuit. Why haute couture, a few detractors may think. Why champagne? Again, neither practice nor logic can justify the extravagant adventure of clothes. Superfluous and therefore necessary, the world is once more the province of religion. Potlatch, religion, indeed the ritual enchantment of expression, like that of costume and animal dances, everything is good for exalting fashion against the economic, like a transgression into a play-act sociality. We know, however, that advertising too wants a feast of consumption, the media a feast of information, the markets a feast of production, etc. The art market and horse races can also be taken for potlatch. Why not, asks Vogue. We would like to see a functional squandering everywhere so as to bring about symbolic destruction. Because of the extent to which the economic, shackled to the functional, has imposed its principle of utility, anything which exceeds it quickly takes on the air of play and futility. It is hard to acknowledge that the law of value extends well beyond the economic, and that its true task today is the jurisdiction of all models. Wherever there are models, there is an imposition of the law of value, repression by signs and the repression of signs by themselves. This is why there is a radical difference between the symbolic ritual and the signs of fashion. In primitive cultures signs openly circulate over the entire range of things, there has not yet been any precipitation of a signified, nor therefore of a reason or a truth of the sign. The real, the most beautiful of our connotations, does not exist. The sign has no underworld, it has no unconscious, which is both the last and the most subtle of connotations and rationalizations. Signs are exchanged without phantasms, with no hallucination of reality. Hence they have nothing in common with the modern sign whose paradox Barthes has defined. The overwhelming tendency is to convert the perceptible into a signifier, towards ever more organized, closed systems. Simultaneously and in equal proportion, the sign and its systematic nature is disguised as such, it is rationalized, referred to a reason, to an agency in the world, to a substance, to a function, cf. The Fashion System, p. 285. With simulation, Signs merely disguise the real and the system of reference as a sartorial supersign. The real is dead, long live the realistic sign. This paradox of the modern sign induces a radical split between it and the magical or ritual sign, the same one as is exchanged in the mask, the tattoo, or the feast. Even if fashion is an enchantment, it remains the enchantment of the commodity, and, still further, the enchantment of simulation, the code, and the law. Sex refashioned. There is nothing less certain than that sexuality invests dress, makeup, etc. Or rather, it is a modified sexuality that comes into play at the level of fashion. If the condemnation of fashion takes on this Puritan violence, it is not aimed at sex. The taboo bears on futility, on the passion for futility and the artificial, which is perhaps more fundamental than the sexual drives. In our culture, tethered as it is to the principle of utility, futility plays the role of transgression and violence, and fashion is condemned for having within it the force of the pure sign which signifies nothing. Its sexual provocation is secondary with regard to this principle which denies the grounds of our culture. Of course, the same taboo is also brought to bear on futile and non-reproductive sexuality, but there is a danger in crystallizing on sex, a danger that Puritan tactics, which aim to change the stakes to sexuality, may be prolonged, whereas it is at the level of the reality principle itself, of the referential principle in which the unconscious and sexuality still participate, that fashion confrontationally sets up its pure play of differences. To place sexuality at the forefront of this history is once again to neutralize the symbolic by means of sex and the unconscious. It is according to this same logic that the analysis of fashion has traditionally been reduced to that of dress, since it allows the sexual metaphor the greatest play. Consequences of this diversion, the game is reduced to a perspective of sexual liberation, which is quite simply achieved in a liberation of dress. And a new cycle of fashion begins again. Fashion is certainly the most efficient neutralizer of sexuality. One never touches a woman in makeup, see the body, or the mass grave of signs below, precisely because it is a passion which is not complicitous, but in competition with sex, and, as La Bruyere has already noted, fashion is victorious over sex. Therefore the passion for fashion, in all its ambiguity, will come to play on the body confused with sex. Fashion grows deeper as it stages the body, as the body becomes the medium of fashion. For formerly the repressed sanctuary, the repression rendering it undecodable, from now on it too is invested. The play of dress is effaced before the play of the body, which itself is effaced before the play of models. 5 All at once dress loses the ceremonial character, which it still had up until the 18th century, bound up with the usage of signs qua signs. Eaten away by the body's signifieds, by this transparence of the body as sexuality and nature, dress loses the fantastic exuberance it has had since the primitive societies. It loses its force as pure disguise, it is neutralized by the necessity that it must signify the body, it becomes a reason. The body too is neutralized in this operation, however. It too loses the power of disguise that it used to have in tattooing and costume. It no longer plays with anything save its proper truth, which is also its borderline, its nudity. In costumery, the signs of the body, mixed openly with the signs of the not body, play. Thereafter, costume becomes dress, and the body becomes nature. Another game is set up, the opposition of dress and the body, designation and censure, the same fracture as between the signifier and the signified, the same play of displacement and illusion. Fashion, strictly speaking, begins with this partition of the body, repressed and signified in an elusive way. It also puts an end to all this in the simulation of nudity, in nudity as the model of the simulation of the body. For the Indian, the whole body is a face, that is, a promise and a symbolic act, as opposed to nudity, which is only sexual instrumentality. This new reality of the body as hidden sex is from the outset merged with woman's body. The concealed body is feminine, not biologically of course, rather mythologically. The conjunction of fashion and woman, since the bourgeois, Puritan era, reveals therefore a double indexation, that of fashion on a hidden body, that of woman on a repressed sex. This conjunction did not exist, or not so much, until the 18th century, and not at all, of course, in ceremonial societies, and for us today it is beginning to disappear. As for us, when the destiny of a hidden sex and the forbidden truth of the body arises, when fashion itself neutralizes the opposition between the body and dress, then the affinity of woman and fashion progressively diminishes. 6. Fashion is generalist and becomes less and less the exclusive property of one sex or of one age. Be wary, for it is a matter neither of progress nor of liberation. The same logic still applies, and if fashion is generalist and leaves the privileged medium of woman so as to be open to all, the prohibition placed on the body is also generalist in a more subtle form than Puritan repression, in the form of general desexualization. For it was only under repression that the body had strong sexual potential, it then appeared as a captivating demand. Abandoned to the signs of fashion, the body is sexually disenchanted, it becomes a mannequin, a term whose lack of sexual discrimination suits its meaning well. 7 The mannequin is sex in its entirety, but sex without qualities. Fashion is its sex. Or rather, it is in fashion that sex is lost as difference but is generalist as reference, as simulation. Nothing is sexed any longer, everything is sexualized. The masculine and the feminine themselves rediscover, having once lost their particularity, the chance of an unlimited second existence. Hence, in our culture alone, sexuality impregnates all signification, and this is because signs have, for their part, invested the entire sexual sphere. In this way the current paradox becomes clear: we simultaneously witness the emancipation of woman and a fresh upsurge of fashion. This is because fashion has only to do with the feminine, and not with women. Society in its entirety is becoming feminine to the extent that discrimination against women is coming to an end, as it is for madmen, children, etc., being the normal consequence of the logic of exclusion. Hence prendre son pied, at once to find one's feet, and a familiar French expression of the female orgasm jouissance, has now become generalist, while simultaneously, of course, destabilizing its signification. We must also note, however, that woman can only be liberated and emancipated as force of pleasure and force of fashion, exactly as the proletariat is only ever liberated as the labor force. The above illusion is radical. The historical definition of the feminine is formed on the basis of the destiny of the body and sex bound up with fashion. The historical liberation of the feminine can only be the realization of this destiny writ large, which immediately becomes the liberation of the whole world, without however losing its discriminatory character. At the same moment that woman accesses a universal labor modeled on the proletariat, the whole world also accesses the emancipation of sex and fashion, modeled on women. We can immediately, and clearly, see that fashion is a labor, to which it becomes necessary to accord equal historical importance to material labor. It is also of capital importance, which by the same token becomes part of capital, to produce commodities in accordance with the market, and to produce the body in accordance with the rules of sex and fashion. The division of labor won't settle where we think, or rather there is no division of labor at all. The production of the body, the production of death, the production of signs and the production of commodities, these are only modalities of one and the same system. Doubtless it is even worse in fashion, for if the worker is divided from himself under the signs of exploitation and of the reality principle, woman is divided from herself and her body under the signs of beauty and the pleasure principle. The insubvertible. History says, or so the story goes, that the critique of fashion, Oberg Ellen, was a product of conservative thinking in the 19th century, but that today, with the advent of socialism, this critique has been revived by the left. The one went with religion and the other with revolution. Fashion corrupts morals, fashion abolishes the class struggle. Although this critique of fashion may have passed over to the left, it does not necessarily signify an historical reversal. Perhaps it signifies that with regard to morality and morals, the left has quite simply taken over from the right, and that, in the name of the revolution, it has adopted the moral order and its classic prejudices. Ever since the principle of revolution entered into morals, quite a categorical imperative, the whole political order, even the left, has become a moral order. Fashion is immoral, this is what's in question, and all power, or all those who dream of it, necessarily hates it. There was a time when immorality was recognized, from Machiavelli to Stendhal, and when somebody like Mandeville could show, in the 18th century, that a society could only be revolutionized through its vices, that it is its immorality that gives it its dynamism. Fashion still holds to this immorality, it knows nothing of value systems, nor of criteria of judgment, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, the rational/irrational, it plays within and beyond these, it acts therefore as the subversion of all order, including revolutionary rationality. It is power's hell, the hell of the relativity of all signs which all power is forced to crush in order to maintain its own signs. Thus fashion is taken on by contemporary youth, as a resistance to every imperative, a resistance without an ideology, without objectives. On the other hand, there is no possible subversion of fashion since it has no system of reference to contradict, it is its own system of reference. We cannot escape fashion, since fashion itself makes the refusal of fashion into a fashion feature. Blue jeans are an historical example of this. While it is true that one can always escape the reality principle of the content, one can never escape the reality principle of the code. Even while rebelling against the content, one more and more closely obeys the logic of the code. Why so? It is the diktat of modernity. Fashion leaves no room for revolution except to go back over the very genesis of the sign that constitutes it. Furthermore, the alternative to fashion does not lie in a liberty or in some kind of step beyond towards a truth of the world and systems of reference. It lies in a deconstruction of both the form of the sign of fashion and the principle of signification itself, just as the alternative to political economy can only lie in the deconstruction of the commodity/form and the principle of production itself. For the body, or the mass grave of signs. A sex is a mass grave of signs. The sign is a disembodied sex. The marked body. The entire contemporary history of the body is the history of its demarcation, the network of marks and signs that have since covered it, divided it up, annihilated its difference and its radical ambivalence in order to organize it into a structural material for sign exchange, equal to the sphere of objects, to resolve its playful virtuality and its symbolic exchange, not to be confused with sexuality, into sexuality taken as a determining agency, a phallic agency entirely organized around the fetishization of the phallus as the general equivalent. In this sense, the body is, under the sign of sexuality as it is currently understood, that is, under the sign of its liberation, caught up in a process whose functioning and strategy themselves derive from political economics. Fashion, advertising, nude look, nude theater, striptease, the play script of erection and castration is everywhere. It has an absolute variety and an absolute monotony. Ankle boots and thigh boots, a short coat under a long coat, over the elbow gloves and stocking tops on the thigh, hair over the eyes or the stripper's G-string, but also bracelets, necklaces, rings, belts, jewels and chains. The scenario is the same everywhere, a mark that takes on the force of a sign and thereby even a perverse erotic function, a boundary to figure castration which parodies castration as the symbolic articulation of lack, under the structural form of a bar articulating two full terms, which then on either side play the part of the signifier and the signified in the classical economy of the sign. The bar makes a zone of the body work as its corresponding terms here. This is not an erogenous zone at all, but an eroticist zone, a fragment erected into the phallic signifier of a sexuality that has become a pure and simple concept, a pure and simple signified. In this fundamental schema, analogous to that of the linguistic sign, castration is signified, it passes into the state of a sign, and therefore subject to misrecognition mechanisms. The nude and the not nude play in a structural opposition and thus contribute to the designation of the fetish. The image of the stocking top on the thigh derives its erotic potential not from the proximity of the real genital and its positive promise. From this naive functionalist perspective, the naked thigh would have to play the same role, but from the apprehension surrounding the genitals, the panic of recognizing castration, being arrested in a staged castration. The innocuous mark, the line of the stocking above which, instead of lack, ambivalence, and the chasm, there is nothing more than a sexual plenitude. The naked thigh and, metonymically, the entire body has become a phallic effigy by means of the caesura, a fetishistic object to be contemplated and manipulated, deprived of all its menace. 1 As in fetishism, desire can then be fulfilled at the cost of warding off castration and the death drive. Eroticization always consists in the erectility of a fragment of the barred body, in a phallic phantasmatization of everything beyond the bar in the position of the signifier and the simultaneous reduction of sexuality to the rank of the signified, represented value. A reassuring structural conjuring operation enables the subject to be recovered as phallus, to identify himself with and reappropriate this fragment of the body, or the entire positivist, fetishized body in the fulfillment of a desire that will forever misconstrue his proper loss. We can read this operation in the slightest detail. The tight-fitting bracelet round the arm or the ankle, the belt, the necklace, and the ring establish the foot, the waist, the neck or the finger as erectile parts. Ultimately there is no further need for a mark or a visible sign. Stripped of signs, it is nevertheless on the basis of a phantasmatic separation, thus tricking and eluding castration, that the body's eroticity functions exclusively in nudity. Even if the body is not structuralized by some mark, a jewel, some makeup or a wound can all work to this end. Even if it is not fragmented, the bar is always there as the clothes come off, signaling the emergence of the body as phallus, even if, or, rather, especially if, it is a woman's body. This is the whole art of striptease, which we will come back to later. We should reinterpret so-called Freudian symbolism in this sense. It is not by virtue of their protuberant form that the foot, finger, nose, or some other part of the body may act as metaphors for the penis, in accordance with the schema of analogy between these diverse signifiers and the real penis. Rather, their phallic value rests solely on the basis of phantasmatic cut that erects them. The castrated penis is a penis because it is castrated. Full, phallicized terms marked out by the bar that makes them autonomous. Everything beyond this bar is the phallus. Everything is resolved into a phallic equivalent, even the female genitals, or any gaping organ or object traditionally listed as a symbol of the feminine. The body is not arranged into masculine or feminine symbols. At a much deeper level, it is the site of the drama and the denial of castration, illustrated by the Chinese custom, cited by Freud in Fetishism in Standard Edition, ed. and Tr. James Strachey, London, Hogarth Press and the Institute of Psychoanalysis, Volume 21, 1961, where, beginning by mutilating a woman's foot, they then venerate the mutilated foot as a fetish. The entire body is susceptible to innumerable forms of marking and mutilation too, followed by phallic veneration, erotic exaltation. This, rather than the anamorphosis of the genital organs, is where the body's secret lies. In this way, rouged lips are phallic, face paint and makeup are preeminent in the arsenal of the body's structural enhancement. A made-up mouth no longer speaks, its beatified lips, half open, half closed, are no longer used for speaking, eating, vomiting or kissing. Beyond these always ambivalent exchange functions, introjection and rejection, and on the basis of their denegation, the perverse erotic and cultural function is established. This fascinating mouth, like an artificial sign, like cultural labor, the game, and the rules of the game, neither speaks nor eats, and no one kisses it. The painted mouth, objectified like a jewel, derives its intense erotic value not, as one might imagine, from accentuating its role as an erotogenic orifice, but conversely from its closure, paint being as it were the trace of the phallic, the mark that institutes its phallic exchange value. An erectile mouth, a sexual tumescence whereby woman becomes erect and man's desire will be received in its own image. 3. Mediated by this structural labor, desire, implacable as it is when it is based on loss, on the void between one and the other, becomes negotiable in terms of signs and exchanged phallic values, indexed on a general phallic equivalent where each party operates in accordance with the contract and converts its own enjoyment into cash in terms of a phallic accumulation, a perfect situation for a political economy of desire. The same holds true for the gaze. The strand of hair falling over the eye, and every other ocular erotic artifact, implements the denegation of the gaze as the unending dimension of castration and, at the same time, as an amorous offering. When the eyes are metamorphosed by makeup, there is an ecstatic reduction of the threat and the gaze of the other where the subject may be reflected in his proper lack, but where he may also be vertiginously eliminated if these eyes open on him. These sophisticated eyes, these Medusa S4 eyes, gaze at nobody, they don't open onto anything. Caught in the labor of the sign, they possess the sign's redundancy, they revel in their own fascination, and their seduction derives from this perverse onanism. We could go on. What is true of these privileged sites of symbolic exchange, the mouth and the gaze, is also true of any part of the body whatever when it is caught in the process of erotic signification. But the most beautiful object, which always epitomizes this mise en scene and seems to be the key to the vault of the political economy of the body, is the female body. The female body unveiled in the thousand variants of eroticism is obviously the emergence of the phallus, the fetish object, an immense labor of phallic simulation at the same time as the endlessly repeated spectacle of castration. With the immense diffusion of images in the meticulous ritual of the striptease, the smooth and faultless potency puissance of the exhibited female body always functions as a phallic display, a potency metasified, paralysed, by a relentless phallic demand, hence the profound imaginary affinity between the escalation of the erotic and productivist growth. The erotic privilege of the female body works for women just as much as for men. In fact, a single perverse structure works for everyone, centered on the denial of castration. It works with the female body as with the imminence of castration. 5 Thus the logical progression of the system, here once again homologous to political economy, leads to an erotic recrudescence of the female body because it best lends itself to phallic general equivalence, being deprived of a penis. The male body is not subject to the same erotic return, far from it, because it permits neither the fascinating reminder of castration, nor the spectacle of constantly overcoming it. It can never really become a smooth, closed, and perfect object since it is stamped with the true mark, the one the general system valorizes, and in consequence is less susceptible to demarcation, to this long task of phallic formation. Of course, it is by no means certain that one day it too may be actualized as a phallic variation. We are approaching a new order where there is no erectile advertising nor any erectile nudity. It is at this cost that there can be a controlled transfer of erectility across the entire spectrum of objects, including the female body. At the limit, the erection itself is not incompatible with the system. 6. We must see how, in woman's erotic privilege, historical and social subjection operate. Not by some mechanism of alienation like a double of social alienation, but by trying to see if the same process of misrecognition mechanisance works towards all political discrimination as towards sexual difference in fetishism, resulting in a fetishism of class or of the dominated group, along with a sexual overvaluation so as to better stave off the crucial examination that it conducts of the order of power. If such reflections are accurate, then all signifying material of the erotic order is made up of nothing but the outfits of slaves, chains, collars, whips, etc., savages, negritude, bronzed skin, nudity, tattooing, and all the signs of the dominated classes and races. This is how it is for the woman in her body, annexed to a phallic order which, when expressed in political terms, condemns her to a non-existence. 7. Secondary nudity. Any body or part of the body can operate functionally in the same way, provided that it is subject to the same erotic discipline. It is necessary and sufficient that it be as closed and as smooth as possible, faultless, without orifice and lacking nothing, every erogenous difference being conjured up by the structural bar that will design. 8. This body, in the double sense of designate and design, visible in clothing, jewelry, or makeup, invisible but always present in complete nudity. Since it then envelopes the body like a second skin. The ubiquity of phrases such as almost naked, naked without being naked, as if you were naked, and the tights in which you are more naked than is natural in the discourse of advertising is characteristic of this. This is all in order to reconcile the naturalist ideal of living in touch with your body with the commercial imperative of surplus value. It is much more interesting, however, to note that in this discourse nudity is defined as secondary nudity, the nudity of tights X or Y, of the veil so transparent that their transparency even affects you. Moreover, this nudity is very often relayed by the mirror. In any case, it is in this reduplication that the woman is united with the body of her dreams, her own. And for once the advertising myth is absolutely right, there is no nudity other than that which is reduplicated in signs, which envelopes itself in its signified truth and reconstructs, like a mirror, the fundamental rule of the body as erotic matter, the nudity of becoming, in order to be phallically celebrated, the diaphanous, smooth, depilated substance of a glorious and unsexed body. The James Bond film Goldfinger provides a perfect example of this. In it, a woman is painted in gold, all her orifices are blocked up in a radical makeup, making her body a flawless phallus. That the makeup should be gold only emphasizes the homology with political economy, which of course amounts to death. The nude gold-varnished playgirl will die by having incarnated to an absurd extent the phantasm of the erotic, but this is the case for every skin in functional aesthetics, in the mass culture of the body. Body-hugging tights, girdles, stockings, gloves, dresses and clothes, not to mention suntans, the leitmotif of the second skin and the transparent pellicle always come to vitrify the body. The skin itself is defined not as nudity but as an erogenous zone, a sensuous medium of contact and exchange, a metabolism of absorption and excretion. The body does not stop at this porous skin, full of holes and orifices, only metaphysics institutes it as the borderline of the body. This body is denied in the interests of a second, non-porous skin that neither exudes nor excretes, that is, neither hot nor cold, it is cool and warm, optimally air-conditioned, with no proper density, a clear or, in French, transparent complexion, and above all without orifices, it is smooth. As functional as a cellophane wrapper. All these qualities, coolness, suppleness, transparency, one piece, are qualities of closure, a 0 degree resulting from the denegation of ambivalent extremes. The same goes for the youth of the body, which will neutralize the old-young paradigm in an eternal youth of simulation. The vitrification of nudity is related to the obsessional function of the protective wax or plastic coating of objects and the labor of scrubbing and cleaning intended to keep them in a constant state of propriety, of flawless abstraction. In both cases, vitrification and protection, it is a matter of blocking secretions, patina, oxidization, dust, preventing them from collapsing and maintaining them in a sort of abstract immortality. Design, ad nudity implies that there is nothing behind the lattice of signs that it weaves, especially not a body, neither a body of labor, nor a body of pleasure, neither an erogenous body nor a broken body. It formally exceeds all that in a simulacrum of the pacified body, just like Brigitte Bardot, who is beautiful because she fits her dress exactly, a functional equation without any unknown factors. As opposed to the rent skin and torn muscles of the anatomical body, the modern body comes much more under the heading of the inflatable, a theme illustrated by a cartoon strip in Louis where we see a stripper, her clothes scattered on the floor around her, making one final gesture, she uncorks her navel and deflates immediately, leaving only a small heap of skin on the stage. A utopia of nudity, of the body present in its truth, this is at most the ideology of the body that can be represented. The Indian, I no longer know which one, said, the naked body is an expressionless mask hiding each of our true natures. By this he meant that the body only has meaning when it is marked, covered in inscriptions. Alphonse Alice Raja, a fanatic for denotation and truth, translated this contrariwise, Not content to have made the dancing girl undress, he flays her alive. The body is not at all the surface of being, a virginal beach without tracks, nature. It has only taken on this original value through repression, and so, to liberate the body as such in accordance with naturalist illusions is to liberate it as repressed. Even in nudity, the body turns back on itself, shrouding itself with an ethereal and ineluctable censorship, the second skin. For the skin, like every sign that takes on the value of a sign, is doubled through signification, it is always already the second skin, not the final skin, but always the only one. In the redundancy of the nudity sign, which works towards a reconstruction of the body as a phantasm of totalization, we again find the infinite speculation of the conscious subject through its mirror image, capturing and bringing a formal resolution to the insurmountable division of the subject in this reduplication. The signs inscribed on the body, where the death drive is also tangentially inscribed, merely repeat the metaphysical operations of the conscious subject on corporeal material. By beating our skins we beat metaphysics back into our brains, as Artaud said. Closure of the mirror, phallic reduplication of the mark, in both cases the subject is seduced by itself. It seduces its own desire and conjures it up in its own body, doubled in signs. Behind the exchange of signs, behind the labor of the code which functions as a fortification of the phallic, the subject can hide away and recover its strength, shying away from the desire of the other, from its own lack, and, as it were, to see oneself, without being seen. The logic of the sign meets the logic of perversion. It is important here to make a radical distinction between the labor of inscription and the mark at the level of the body in primitive societies and that which takes place in our current system. They are too easily mixed up in the category of the symbolic expression of the body. As if the body had always been what it is, as if archaic tattooing had the same meaning as makeup, as if, beyond all the revolutions of the mode of production, there existed an unexchanged mode of signification at the basis of every age extending even into the sphere of political economy. In archaic society, as opposed to our own, where signs are exchanged under the regime of the general equivalent, where they have an exchange value in a system of phallic abstraction and of the imaginary saturation of the subject, marking the body as a masking practice, all have the function of immediately actualizing symbolic exchange, gift exchange with the gods or within the group. Here, negotiation is not a negotiation of identity by the subject behind the mask, nor the manipulation of the sign, on the contrary, it consumes the subject's identity and, like the subject, enters the game of possession and dispossession, the entire body becoming, just like gods and women, material for symbolic exchange. Finally, within this standard schema of signification, our transcendental signifier/signified, our phalla/subjectivity, which governs our entire political economy of the body, has not yet emerged. When the Indian, perhaps the same one, says everything is a face to me, in response to the white man's questions as to why he is naked, he is saying that his entire body, which, as we have seen is never nude, is given over to symbolic exchange, while for us, nudity has a tendency to be reduced to a single face and a single look. For the Indian, bodies gaze at each other and exchange all their signs. These signs are consumed in an incessant relaying and refer neither to a transcendental law of value, nor to a private appropriation of the subject. For us, the body is sealed in signs, increasing its value through a calculus of signs that it exchanges under the law of equivalence and the reproduction of the subject. The subject is no longer eliminated in the exchange, it speculates. The subject, not the savage, is enmeshed in fetishism, through the investment fair valuer of its body, it is the subject that is fetishized by the law of value. Striptease. Bernardine, manager of the Crazy Horse Saloon. You neither strip nor tease, you parody. I am a hoaxer, you give the impression of giving the naked truth, there could not be a greater hoax. This is the opposite of life, because when she is nude, she has many more adornments than when she is dressed. Bodies are made up with extremely beautiful special foundations, leaving the skin satin smooth. She has gloves that cut off on her arms, which is always so beautiful, green, red, or black stockings on her legs, also cut off at the thigh. Dream striptease, the space woman. She was dancing in the void. Because the more slowly a woman dies, the more erotic it is. So I believe that this would reach its apex with a woman in a state of weightlessness. Beach nudity has nothing to do with stage nudity. On stage the women are goddesses, they are untouchable. The wave of nudity sweeping through the theater and elsewhere is superficial, it is limited to a mental act. I am going to take my clothes off, I am going to show nude actors and actresses. Precisely these limits make it uninteresting. Other people present reality. Here, I am only suggesting the impossible. The reality of sex, which is flaunted everywhere, diminishes the subjectivity of eroticism. Iridescent under intense lights, embellished by a voluminous orange wig, the whole thing set off with jewels, Usha Barak, an Austrian Polish half-caste, will continue the tradition of the crazy horse, creating what you cannot hold in your arms. The striptease is a dance, perhaps the only one, and definitely the most original in the contemporary Western world. Its secret is a woman's autoerotic celebration of her own body, which becomes desirable in exact proportion to the intensity of this celebration. Without this narcissistic mirage that is the substance of every gesture, without this gestural repertoire of caresses that come to envelop the body, making it into an emblem as a phallic object, there would be no erotic effect. A sublime masturbation whose slow pace, as Bernardine said, is fundamental. This slow pace marks the fact that the gestures with which the girl covers herself, stripping, caressing, even as far as mimicking orgasm jouissance, come from the other. Her gestures weave a phantom sexual partner around her. By the same token, however, the other is excluded, since she replaces it and appropriates its gestures for herself following a work of condensation which is not in fact far removed from dream processes. The whole erotic secret, and labor, of the strip lies in this evocation and revocation of the other, through gestures so slow as to be poetic, as is slow-motion film of explosions or falls, because something in this, before being completed, has time to pass you by, which, if such a thing exists, constitutes the perfection of desire. 9. The only good strip is the one that reflects the body in the mirror of gestures and follows this rigorous narcissistic abstraction, the gestural repertoire being the mobile equivalent of the panoply of signs and marks at work in situations such as erectile stagings of the body at every level of fashion, makeup, and advertising. 10. The bad strip is obviously a pure undressing, which simply restores a state of nudity, the alleged finality of the spectacle, lacking any hypnosis of the body, in order to give it directly over to the audience's lusts. It is not that the bad strip is unable to capture the audience's desire, on the contrary, but because the girl was unable to recreate her body as an object for herself, because she was unable to effect this transubstantiation of profane, realist, naturalist, nudity into sacred nudity, where a body describes its own contours, feels itself, but always across a kind of subtle void, a sensual distance, of a circumlocution which, once again, as in the dream, reflects the fact that gestures are like a mirror, that the body is turned back on itself by this mirror of gestures. The bad strip is threatened by nudity or immobility, or the absence of rhythm, the awkward gesture. All that remains on the stage is a woman and an obscene, in the strict sense of the term, body, rather than the closed sphere of a body which, by means of this aura of gestures, design, 8, itself as a phallus and specifies itself as a sign of desire. To succeed is not at all to make love with the audience as is generally thought, it is rather precisely the opposite. The stripper is a goddess according to Bernardine, and the prohibition cast over her, which she traces around herself, does not signify that you cannot take anything from her, cannot pass into sexual acting out. This repressive situation belongs to the bad strip, but rather that you cannot give her anything, because she gives herself everything, hence the complete transcendence that makes her fascinating. The slow pace of the gestures comes from the priesthood and from transubstantiation. Not bread and wine in this case, but the transubstantiation of the body into the phallus. Every piece of clothing that falls brings her no closer to nudity, to the naked truth of sex, although the entire spectacle is also fueled by the voyeuristic drive, haunted by a violent laying bare and the rape drive, but these phantasms run counter to the spectacle. As her clothes fall, she design, 8s what she strips down as a phallus, she unveils herself as other, and the same game becomes profound, the body emerging more and more as a phallic effigy to the rhythm of the strip. This is not then a game of stripping signs away in order to reveal a sexual depth, but, on the contrary, an ascending play of the construction of signs, each mark deriving an erotic force by means of its labor as a sign, that is, by means of the reversal it effects of what has never been, loss and castration, into what it design, 8s instead to take its place, the phallus. 11 This is why the striptease is slow, it ought to go as fast as possible if it is simply a matter of preparing for sex. It is slow because it is discourse, the construction of signs, the meticulous elaboration of deferred meaning. The gaze too testifies to this phallic transfiguration. A fixed gaze is an essential asset of the good stripper. This is commonly interpreted as a distantiation technique, a coolness intended to mark the limits of this erotic situation. Yes and no, the fixed gaze that merely marks a prohibition would once more turn the strip into a kind of repressive pornodrama. That is not a good strip. The mastery of the gaze has nothing to do with the willed cool. If it is cool, as with mannequins, it is on condition that cool is redefined as a very specific quality of the whole contemporary media and body culture, and no longer belongs to the order of the hot and the cold. This gaze is the neutralized gaze of autoerotic fascination, of the woman object gazing at herself with her eyes wide open, then closing her eyes on herself. This is not the effect of desire undergoing censorship, it is the peak of perfection and perversion. It is the fulfillment of the entire sexual system that has it that a woman is never more completely herself, and therefore never so seductive, as when she accepts giving herself pleasure first of all, taking pleasure in herself, having no other desire or transcendence than that of her own image. The ideal body, as outlined in this statute, is that of the mannequin. The mannequin offers the model of every phallic instrumentalization of the body. The word itself states this: mannequin, little man, the child, or the penis. The woman wraps her own body in a sophisticated manipulation, a flawless and intense narcissistic discipline, which effectively makes it the paradigm of seduction. And doubtless it is here, in this perverse process that turns her and her sacralist body into a living phallus, that we find the real castration of woman, also of man, but according to a model which tends to crystallize around the woman. To be castrated is to be covered with phallic substitutes. The woman is covered in them, she is summoned to produce a phallus from her body, on pain of perhaps not being desirable. And if women are not fetishists, it is because they perform this labor of continual fetishization on themselves, they become dolls. We know that the doll is a fetish produced in order to be continually dressed and undressed, dressed up and dressed down. It is this play of covering and uncovering that gives the doll its childhood symbolic value. It is in this play, conversely, that every object and symbolic relation regresses when the woman turns herself into a doll, becomes her own fetish and the fetish of the other. 12 As Freud says, pieces of underclothing, which are so often chosen as a fetish, crystallize the last moment of undressing, the last moment in which the woman could still be regarded as phallic, fetishism, in Standard Edition. Volume 21, p. 155. Thus the fascination of the striptease as a spectacle of castration derives from the imminence of discovering, or rather seeking and never managing to discover, or better still searching by all available means without ever discovering, that there is nothing there. An aversion, which is never absent in any fetishist, to the real female genitals remains a stigma indelible of the repression that has taken place. Ibid, p. 154. The experience of this unthinkable absence, which subsequently remains constitutive of every revelation, every unveiling, and in particular the sexual status of truth, the obsession with the whole is changed into the converse fascination with the phallus. From this mystery of the denied, barred, gaping void, a whole population of fetishes surges forth, objects, phantasms, body objects. The fetishized woman's body itself comes to bar the point of absence from which it arose, it comes to bar this vertigo in all its erotic presence, a token of a triumph over the threat of castration and a protection against it, Ibid, p. 154. There is nothing behind this succession of veils, there never has been, and the impulse which is always pressing forward in order to discover this is strictly speaking the process of castration, not the recognition of lack, but the fascinating vertigo of this annihilating substance. The entire march of the West, ending in a vertiginous compulsion for realism, is affected by this myopia of castration. Pretending to restore the ground of things, we unconsciously eye up the void. Instead of a recognition of castration, we establish all kinds of phallic alibis, then, following a fascinated compulsion, we seek to dismiss these alibis one by one in order to uncover the truth, which is always castration, but which is in the last instance always revealed to be castration denied. Planned narcissism. All this leads us to repeat the question of narcissism in terms of social control. There is a passage in Freud that brings out everything we have been discussing up to this point. Women, especially if they grow up with good looks, develop a certain self-contentment which compensates them for the social restrictions that are imposed on them in their choice of object. Strictly speaking, it is only themselves that such women love with an intensity comparable to that of the man's love for them. Nor does their need lie in the direction of loving, but of being loved, and the man who fulfills this condition is the one who finds favor with them. Such women have the greatest fascination for men, not only for aesthetic reasons, since as a rule they are the most beautiful, but also because of a combination of interesting psychological factors. On Narcissism, an Introduction, in Standard Edition, Volume 14, 1957, pages 88-9. There follows a question of children, cats, and certain animals which we envy for maintaining an unassailable libidinal position, and for the narcissistic consistency they manage, Ibid, p. 89. In the current system of erotics, however, it is not a question of primary narcissism bound to a sort of polymorphous perversity. It is rather a matter of the displacement of the narcissism enjoyed in childhood by the actual ego onto the ego ideal, or, more precisely, the projection of the narcissistic perfection of childhood, Ibid, p. 94, as the ideal ego which, as we know, is bound up with repression and sublimation. The gratification the woman takes from her body and the rhetoric of beauty reflect, in fact, a fierce discipline, an ethics which parallels the one that governs the economic order. Neither can one distinguish, in the framework of this functional aesthetics of the body, the process by which the subject submits to its narcissistic ideal ego from that by which society enjoins the subject to conform to this ideal, leaving it no other alternative but to love itself, to invent itself and invest itself in accordance with socially imposed rules. This narcissism is therefore radically distinct from that of the cat or the child in that it is placed under the sign of value. This is a planned narcissism, a managed and functional exaltation of beauty as the exploitation and exchange of signs. Self-seduction is only apparently gratuitous, in fact its every detail is finalized by the norm of the optimal management of the body on the market of signs. Modern erotics, whatever phantasms are in play in it, is organized around a rational economy of value, differentiating it absolutely from primary or infantile narcissism. Thus fashion and advertising sketch the autoerotic carte du tendre 13 and plan its exploration. You are responsible for your body and must invest in it and make it yield benefits, not in accordance with the order of enjoyment, but with the signs reflected and mediated by mass models, and in accordance with an organization chart of prestige, etc. A strange strategy is operative here. There is a diversion and transfer of investments from the body and the erogenous zones towards staging the body and erotogeneity. From now on, Narcissistic seduction becomes associated with the body or with parts of the body objectified by a technique, by objects, gestures, and a play of marks and signs. This neo-narcissism is associated with the manipulation of the body as value. This is a planned economy of the body based on a schema of libidinal and symbolic destructuration, an administered dismantling and restructuration of investments, a reappropriation of the body according to models of management and hence under the control of meaning, transferring the fulfillment of desire onto the code. Point 14. All this is established as a synthetic narcissism which must be distinguished from the two classical forms of narcissism. Primary, fusional narcissism. Secondary narcissism, the investment of the body as distinct, the mirror of the ego. Integration of the ego by specular recognition and the gaze of the other. Tertiary, synthetic, narcissism, rewriting the body, deconstructed as a personalized eros, that is, indexed on collective functional models. The homogenist body as the site of the industrial production of signs and differences, mobilized under the sign of programmatic seduction. The interception of ambivalence in the interests of a total positivization of the body as the schema of seduction, satisfaction, and prestige. The body as a summation of partial objects, the subject of which is the second person plural of consumption. Point 15. The interception of the subject's relation to its proper lack in its body, by the body which has itself become the medium of totalization. This was made admirably apparent in the film Elle Méprise, with Brigitte Bardot, examining her own body in a mirror, offering each part of it to the erotic approval of the other, the finished product being a formal addition as object. So, do you love every bit of me? The body becomes a total system of signs arranged by models under the general equivalent of the phallic cult, just as capital becomes the total system of exchange value under the general equivalent of money. Incestuous manipulation. The current liberation of the body necessarily undergoes this narcissism. The liberated body is a body where law and prohibition, which once used to censor sex and the body from the outside, are somehow interiorized as a narcissistic variable. External constraints have changed into the constituency of the sign, a closed simulation. And if, in the name of the Father, the Puritan law was initially and in a violent manner brought to bear on genital sexuality, the current phase corresponds to a mutation of all these characteristics. It is no longer a violent repression, it has been pacified. It is no longer fundamentally oriented towards genital sexuality, but is subsequently sanctioned by morality. This infinitely more subtle and radical stage of repression and control is oriented towards the level of symbolic exchange itself. That is to say, that repression, overcoming secondary sexuation, genitality and the social bisexual model, reaches primary sexuation, erogenous difference and ambivalence, the subject's relation to his own lack on which the virtuality of all symbolic exchange is based. Point 16. It no longer takes place in the name of the Father, but in some way in the name of the Mother. Because symbolic exchange is based on incest prohibition, every abolition, censorship, repression, destructuration, at this level of symbolic exchange signifies a process of incestuous regression. We have seen that the eroticization of the phallic manipulation of the body is characterized as fetishization. Now, fetishistic perversion is defined by the fact that it has never gotten over the desire for the mother, making the fetish the replacement for what the fetishist lacked. All the labor of the perverse subject consists in settling into the mirage of himself as the living phallus of the mother so as to find a fulfillment of desire there. This is in fact the fulfillment of the desire for the mother, whereas traditional genital repression signifies the fulfillment of the word of the Father. We can see that this creates a strictly incestuous situation. The subject is no longer divided, he no longer abandons his phallic identity, and no longer divides, he no longer relinquishes any part of himself in a relation of symbolic exchange. This is fully defined by identification with the mother's phallus. Exactly the same process as in incest, where it never leaves the family. Today, generally speaking, the same goes for the body. If the law of the Father or Puritan morality has been, relatively speaking, avoided here, It is according to a libidinal economy characterized by the destructuration of the symbolic and the raising of the incest barrier. This general model of the fulfillment of desire, circulated by the mass media, always comes with an obsessional and anxious quality that is utterly different from the basically hysterical Puritan neurosis. It is no longer a matter of an anxiety bound up with Oedipal prohibition, but of an anxiety bound up with the fact, even at the breast of satisfaction and multiplied phallic enjoyment, in the heart 17 of the gratifying, tolerant, soothing, permissive society, of being only the living marionette of the desire for the mother. A deeper anxiety than that of genital frustration, since it entails the abolition of the symbolic and of exchange, as well as the incestuous position where the subject comes to lack even his own lack. This anxiety is translated into and betrayed everywhere today as the phobic obsession with manipulation. We are all, at every level, living with this subtle form of repression and alienation. Its sources are elusive, its presence insidious and total, and the forms that a struggle might take remain undiscovered and perhaps cannot be found. This is because manipulation refers to the original manipulation of the subject by the mother as much as by his own phallus. We can no longer stand against this fusional and manipulatory plenitude, this dispossession, as we could against the transcendental law of the Father. Every future revolution must take account of this fundamental condition and, between the law of the Father and the desire for the mother, between the cycle of repression and transgression and the cycle of regression and manipulation, rediscover the form of the articulation of the symbolic. Point 18. Models of the body. For medicine, the body of reference is the corpse. In other words, the corpse is the ideal limit of the body in its relation to the system of medicine. The accomplished practice of the corpse produces and reproduces medicine under the sign of the preservation of life. For religion, the ideal reference of the body is the animal, instincts and appetites of the flesh. The corpse as a mass grave, and its reincarnation beyond death as a carnal metaphor. For the system of political economy, the ideal type of the body is the robot. The robot is the accomplished model of the functional liberation of the body as labor power. It is the extrapolation of absolute, asexual, rational productivity. This may be a cerebral robot. The computer is always the extrapolation of the brain and labor power. For the system of the political economy of the sign, the reference model of the body is the mannequin, along with all its variations. Contemporary with the robot, this is the ideal pair of science fiction. Barbarella, the mannequin also represents a totally functionalist body under the law of value, but this time as the site of the production of the value sign. It is no longer labor power, but models of signification that are produced, not only sexual models of fulfillment, but sexuality itself as a model. Behind the ideality of its ends, health, resurrection, rational productivity, liberated sexuality, every system thus alternately reveals the reductive phantasm on which it is articulated, and the delirious vision of the body that provides its strategy. Corpse, animal, machine, and mannequin, these are the negative ideal types of the body, the fantastic reductions under which it is produced and written into successive systems. The strange thing is that the body is nothing other than the models in which different systems have enclosed it, and at the same time every other thing, their radical alternative, the irreducible difference that denies them. We may still call the body this inverse virtuality. For this, however, for the body as material of symbolic exchange, there is no model, no code, no ideal type, no controlling phantasm, since there could not be a system of the body as anti-object. Phallus exchange standard. Since the Industrial Revolution, a single immense mutation has enveloped material goods, language, and sexuality, the body, in accordance with a process that marks either the progressive generalization of political economy, or the entrenchment of the law of value. Products become commodities, use value and exchange value. Intended on the one hand for the abstract finality of the needs that they satisfy, and on the other hand to the structural form that governs their production and exchange. Language becomes a means of communication, a field of signification. It is arranged into signifiers and signifieds. Just like the separation of the commodity into a referential finality, language as a medium has the goal of expression, and is separated into the order of signifieds and a structural form that governs the exchange of signifiers, the code of langue. In both cases, the passage to a functional finality, the rational assignation of an objective content, use value or signified referent, seals the assignation of a structural form that is the form of political economy itself. In the neo-capitalist, techno- and semiocratic framework, this form is systematist at the expense of objective reference, signifieds and use values progressively disappear to the great advantage of the operation of the code and exchange value. At the term of this process, a term which today remains only an outline for us, the two sectors of production and signification are merging. Products and commodities are produced as signs and messages and are regulated on the basis of the abstract configuration of language, transporting contents, values, finalities, their signifieds. They circulate according to an abstract general form organized by models. Commodities and messages both culminate in the same sign status. Thereby, moreover, their reference is blurred in the face of the play of signifiers which can also in this way attain structural perfection. With the acceleration and proliferation of messages, information, signs, and models, it is in fashion as a total cycle that the linear world of the commodity will reach completion. The body and sexuality can be analyzed in terms of everything that preceded it, use value and exchange value, signifier and signified. We can show how sexuality is reduced, in its current mode of liberation, to use value, the satisfaction of sexual needs, and exchange value, the play and calculation of the erotic signs governed by the circulation of models. We can also show that sexuality becomes separated as a function, from the collective function of the reproduction of the species, it passes to the individual functions of physiological equilibrium, part of a general hygiene, mental equilibrium, self-expression, or the expression of subjectivity, unconscious emanations, the ethics of sexual pleasure, what else? In any case, sexuality becomes an element of the economy of the subject, an objective finality of the subject itself obedient to an order of finalities, whatever they might be. The more it is functionalist, the more it submits to some transcendent reference that speaks through it, even if it were its own idealized principle, the libido, the signified's last subterfuge, the more sexuality takes on a structural form, like the products of industry or the language of communication. It reverts to the great oppositions, male/female, in whose disjunctions it is imprisoned, and crystallizes around the exercise of a particular sexual model, attested to by a particular sexual organ, and closes the play of the body's signifiers. The male/female structure becomes confused with the privilege granted to the genital function, whether reproductive or erotic. The privilege of genitality over all the body's erogenous virtualities reverberates in the structure of a male-dominated social order, for structure hinges on biological difference. This is not merely in order to maintain a genuine difference, but, on the contrary, to establish a general equivalence, the phallus becoming the absolute signifier around which all erogenous possibilities come to be measured, arranged, abstracted, and become equivalent. The phallus exchange standard governs contemporary sexuality in its entirety, including its revolution. The emergence of the phallus as the general equivalent of sexuality, combined with the emergence of sexuality itself as the general equivalent of the virtualities of symbolic exchange, delineates the emergence of a political economy of the body which is established on the ruins of the body's symbolic economy. In the context of a general liberalization, reveling in the current sexual revolution is only the expression of the accession of the body and sexuality to the stage of political economy, a sign of their integration with the law of value and general equivalence. From both angles, the promotion of sexuality as function or the promotion of sexuality as structural discourse, the subject turns out to be back with the fundamental norm of political economy. It thinks itself and locates itself sexually in terms of equilibrium, an equilibrium of functions under the sign of the identity of the ego, and coherence, the structural coherence of a discourse under the sign of the infinite reproduction of the code. Just as design, ed objects, seized by the political economy of the sign, obey an imperative of deprivation that reflects an ascetic economy of calculated functions, just as the sign in general has a functional tendency to divest itself in order to translate, as closely as possible, the adequation, of the signifier and the signified, which is its law and its reality principle, so the body seized by political economy also tends towards a formal nudity as if towards its absolute imperative. This nudity embodies all the labor of inscription and marks, fashion, and make-up at the same time as the whole idealist perspective of liberation makes no discoveries or rediscoveries concerning the body. It translates the logical metamorphosis of the body in the historical process of our societies. It translates the modern status of the body in its relation to political economy. Just as the divestment of objects characterizes their assignation to a function, that is to say, their neutralization by the function, so the body's nudity defines its assignation to the sex/function, its assignment to sex as function, that is to say, the reciprocal neutralization of the body and sex. Demagogy of the body. Under the sign of the sexual revolution, the transfiguration of the pulsion as revolutionary substance and the unconscious as the subject of history. Liberating the primary processes as the poetic principle of social reality, liberating the unconscious as use value, such is the imaginary that crystallizes under the slogan of the body. Sex and the body are able to bear all these hopes because, repressed under whatever order used to cover our historic societies, they have become metaphors of radical negativity. They want to make these metaphors pass into the state of a revolutionary fact. Error, to take the side of the body is a trap. We cannot take the side of the primary processes, this remains a secondary illusion. Point 19. At best, the body will remain, theoretically too, eternally ambivalent, object and anti-object, cutting across and annulling the disciplines that claim to unify it, sight and non-sight, the sight of the unconscious as the non-sight of the subject, and so on. Even after the partition of the body into the anatomical and the erogenous, contemporary psychoanalysis, Leclerc, continues to set down the movement of desire in its name, under the regime of the letter. Always the body, since there are no words to express the non-sight, the best is doubtless still that which, throughout a long history, has designated what has no, or does not take, place, the repressed. We must, however, be aware of the risks this inherited word involves. The subversive privilege the body was given since it was always in a state of repression is now coming to an end in the process of its emancipation. 20, not entirely due to the actions of a repressive politics of desublimation, psychoanalysis too plays its part in the officialization of sex and the body. Here again we find an inextricable confusion between sex and the body as the crucial event of the subject, as process, labor, and also as an historical advent in the order of concepts and values. We must ask ourselves if this body we are liberating does not forever negate the symbolic potentialities of the old repressed body, if the body everybody's talking about is not precisely the converse of the speaking body. In the current system, the body as the site of the primary processes is contrasted to the body as secondary process, erotic use and exchange value, a rationalization under the sign of value. The pulsional body menaced by desire is contrasted to the semiurgic, structural body, theatricized in nudity, functionalized by operational sexuality. The secondary body of sexual emancipation and repressive desublimation is set under the sign of eros alone. There is a confusion with sex and the mere principle of eros, that is to say, a neutralization of one by the other with the inscription of the death drive. The pleasure principle is thus established as the rationality of a liberated subjectivity, a new political economy of the subject. Eros redefines reason in his own terms. Reasonable is what sustains the order of gratification. Herbert Marcuse, Eros and Civilization, London, Sphere, 1970, p. 180. From now on, liberated subjectivity is exhausted in inscribing itself as positivity in the exercise of eros, the pleasure principle, which is simply the reification of the libido as the model of fulfillment. There is a new reason here, opening the way to an unlimited finality of the subject, and so there is no longer any difference between sexual escalation and the schema of indefinite societal growth, of the liberation of the forces of production. Both evolve according to the same movement, both equally destined for failure in accordance with the irrevocable reflux of a death drive they thought they could conjure away. The body organized under the sign of Eros represents a more advanced phase of political economy. Here the reabsorption of symbolic exchange is as radical as the alienation of human labor in the classical system of political economy. If Marx has described the historical phase where the alienation of labor power and the logic of the commodity necessarily resulted in a reification of consciousness, today we could say that the inscription of the body, and of all symbolic domains, into the logic of the sign is necessarily doubled by a reification of the unconscious. Instead of being cut through by desire, nudity operates as the equivalent to and staging of desire. Instead of sex cutting through the body, it operates as the signifier and the equivalent of sex. Instead of ambivalence dividing sexuality, it operates throughout the structural combination of the male and the female as the equivalent of this ambivalence. The sexual duopoly operates as the scenario of difference. The libido is structurally divided into two terms and operates as the reductive equivalent of the death drive. In this way nudity, sex, the unconscious, etc., instead of opening up a more profound difference, are linked metonymically to one another as a constellation of representative equivalents in order to define, term by term, a discourse of sex as value. This is the same operation as in psychometaphysics, where the subject, as ideal referent, is nothing in fact but circulation, a metonymic exchange interrupted by terms of consciousness, will, representation, etc. Apology. So ultimately, why are there two sexes? What are you complaining about? Do you want 12 of them or just one? A modern novel, the margin could be wider, why not 0 or an infinity of sexes? The question of the total is absurd here, whereas we can logically ask why not 6 fingers on each hand. It is absurd because sexualization is precisely the partition that cuts across every subject, making the one or several unthinkable. The two also becomes unthinkable, however, since the two is already a total. Besides, the above dialogue operates on the figure of the two. Now sex, understood radically, cannot accede to the stage of the sum total nor to a calculable status. It is a difference, and the two sides of difference, which are not terms, cannot be added together nor become parts of a series. They cannot be calculated on the basis of units. By contrast, the dialogue is logical in the context of the imposed bisexual model, male/female, since from the outset it sets sex up as two structurally opposed terms. The possibility of an absurd passage to the limit of serial numeration, to sex as accumulation, is implied by the bisexual structure from the moment male and female are set up as whole terms. In this way the ambivalence of sex is reduced by bivalence, the two poles and their sexual roles. Today, when bivalence is undergoing the metamorphoses of the sexual revolution, and where we see, as they say, a blurring of the differences between the male and the female, the ambivalence of sex is reduced by the ambiguity of the unisex. Against the metaphor of the sex principle. Today, our way lit by Freud, we know very well, too well, how to discern the sublimation and secondary rationalization of the pulsional processes behind any given social practice, ethics, or politics. It has become a cultural cliché to decode every discourse in terms of repression and phantasmatic determination. This is only right, however, they are now only terms, and the unconscious is merely a language to which to refer. Sexual discourse too becomes entirely phantasmatic when sex itself, the critical reduction of moral and social mystification that it used to be, becomes the mode of rationalization of a problem situated at the level of the total symbolic destruction of social relations, an examination the sexualist discourse contributes to locking away under a security code. It is easy today to read in the Sunday papers that frigidity in so many women is due to their overbearing fixation on the father, and that they punish themselves for this by prohibiting pleasure. This psychoanalytic truth now becomes a part of culture and social rationalization, hence the ever-increasing impasse in the analytic cure. The sexual or analytic interpretation has no privilege. It too can become the phantasm of the definitive truth, and immediately therefore can also become the revolutionary theme. This is what is happening today. The collusion between the revolution and psychoanalysis results from the same imaginary and the same distortion as the bourgeois recuperation of psychoanalysis. Both result from the inscription of sex and the unconscious as the determining agency, that is to say, their reduction to a rationalist causality.